Chapter 79. Quidditch. Good morning, Auntie. What a coincidence. Harry heard Deandra's voice and stiffly turned his head, forcing a smile. Deandra gazed at the foolish child she had raised and sighed. It just so happens that I have just finished a lesson with you. So does Mr. Potter now have time to visit my office? All right, Annie. Harry lowered his head to cover his flushed face, realizing it was already afternoon and pondering what he had just said. How utterly embarrassing. So, Mr. Potter, may I persuade you to accompany me? Deandra looked at her beloved child, finding him irresistibly adorable, and thought it was time to discipline him a little, as he had been so well-behaved for quite some time. If Professor McGonagall could hear Deandra's thoughts, she would undoubtedly inquire, well-behaved? Are you certain he is not merely a miniature version of James? His capacity for mischief seems to surpass even his father's. Yes, Andy. Harry rose and exited with Deandra, not forgetting to fan his face along the way, desperately wishing that no one had witnessed his earlier mortification. It was truly a disgrace for the savior. Oh, I think Harry is done for, Ron remarked as he observed Harry's submissive demeanor with his head bowed. Arriving late for Snape's class, we can only pray to Merlin for him, Hermione stated as she organized her textbooks, realizing she needed to hurry for the next class. Fortunately, it was Sister Deandra who called him away. Hermione? Hermione! Ron looked around in confusion. Just a moment ago, Hermione had been right next to him. How could she have vanished to the doorway so suddenly? It was truly frightening. Ron shivered and hurried out to chase after Hermione. So, Mr. Potter, is it true that you were late due to Quidditch? Upon returning to her office, Deandra attempted to adopt a commanding elder's demeanor, engaging in a serious conversation with Harry. However, she could not contain herself, for in a sense, Wood's obsession with Quidditch had reached a point of utter devotion. All right, Harry, you may return now, but remember not to be late next time. Should you catch a cold during Quidditch practice, I shall have potions ready for you. Deandra smiled as she allowed Harry to leave, her earlier authoritative presence dissipating with that smile, deciding instead that it would be best for the child to return and rest, as he seemed utterly exhausted. The moment Harry exited, the door to the lounge behind Deandra swung open, and she sighed upon hearing a voice. Sirius, why have you entered my lounge again? Of course, because I miss my Miss Evans. Sirius skillfully lifted Deandra and placed her on his lap, holding her tightly, for whenever they were together, Deandra never managed to sit properly on the sofa. You. Deandra tugged at Sirius's hair, having grown accustomed to his antics, no longer startled enough to cling to his neck as she once did. Little girl, don't pull. It hurts. Sirius obediently lowered his head, grasping Deandra's hand, placing it against his face, and nuzzling it before planting a kiss. Stop it. Deandra withdrew her hand and playfully punched the top of Sirius's head. Oh, why can't I get close to my own wife? Sirius looked at Deandra with a pitiful expression, prompting her to think of him as a large dog seeking affection. Deandra found this amusing and acted on it, raising her hand to ruffle Sirius's hair, clearly surprising him for a moment, before dismissing the thought of a girl petting a dog from his mind. What are your thoughts on Antonin Dolohov? After Sirius removed her hand from his head, Deandra began to play with his hands, and she could not help but notice how beautiful they were. Ah, my neighbor from Azkaban, Sirius replied, taking the initiative to intertwine their fingers and pressing her hand against his face. That individual is driven by profit. He joined the Death Eaters for his own gain and would not come to Hogwarts for Voldemort. It must be said that Sirius truly enjoys cuddling. Perhaps it is due to his animagus form being that of a dog. His penchant for affectionate licks persisted until Diane administered a stern reprimand to amend this behavior. Shouldn't you be heading back? Diane raised her hand to shield Sirius's face, declining his advances for affection. But I've only just arrived, Sirius lamented, his face obscured by her rejecting hand, appearing exceptionally aggrieved. It is worth noting that since returning to Hogwarts, he has been deprived of windows to climb through, rendering him unable to snuggle with the fragrant, soft young lady each night. Instead, he could only hope that his audacity might earn him a spot on a bed. The day of the Quidditch match gradually approached, yet no miracle occurred to quell the raging storm. Are you nervous? Diane inquired as she seated herself at the Gryffindor table, addressing Harry, who was having breakfast in the Great Hall. Not particularly, though the rain is rather heavy today, Harry replied, having risen early and stifling yawn. He was struggling to muster much energy. You appear rather lackluster, Diane observed. tossing a peppermint directly into Harry's mouth. Auntie, with the peppermint now in his mouth, Harry felt instantly revitalized, as if his mind had been ignited. You seem quite spirited, Diane remarked, taking a bite of a piece of bread while smiling at Harry. Thanks to Annie, Harry, now fully alert, was no longer at risk of inserting a spoon into his nose. Good morning, Sister Diane. Gradually, more people filled the great hall, and the Quidditch team was nearly assembled. Oh, today is bound to be a fierce battle, Wood remarked as he entered the great hall, glancing at the tempestuous weather with a frown. It's merely a light drizzle. Fret not. Oliver, Elia reassured him. Are you certain? George queried, peering out at the torrential downpour. It will be a miracle if we aren't blown away. Fret, Elia interjected, anxious that Wood might grow more apprehensive. Very well. I shall remain silent, George said, placing his hand to his mouth and mimicking the action of zipping up a jacket. Oh, clearly I am Fred. Fred, seated nearby, could not bear to see his reputation tarnished and clarified his identity. George, do not speak. Clearly, I am Fred. George seized a piece of bread and stuffed it into Fred's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Ahem, George, this is attempted murder. Angelina timely retrieved the bread, averting Fred's near demise. Hee. George shrugged and flashed a radiant smile at Fred. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to head to the changing room. The rain had not diminished as they had hoped. Rather, it intensified, nearly sweeping them and their umbrellas away. Before entering the changing room, Diane cast a waterproofing charm on Harry's glasses, offering them both words of encouragement. Chapter 80. The conclusion of the match. It must be said, the rain today was exceptionally heavy. DeAndre watched with growing concern as the little wizards on the field were tossed about by the gusts of wind. It was evident that the child she had raised was no delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Amidst the torrential downpour, the two captains exchanged firm handshakes. And with the blast of a whistle, the match commenced. DeAndre anxiously observed Harry, who was wobbling in the air. She thought that if he were to open an umbrella, he would surely be blown away. Little girl, don't get drenched. Sirius had appeared out of nowhere, pulling DeAndre into his embrace and sheltering her within his coat. You know I've cast waterproof and moisture-repelling charms. DeAndre felt as though a piercing gaze was aimed at them from behind, but as she turned to look, Sirius gently pressed her back into his hold. Youth is such a blessing, Albus mused, observing the silent stare-off between Sirius and Snape, while Remus stood nearby attempting to mediate. He had not anticipated that Anthony would still be able to eat amidst such downpour. Indeed, youth has its advantages. Sirius, let me go, DeAndre protested, struggling to escape his embrace, feeling it was rather improper to be so openly affectionate in public. What if the little girl catches a cold? I would be heartbroken. Sirius paid no mind to her struggles, even pushing her head back into the folds of his coat. Can't you use waterproof and moisture-repelling charms? DeAndre attempted to raise her wand to cast a spell, only to find it had been taken by Sirius. No, I want to hold you. He tucked the wand away, resting his chin atop her head, oblivious to Snape's menacing glare directed at him from behind. You'll catch a cold after the Quidditch match, DeAndre said, twisting Sirius's waist playfully. Ouch, little girl, be gentle, he replied, lowering his head to whisper in her ear. Unfazed by the wand that had just poked him in the back, halted by Remus. Look at Harry, Sirius shifted the topic. At the sound of Harry's name, DeAndre looked up to see him chasing the golden snitch, Cedric trailing closely behind. In that very instant, Harry seemed to lose control. The voices around him made the rain feel even more piercing. He raised his hand to grasp the elusive snitch, but it appeared to shimmer and multiply before his eyes. And he missed his target, plummeting from the sky. Harry. DeAndre broke free from Sirius's embrace, having ensured that the Dementors were kept at bay outside the Quidditch field. But nonetheless, she had overlooked one. Rushing onto the field, she intended to scoop Harry into her arms and take him to the hospital wing, only to realize that he was no longer the small bundle of joy she had once cradled. Now he was too heavy to lift, and she resorted to casting a nonverbal levitation charm, having no time to retrieve her wand from Sirius. DeAndre truly questioned why Harry always seemed to find himself embroiled in accidents during Quidditch, often leaving him in a state of disrepair. Do not worry, DeAndre. After drinking this potion, Harry will be bouncing around in no time. Madame Pomfrey presented a vial that appeared to contain a concoction resembling poison. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. DeAndre accepted the potion and administered it to Harry with a certain reckless beauty. Sirius watched her method of potion administration, swallowing hard and silently praying for his godson. Cough. Cough. It was unclear whether Harry awoke from choking or from the potion, but the specifics of his awakening were inconsequential. Harry, are you all right? DeAndre gently patted his back, hoping to soothe him. Cough, cough. Auntie, your method of administering potions hasn't improved at all. Harry managed a wry smile as he recollected the days when he first came to stay with her, only to fall ill shortly thereafter. It seemed that upon arriving, he endeavored to make up for all the sickness he had never experienced as a child. He had once unexpectedly developed a fever, and by the time DeAndre realized it, dawn had already broken. At the time, DeAndre was an 18-year-old fresh graduate, unaccustomed to caring for children, and the sudden illness had startled her. Once she regained her composure, she hurried Harry to St. Mungo's hospital. Due to Harry's tender age, fearing potential side effects from various potions, DeAndre insisted he stay longer, even after his fever subsided that same day. During those days, Harry was treated as though he were a fragile porcelain doll, aside from administering potions. It felt like she was force-feeding him. Harry, do you even know what number this is? Fred approached, waving a finger in front of him. Fred, I don't think I'm that foolish, Harry replied with feigned exasperation. Oh, you fell from 50 feet. We all thought you were a goner, George chimed in. He lost his wits. He called me Fred when I am clearly George, Fred lamented dramatically, covering his eyes. You know I can't tell you apart. Did we lose? Harry asked, glancing at the rather gloomy Fred and George. Cedric caught the golden snitch. He turned back and saw you fall. He intended to call for a timeout, hoping for a rematch, but they won fair and square. Oliver thinks the same. It seems we ought to celebrate Cedric's victory. Fred sighed, shrugging. Where's Oliver? Harry searched the crowd, but could not spot Wood. He's out in the rain. The amount of rain he's endured today could keep him clean for a lifetime, Fred replied. I must go find him. Harry flung back the covers and attempted to rise from the hospital bed. Harry, you've already caught the snitch before. It's only natural that you missed one this time. Isn't it? Fred and George flanked him, gently guiding him back down onto the bed. Harry, you need to rest. I'll check on Oliver, all right? DeAndre ruffled Harry's hair, handing him a toffee. Ever since she learned of his fondness for toffees, DeAndre always kept some in her pocket. I'm sorry, Auntie, for disappointing you, Harry said, gripping the toffee and lowering his head. How could you? You've never let me down. Harry, you are already remarkable, DeAndre reassured him, noticing his dejection and offering comfort. I understand, Annie. Could you please check on Oliver for me? Harry unwrapped the toffee and popped it into his mouth, rubbing his flushed cheeks, feeling rather childish for needing his aunt's comfort. All right, you rest well. DeAndre gently tousled his hair one last time before departing to find Wood, with Sirius trailing behind her. Chapter 81, Colin. Oliver. DeAndre arrived at the Quidditch pitch only to find Wood gazing up at the sky, his head tilted back. Her immediate concern was whether the rain would cascade into his mouth, fearing that too much rainwater might make him ill. DeAndre, cough, cough, sister. Wood had intended to stand in the rain to clear his thoughts, but upon opening his mouth, he was met with a deluge, nearly choking him. Oliver, are you all right? DeAndre exclaimed, startled, rushing over to cast a waterproof charm, having already caused 2 people to choke today. Cough, cough. I'm all right, cough, Wood replied, clutching his throat as he coughed vigorously. Take it slow, DeAndre said, half laughing as she patted his back, realizing that the boy who had once stood at her height was now a head taller. Thank you, DeAndre. Wood, having regained his composure, let out a bittersweet chuckle. This was his final year competing in Quidditch, and he aspired to join the Puddlemere United team upon graduation, necessitating exceptionally stellar performance. Diane's sister, oh. Rain cascaded down, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was Wood's tears or merely the downpour. It's all right, it's all right. Diane had intended to comfort Wood with a gentle pat on the head, but unexpectedly, Sirius dashed forward and enveloped Wood in a tight embrace, placing himself squarely between Diane and Wood. This sudden maneuver left both Diane and Wood momentarily bewildered, and after a brief pause, Wood managed to respond, Professor Black. Could you please release me? I'm finding it difficult to breathe. Initially, Wood perceived Sirius's actions as a form of consolation, but soon realized it was a blatant attempt at asphyxiation. Sirius, kindly lower your arms. Diane tugged at Sirius's sleeve, concerned that before the boy could fully process his melancholy, he might be throttled by Sirius. I merely wish to offer him some comfort, Sirius defended, relinquishing his hold on Wood. What fault lay in his actions? He simply sought to console his unfortunate student. Is Oliver well? Had the circumstances been more opportune, Diane might have delivered a few well-deserved punches to Sirius. They were there to provide solace, not to commit murder. Fortunately, yes. Perhaps due to Sirius's rather dubious embrace, the somber atmosphere surrounding Wood was disrupted, rendering his sorrow a fleeting emotion. Do not linger in the rain. Return for a warm bath and rest properly. In due time, I shall treat you to a delightful meal, just the 2 of us, ample enough to satisfy. For Diane, few things could alleviate sadness more effectively than a sumptuous meal. which is why she often resorted to such offerings while comforting others. Is that truly possible? Would yearn to indulge in his sorrow a while longer. Being interrupted by Sirius had robbed him of the chance to fully immerse himself in melancholy. Yet, the mere mention of food seemed to shift his perspective. Perhaps it was indeed time to wash off the ring. What could he achieve by wallowing in his misery? Relaxing might be the better course of action. Perhaps next time he could ensure that their opponents score fewer goals. Sister Diane, I feel much better now. I shall return for a hot shower. Wood tousled his damp hair back, emerging as a freshly minted young gentleman. Off you go. But do take care not to catch a cold. Diane playfully tousled Wood's newly arranged hair, wishing to savor these moments while the young wizards were still at school. For soon they might not have the opportunity again. You're taking him out for a meal without me? As soon as Wood departed, Sirius slipped his arm beneath Diane's knees and lifted her effortlessly. Take it easy. Diane had never been carried in such a manner by Sirius before. The fear of falling forced her to lean closer, grasping his shoulders for support. Do not fret, young lady. I would never let you fall. Sirius adjusted his grip, bemused by her sudden proximity. Hold still. Diane squealed as he jostled her, opting to wrap her arms around his neck, vowing to deliver a couple of punches once her feet were back on the ground. Is this a voluntary embrace, my dear? With a playful grin, Sirius felt the softness against his neck and couldn't help but smile wider as he adjusted his hold. Sirius. Yes. Put me down. With that, Diane delivered a playful punch to his arm. No. Sirius, unperturbed by the light blow, chuckled and gave her another playful lift. People will see us. Diane prepared to unleash more punches upon disembarking. Unbeknownst to her, had she been able to see Sirius's face, she would have noticed a cheeky expression. Thus, Sirius carried Diane all the way back to the office, while she kept her gaze lowered, anxious about encountering any young wizards. Naturally, many students spotted the two professors, and Diane attempted to shield her face with Sirius, though it was a futile endeavor. In the following days, the gossip surrounding Professors Evans and Black circulated among the students, as the notion of romantic entanglements between professors was a new and intriguing spectacle compared to the typical student affairs, injecting a modicum of excitement into their otherwise mundane academic lives. We have arrived. At the office door, Sirius set Diane down, and her immediate reaction was to roll her eyes at him. Do not be vexed. Sirius bent slightly to meet her gaze, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, radiating a playful charm. Diane had intended to express her irritation, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Sirius silenced her with a kiss. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she stared into his, and sensing her gaze, Sirius's expression grew even more impish. He raised a hand to obscure her view, admonishing her against looking. A sudden flash from the corner caught Diane's attention, snapping her back to reality. Embarrassed and flustered, she stormed into the office, slamming the door behind her. I may have pushed it too far, Sirius mused, rubbing his nose where it nearly collided with the door, then muttering quietly while smiling at a student lurking around the corner. Colin, clutching his camera, was startled by Sirius's sudden glance and scurried away, having forgotten to turn off his flash. Puffed. Watching Colin flee, Sirius scratched his head in bemusement. He wasn't Snape. Was he truly that intimidating? He had hoped to catch a few decent photographs to keep. What was that lad's name again? Colin Creevy, was it? I shall ask him for a couple of nice shots next time, Sirius thought, glancing at the closed door with a slight smirk before departing. Chapter 82. Hogsmeade. Oh dear. Diane leaned against the door, covering her flushed face with her hands. Although they had been in a relationship for quite some time, such moments were still few and far between. She shook her head, suddenly recalling that Harry was still in the hospital wing. Sirius had nearly made her forget about the child. Regaining her composure, Diane hurried back to the hospital wing. Auntie. Upon entering, Diane spotted Harry's pale face. But why was Sirius also present? It seemed fitting for a godfather to be by the side of a wounded child. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Diane lamented that she had never heard of love making one lose their wits. She felt as though she were acting the fool. Would you like some sweets, Harry? When it came to cheering up children, Diane was limited to head pats, lifting them high, and offering snacks. Lifting him high was no longer an option. He had grown too big for that. Having already patted his head, she was left with only the option of feeding him. Auntie, my Firebolt 2000 is broken. Harry held out the shattered broomstick that Sirius had brought, his expression one of deep disappointment. Well, let me see if I can fix it. Observing Harry's despondent demeanor, Diane resolved to visit the Quidditch shop soon. If it can't be repaired, then so be it. Reluctantly, Harry handed her the nearly obliterated broom, understanding that it was beyond repair. This broom had been a gift from McGonagall, and it had become his steadfast companion throughout their adventures. Even if it could no longer fly, he wished for it to be restored to its former glory. Diane hoped to provide Harry with some comfort, as that broom held significant value for him. If it can be fixed, I would love to hang it in my room. Harry affectionately caressed the Firebolt 2000, clearly reluctant to part with it. It will be displayed proudly in your room, in its entirety. Diane carefully took the broken broom from him. Thank you, Auntie. A hint of color returned to Harry's pallid face. Why are you thanking me? You should be thanking your aunt. Diane playfully tapped Harry's forehead. Isn't that a proper gesture of gratitude? Harry chuckled, rubbing his forehead. You. Diane intended to give Harry another tap, but Sirius, standing behind him, beat her to it. With a resounding smack, Harry felt as though he had fallen off his broomstick and was now experiencing the days of a concussion. Godfather, what are you doing? Harry's hand shifted from his forehead to the back of his head. I'm giving you a perfect childhood, Sirius declared, waving his hand at Harry. Well, thank you. But I don't think I need it, Harry responded, rolling his eyes at Sirius. I reckon you could use another dose of a perfect childhood, Sirius retorted, shaking his hand again, causing Harry to lean back against the hospital bed in fright. Why are you scaring the child? He just fell from the sky, Diane admonished, delivering a light slap to Sirius's head. Oh, isn't this just about giving the child a perfect childhood? Sirius mimicked the same gesture. Observing this, Harry raised an eyebrow at Sirius when Diane wasn't looking. It appeared the latter's resolve had softened, and he should take advantage of Diane's absence to engage in a friendly exchange with the child. Diane gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and said, You take care of yourself, and I'll be heading back now. Should I have your godfather stay with you in the next bed? Madame Pomfrey would throw me out. Sirius interjected. Aunt, I'm not a child anymore. I'm not afraid of the dark. Well, perhaps I could manage. Harry initially intended to refuse, but suddenly recalled the Dementors and the memories he preferred not to delve into. Don't worry. I will talk to Madame Pomfrey, so tonight, Harry, you'll be in my care. Thus, Diane and Harry decided on Sirius's company for the evening. It seems I have no choice in the matter, Sirius shrugged helplessly, resigned to his fate. Nonetheless, he followed Diane as she turned to leave. Aren't you supposed to be with Harry? Diane questioned, looking up at Sirius with her arms crossed. Of course I am. Diane anticipated Sirius's next words. However, instead of a response, she received a gentle kiss. A reward, perhaps? Sirius mused, his fingers brushing his lips as if savoring the moment. So, with this reward, can I return to my duties? Diane, noticing Sirius's gesture, raised her hand to play with her hair, concealing her flushed ears. What could she do? She couldn't very well discard her chosen boyfriend, and besides, a kiss wouldn't cost her anything. Having received my reward, I assure you, I will fulfill my responsibilities. Sirius, taking advantage of Diane's distraction, playfully pinched her cheek. Is this considered an increase in my reward? Diane pushed his hand away from her face. Not at all. It's merely a normal gesture between partners, Sirius grinned, retracting his hand. Just remember to take good care of Harry, Diane said, tilting her head back before turning to leave. Sirius only returned to the hospital wing after watching Diane's figure disappear. Harry's injuries would be healed by Monday, and later in November, Ravenclaw triumphed over Hufflepuff. The rainy days of November were abundant, and everyone trained in the rain, especially Wood, who had become even more fervent since their defeat by Hufflepuff. As for the Dementors, they no longer dared to approach the school and remained outside its boundaries. The term was nearing its end, and perhaps in anticipation of the upcoming holiday, the weather had cleared, allowing the young witches and wizards to joyously discuss their plans to visit Hogsmeade. My dear girl, would you care to accompany me to Hogsmeade? Sirius had been pestering Diane in the library since morning. If we go, will the little wizards still be able to enjoy their playtime? Diane turned a page in her book. True, but I also wish to take the young lady on a date, Sirius lamented, slumped over the table, appearing almost defeated. Once I finish this chapter, shall we rendezvous by the Black Lake? Diane, without lifting her gaze, quickened her reading pace. Really? Sirius exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement at the prospect of a date. Mr. Black, you are no longer a student. I trust you will maintain a modicum of decorum, at least refrain from alarming the students with your exuberance in the library. Madame Pants had appeared behind Sirius, her head throbbing in exasperation. She had hoped that Sirius and his companions would finally depart, only for the twins to arrive. And even Harry had inherited his father's knack for trouble. Now, Sirius had inexplicably returned as a professor, and her library was on the verge of collapse due to their antics. Chapter 83, A Date. I assure you, Madame Pants, I will keep the noise to a minimum. Sirius smiled, promising to behave. Madame Pants, somewhat skeptical, left with lingering doubts. As soon as she was gone, Sirius set aside his book, his gaze fixed intently on Diane. Have you finished, my dear? This was the umpteenth time he had asked. Almost. Just a moment, Diane replied, hastening her reading pace. No matter how fast she read, she couldn't escape Sirius's incessant questioning. How many pages are left? Sirius, nearly bored to tears, felt like gnawing on the table, knowing that a date with Diane awaited him. Done. I've finished. Under Sirius's relentless urging, Diane finally closed her book. Then let us be off. Sirius took Diane's book and placed it on the shelf before taking her hand and leading her outside. I want to run away. Slow down a bit. Diane, still shorter than Sirius, had to jog to keep up with him. Surely, this young lady would never abandon her poor boyfriend. For I am the best boyfriend in the world, Sirius declared. Upon hearing Diane's words, he slowed his pace, but tightened his grip on her hand. Yes, yes. Sirius is indeed the best boyfriend in the world, Diane replied with a smile, squeezing his hand in return. So, the men outside cannot compare to the charm of my own home, can they? Sirius brought Diane's hand to his lips and kissed it. Why is the giant squid by the lake watching us? Diane had grown accustomed to Sirius's playful gestures. If it remembers me, it might want to retaliate, Sirius remarked, eyeing the large head and enormous eyes peeking out of the water. What happened? Diane asked eagerly. Back when we pulled it onto the shore. McGonagall punished us with a month of detention. We were so close to having roasted squid, Sirius reminisced, a hint of regret in his voice. Diane thought she saw the squid in the water quiver at the sound of Sirius's voice. Let us sit here for a while. Sirius guided Diane to the grass, which was soft and inviting, perfect for a lazy nap. Are you tired, my dear? Sirius noticed Diane stifling a yawn. A little, she admitted, rubbing her eyes and shielding them from the glaring sun. Then you should rest, he offered, sitting up to block the sun's rays from her face. All right. Having stayed up late the previous night, Diane felt even sleepier in the gentle breeze. Observing Diane as she began to drift off, Sirius removed his coat and draped it over her. Although the weather was not cold, it was always wise to keep warm while sleeping. Sirius sat for a while, feeling a tinge of boredom. He recalled the soft, sweet, almost petulant sounds that Deandra had made when she was drowsy just moments before. With a playful impulse, he plucked a blade of grass and gently tickled her nose with it. Don't move, he said. Deandra swatted his mischievous hand away and turned her back to him. Content to hear her soft murmurs, Sirius decided not to disturb the already sleepy Deandra. Noticing her face from the angle he was at, he yawned, suddenly feeling a bit drowsy himself. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully turned Deandra over and lay beside her, pulling his coat over their heads before drifting off to sleep. Colin, a second-year student who was not allowed to visit Hogsmeade, happened to pass by and cautiously snapped a few photographs before tiptoeing away. The last time Professor Black had spotted him and viewed the photos, he rewarded Gryffindor with 3 points, suggesting that if in the future he came across any splendid photographs taken by Professor Evans, they could earn more points for the house. Upon waking, Deandra found herself nestled in a familiar sleeping position that she had grown accustomed to during the holidays. Almost every day of the break, she awoke in Sirius's embrace. And now, back at Hogwarts, the absence of the familiar scent of grass made her feel slightly out of place. Awake? Sirius had risen a tad earlier, but the comfort of having the young lady in his arms made him reluctant to let go. He had been deprived of such moments for days, nearly losing sleep over it. Deandra rubbed against his chest, attempting to shake off her drowsiness. Is this you taking advantage of me? Sirius chuckled as he sat up, effortlessly lifting the petite figure beside him. No, it's a perfectly normal action between a couple, Deandra retorted, echoing Sirius's earlier words. Very well then. As he spoke, Sirius leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. How about we venture to Diagon Alley and see if we can repair Harry's broomstick? Just as their faces were about to meet, Deandra shifted back slightly, creating a bit of distance. All right, but you can't avoid me, young lady, Sirius said, seizing Deandra's wrist and leaning in for a fervent kiss. Deandra was taken aback. Their previous kisses had been gentle pecks, but this intensity was a first. Is this all right? Sirius only pulled away when Deandra began to struggle for breath, placing a tender kiss on her lips before sitting up. You. Deandra's face flushed an intense red as she processed what had just transpired. Don't be shy, Sirius teased, brushing his fingers against her warm cheeks and leaning in to reveal his cheeky grin. Humph. Deandra raised her fist, ready to strike him playfully. Don't be angry. Let us go to Diagon Alley, Sirius said, catching her fist and offering a charming smile. Let go of me. Deandra tugged at her hand, which was ensnared in Sirius's grasp, but she didn't pull away or resist further. Don't be upset. Let us head to Diagon Alley. Sirius gently took her hand, coaxing her along. Deandra turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Once they arrived at Diagon Alley, Sirius had successfully calmed her down enough for her to allow him to carry their bags. They inquired about Harry's shattered broomstick at the shop, where the owner informed them that while it might not be able to fly, it could likely be restored. They were relieved to hear this and agreed to return later to collect it. Sirius even chose a firebolt to gift to Harry, naturally, with Deandra footing the bill, as all of Sirius's finances were in her care. Shall we indulge in some ice cream? Deandra suggested, leading Sirius to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Do you truly enjoy it this much? Sirius asked, observing the delight on Deandra's face as she savored her ice cream. He took a taste of his own, finding it lacking compared to hers. "Let me try," he said, tilting his head to grasp her wrist and sampling her ice cream. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Not bad at all. Why not have your own? What are you doing eating mine?" Deandra frowned at the sizable bite taken from her ice cream, playfully twisting Sirius's waist in retaliation. "Ouch, easy there. I still have another." Sirius winced, rubbing his sore side while offering her a taste of his ice cream, feeling that his waist might have turned red from her playful grip. "No. Who would want to eat your ice cream after you've bitten it? I prefer my own," Deandra reasoned, believing her own to be tastier. She took another bite of her ice cream, but a nagging feeling that she had forgotten something crept into her mind. She dismissed it, attributing her distraction to Sirius's antics. "Very well then," Sirius said, gazing at Deandra, whose cheeks were flushed from his teasing, his voice tinged with affection. "Shall we explore a bit longer, or return home?" He sampled his ice cream again, gesturing toward a nearby dessert shop. "Forget it, I don't want to move. I just want to go back and sleep." Deandra yawned, expressing her desire to return to Hogwarts for some rest. "Feeling tired? Would you like me to carry you back?" Sirius seized the opportunity, leaning down to whisper in her ear. "Not in public. Please be mindful." Deandra pushed his head away, exasperated by his clinginess. "Does that mean I can be careless when we're not in public?" Sirius complied, shifting his face away. "Dream on." Deandra playfully poked his cheek before turning to make her way back to Hogwarts. "How does she know I was thinking of her?" Sirius mused, chasing after the briskly walking girl, his strides matching hers. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Deandra shot Sirius an exasperated glance. "How many times must I tell you? I'm really not angry. I'm just being cautious, asking a few extra times." "What if you were angry? I need to know how to soothe you," Sirius replied, gently holding Deandra's hand and pressing a soft kiss to it. "Who wants you to soothe them?" Deandra struggled to adapt to Sirius's affectionate nature. Despite having lived here for many years, she still felt a bit shy about such openness. "Feeling shy again?" Sirius remarked, reaching out to smooth her fiery red hair, his gaze landing on her flushed ears. "No." Deandra quickly pulled her hair back to cover her ears. "Ah, it seems the young lady is not shy, but rather, I am the one who feels bashful." Sirius chuckled, pleased to find that the Muggle romance manuals he had perused were not in vain. Grateful for the lessons he had learned in his Muggle studies class. As the semester sped by, Harry received the firebolt that Sirius had gifted him. Gryffindor triumphed over Ravenclaw and later defeated Slytherin, ultimately securing victory in the Quidditch Cup and bringing the house trophy home. "Auntie, are you sure you're not leaving me behind to engage in some perilous adventure?" Harry leaned against the door of the Black ancestral home, eyeing the two individuals preparing to depart. "I'm off on a date with your auntie. Do you intend to be a third wheel?" Sirius teased, wrapping an arm around Deandra and raising an eyebrow at Harry. "So you're going out to date while taking Dobby along, but leaving me behind? You'd rather I stay with Creature at the Black House?" "I'd much prefer going to Diagon Alley," Harry grumbled, glaring at the adults who seemed to abandon him. "We'll be back in a week." Deandra gently patted Harry's head. "Very well then." Had it not been for his auntie's feelings, he would have insisted on joining them. "Harry, please behave at home. Your auntie and I are off to enjoy some quality time together." To Harry, Sirius now seemed like a prime example of someone who had taken advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. "Do be careful, auntie." Harry chose to ignore Sirius's remark, for it was Sirius who was joyous, while he himself felt the weight of disappointment. Well, if Harry finds himself bored at home, he could always seek out Ron. "Just remember to stay safe," said Diane, expressing her concerns once more before departing. "Don't worry, auntie," Harry replied, sensing that his aunt was overly anxious about him. What could possibly happen to him at home? "Well, we're off now," Diane added, waving goodbye as she took Sirius's hand, and the two of them vanished with a pop, leaving Harry and Creature facing each other. "Is this the Riddle House? Voldemort's ancestral home?" Sirius tugged on Diane's hand, glancing uneasily at the dilapidated structure before them. "Indeed," Diane replied, casting her gaze downward at the desolate and damp surroundings. "So what are we here to do?" Sirius tightened his grip on her hand, feeling a thrill at the prospect of entering the enemy's lair. "We're to excavate his father's grave and retrieve old Tom's bones," Diane said as she walked to the back of the house, where she spotted Tom Riddle's gravestone. "What? Dig up his ancestors' graves? And scatter their ashes?" Sirius exclaimed, stumbling as he nearly lost his balance. "No scattering of ashes. Let us get started," Diane said, wielding a shovel that had mysteriously appeared, digging into the earth while conversing with Sirius. "Why not let Dobby handle this?" Sirius suggested, gesturing toward the house elf. Dobby, ever eager to please, snapped his fingers, and the earth shifted to reveal a coffin. Diane stared at the exposed soil in silence for a moment, recalling that she was a witch. Why was she resorting to manual labor? Dobby snapped his fingers again, and the coffin lid floated aside. Upon seeing the bones within, Diane shivered. It was her first time doing something like this, but it had to be done to thwart Voldemort's resurrection. She levitated the bones aside with a spell, retrieving a new bag from her belongings to place them inside. "Ah, this belongs to Peter Pettigrew," she noted, having just acquired it days prior. After confirming Pettigrew's demise, his body had remained there, now infested with maggots. Diane cleaned it up and utilized a new, enchanted bag, which was compact enough not to raise any alarms. "Miss, whose bones are these?" Sirius asked, bewildered at the sight of human remains in Diane's possession. "Peter Pettigrew's. I brought them because they might come in handy," Diane replied without a second thought. "So, you deceived us when you mentioned going to the Malfoys for a transaction?" Sirius crouched on the ground, scratching his head as he grinned at Diane, who was busy with the bones. Chapter 85, The Quidditch World Cup. Do I have a chance to explain?" Diane paused in her work, having put considerable effort into making the corpse appear more imposing, hoping Voldemort would appreciate the gift. "Explain away," Sirius encouraged, tilting his head with a playful smile. "Well, Diane struggled to articulate her thoughts, eventually giving up and returning to her task. Despite not having excavated before, she felt the need to make it presentable, considering he had seen his family before. "Not going to explain?" Sirius, wanting to assist, reached out, only to be swatted away. "I worked hard to get this right. Don't mess with it," Diane chided him sternly. "You're quite fierce, little girl." "I was merely trying to help," Sirius replied, nursing his now red hand. "It's done," Diane said, tossing a handful of ash onto the grave and rearranging the soil to avoid detection. "What do we do with these bones?" Sirius pointed at the old Tom's remains they had unearthed. "Shall we take them for now?" Diane suggested, placing Riddle's bones into the bag that had previously held Pettigrew's. "I'll carry it," Sirius insisted, taking the bag from her. After all, such items shouldn't be in the hands of a young girl, lest she be frightened. He conveniently ignored that Diane had been carrying Pettigrew's bones for days. "So, does this mean we have time for a date?" Sirius asked, a hopeful expression on his face as he tucked the bag away. "We can, but first, I need a moment to chat with Dobby," Diane said, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. "All right, I'll wander around. I'm quite curious to see Voldemort's ancestral home," Sirius replied, eyeing the crumbling estate, pondering whether it could be set ablaze. "Just be careful not to use magic and scare the muggles," Diane cautioned. "Understood," Sirius waved dismissively, his hand still in his pocket. "Dobby, this is the Riddle house. Have you memorized the route?" This dilapidated structure would play a crucial role in her future plans. "Miss Evans." "Dobby has committed it to memory," the elf responded, glancing around nervously at the unsettling surroundings. "I will be counting on you," Diane said, stretching lazily. As everything was nearly prepared, they were merely waiting for the right moment. "Not a bother at all. Dobby is delighted to assist Miss Evans," he said, his spirits high, eager to finally be of service. "I'm back. Have you finished your chat?" Sirius sauntered lazily from the other side of the house, having found nothing of interest aside from weeds and more weeds, preferring the company of the young girl instead. "After our discussion, Dobby can return, as we can't allow Harry to be left alone," Diane said. She had initially intended to capture Antonin Dolohov during the holiday, but upon reflection, she realized she had no idea where he might be hiding. There were countless places to conceal oneself, and finding him could take an eternity. Waiting for him to emerge seemed more prudent. "I've planned it all out. This week is ample time for us to explore the wizarding world, and perhaps even the muggle world. If time permits, we can venture to China," she declared, upon hearing that their time together was finally approaching. Sirius nearly pulled out his stack of parchment filled with plans. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. A week is hardly sufficient. Perhaps we should leave Harry at home for a month instead," he mused aloud, already envisioning their idyllic life without him for an extended period. "Perhaps in due time. Once Harry graduates, we can visit China, and I wish to see the beautiful landscapes of my ancestral homeland," Diane replied, yearning to revisit the world she once called home. "All right, let us explore these places together," Sirius said, eyeing the parchment that seemed to have materialized from nowhere, filled with scribbled notes. Diane, glancing at the densely written parchment, licked her lips. She felt overwhelmed at the prospect of visiting every location, yet seeing the excitement in Sirius's eyes made her nod and agree. Over the next few days, the two explored much of England, visiting various delightful spots in the Muggle world. "So, do you two remember that there's a poor child waiting for your return at home?" Harry raised an eyebrow as he watched the pair come back in the evening. "Ah, good evening, Harry," Diane responded, feeling as though she had been caught on a date. Despite being the elder, Mrs. Weasley sent a letter saying that the Quidditch World Cup will be held on Monday night. "Do you want to go?" Harry waved the letter in his hand. "I'll respond and let her know we'll visit the Weasleys tomorrow morning," Diane replied after reading the letter. "I just got back today," Harry yawned, having waited all day for them to return, feeling exhausted. "Thank you for waiting for us. Harry, we brought you a gift." Diane produced a crimson gift box from her bag and extended it towards Harry. "Thank you, Auntie." Harry accepted the present, reflecting on how his aunt, even while away, had remembered him. Rest early. May you have sweet dreams tonight. Diane gently patted Harry's head. I shall return to my room now. Do take care and rest well, Auntie. Clutching the gift box, Harry felt a flicker of comfort in his heart, relieved that he had not been entirely forgotten. After soothing Harry, Diane turned to Sirius and inquired, Are you heading to rest? Sirius reached out, pinching Diane's cheek with his fingertip, teasing, The moment you return, your gaze is solely for Harry. It's as if I'm invisible. Not at all. I've been with you these past few weeks, Diane protested. Her words slightly muffled as she squirmed under his grip. I owe you an apology. Sirius, amused by her unclear articulation, gave her cheek another gentle pinch. Though his touch was not painful, merely leaving faint impressions on her skin, the enlarged visage of Sirius before her momentarily left her dazed. Have you consented to apologize? He quipped, observing her flustered expression with a smirk. Before Diane could fully comprehend, Sirius lightly pinched her cheek again and leaned closer. Their lips brushed momentarily. And during that fleeting contact, Sirius playfully nibbled at her. Why did you have to bite? Just kiss, Diane exclaimed, finally regaining her senses as she swatted Sirius's hand away, covering her mouth while internally reciting, Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Chapter 86, The Unexpected Fall. Perhaps it was too tempting? Sirius mused uncertainly, initially intending only a kiss, but finding himself unable to resist a playful bite, likening it to the softness of cotton candy. Diane believed she had become accustomed to Sirius's playful affections, only to realize she was still woefully unfamiliar with him. What is with that look? Are you yearning for another moment of intimacy? Sirius observed, seemingly resolute as he approached Diane once more for a playful nibble. What are you doing? Diane exclaimed, covering her cheek as she realized her lack of understanding regarding Sirius. Who bites someone's face? Are you part dog? I simply wanted a taste, Sirius admitted, sensing he might have upset her, and pulled her into a comforting embrace. Feeling the need to soothe her after his playful indiscretion. I had no idea you possessed such a predatory side. Diane, momentarily taken aback by the sudden embrace, eventually responded by touching her cheek, where his bite had left a mark. Can I claim this was an accident? Sirius held her tightly, worried that she might misconstrue him as a creep. Are you sure it wasn't he premeditated? Diane retorted, a mix of irritation and shyness evident in her demeanor. In her mind, two little figures were bickering, one condemning his audacity to bite, while the other, acknowledging him as her boyfriend, suggested that such playful bites might be permissible. Shaking her head to dispel the conflicting thoughts, she extricated herself from Sirius's embrace, playfully stomped on his foot, and ascended the stairs without looking back. Diane, adopting a mindset of preferring rest over contemplation, prepared to retire for the night. Wait, don't go. Sirius called after her, hastening to catch up. After a week of wandering, we should rest well. Diane, naturally inclined towards slumber, had spent the last few days trailing a spirited lion across much of England, nearly exhausting herself. What? You're going to rest? Take me with you. Sirius trotted alongside her, not wishing to be alone in the empty room. He craved her closeness. As Diane approached her room, ready to close the door for sleep, Sirius's hand blocked her path. She tugged at the door, but Sirius held it firmly shut, resulting in a playful tug-of-war between the weary Diane and the determined Sirius, who insisted she should return to her own room. Your room is too far. I don't want to go over there, he protested, exhibiting a resolve that suggested he would not yield easily, despite his room being directly across from hers. Fine. Do as you wish, Diane sighed, genuinely fatigued and yearning for rest. All right, Sirius relented, eventually settling into bed with her, finding solace in holding the soft, fragrant girl against him, in stark contrast to the previous nights spent apart. Meanwhile, Diane had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. Good morning. Are you ready, Harry? Diane awoke early and nudged Sirius awake as well. Morning, Auntie. Are we set to leave? Harry yawned, slowly descending the stairs. Indeed. We shall use flue powder to reach the burrow, Diane indicated towards the fireplace. All right, to the burrow, Harry declared, tossing a handful of flue powder into the flames, which ignited an emerald green. He stepped into the fireplace, uttering the destination, and promptly vanished. Your turn, Sirius. Diane handed the flue powder to him. You go first. He replied, accepting the box from her. To the burrow, Diane proclaimed, flinging another handful of powder into the fire before disappearing herself. Coughing slightly, Diane emerged covered in soot, losing her balance and plopping onto the ground. Oh dear, you've arrived. Be careful, Mrs. Weasley remarked, casting a cleaning charm on Diane. Just as she prepared to offer a warm embrace, another figure emerged from the fireplace. Although Mrs. Weasley's warning prompted Diane to lift her gaze, it was too late. She could only watch as Sirius collided with her. Oof. Sirius, unable to stop in time, knocked Diane to the ground, though he managed to shield her head. Yet her body landed heavily. He followed her down, but fortunately, braced himself on his knees, resulting in an amusingly perfect fall. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Mr. Weasley, who had just come downstairs, inquired, observing the comical scene. It was an accident, Diane insisted, pushing Sirius away to urge him to rise. Utterly mortified, and wishing to find a place to hide. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius greeted politely, casting a cleaning charm on both himself and Diane before extending a hand to her. Thank you, she replied, taking his hand and standing up while brushing off non-existent dust in an attempt to alleviate her embarrassment. It appears the two of you share a close bond, Mr. Weasley noted, shaking Sirius's hand. Indeed, quite well, Sirius replied, feeling, for some inexplicable reason, as though he had suddenly aged a decade since becoming Diane's boyfriend. George, Mrs. Weasley's call interrupted their conversation, the tone indicating another mischief from the twins. I'm Fred. What has George done now? George glanced at Fred, as if confirming his identity. All right, Fred, what have you brought? Nothing at all. George retreated a step, covering his pocket, a gesture that revealed everything. Incoming. Mrs. Weasley, aware of her son's antics, pointed her wand at his pocket and uttered a spell. Strange and peculiar objects erupted from George's pocket, and his expression suggested that the world was on the brink of destruction. You all, it would be prudent to present everything at once. Mrs. Weasley, upon seeing those bizarre items, instantly recognized them as the products of her children's mischievous antics. George and Fred reluctantly rummaged through their pockets, extracting a few prank items with faces betraying their unwillingness. I am aware that you possess more. Hand them over. Mrs. Weasley demonstrated her profound understanding of her offspring. There's truly nothing left. Not a single item. In a desperate attempt to prove their innocence, the twins displayed every pocket on their bodies. Come forth, come forth. Mrs. Weasley shouted multiple times, and a plethora of prank products emerged from their very beings, even a contraption escaping from Fred's sock. Chapter 87, Mr. Diggory. We spent ages crafting those. Fred lamented, glancing at the toffees now carelessly discarded on the ground. Considering you both achieved 3 OS on your OWLs, I shall refrain from discarding these. They will be temporarily entrusted to DeAndre, to be returned when you exhibit proper behavior. Without hesitation, Mrs. Weasley delivered a swift punch to the twins' heads, resulting in lumps of equal size. That stings. It must be said, Mrs. Weasley truly was the twins' mother, her strikes lacking any gentleness. Darling, should they misbehave on the way, fret not. A few more swats will set them right, she advised DeAndre, her concern evident. For her children were notoriously unruly. Observing DeAndre's well-behaved Harry, so obedient, so charming, she mused that had she not feared birthing twins like them again, she might have wished for another child as compliant as Harry. They're generally quite obedient, DeAndre remarked, glancing at the forlorn twins behind Mrs. Weasley, uttering words that made Mrs. Weasley believe she had never heard such praise before. I thought I would never hear anyone praise their obedience. Mrs. Weasley understood that DeAndre's words stemmed from pity for the twins. After their prank products were confiscated, the twins' gait reflected a palpable sense of exhaustion. Be careful on your way. Mrs. Weasley offered no further attention to her mischievous children, merely kissing Mr. Weasley's cheek as a farewell. Goodbye, enjoy yourselves. Very well, Mrs. Weasley. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Sirius, and DeAndre set off. They began their journey early, the moon still hanging in the sky, the air biting cold. Achoo! Ron, walking in the middle, sneezed, prompting Sirius, trailing behind DeAndre, to remove his coat and drape it over her. Ron glanced back, silently cast a warming charm upon himself, and chose not to look that way. Turning to see Harry giving his coat to Ginny. None of you know how to cast a warming charm, do you? Why is everyone shedding their coats? Have you all evolved to the point of no longer feeling the cold? Achoo! Still lost in his thoughts, Ron suddenly heard Hermione's voice and instinctively removed his coat, offering it to her. Thank you. Only when Hermione donned the coat did he realize his folly. He too had acted foolishly. Oh, Fred. Oh, George. We shouldn't be here. Fred and George observed as the others divested themselves of their coats, and in a bid for camaraderie, they exchanged theirs. Their father was already married, and given their companions' varying relationships, they felt a profound sense of solitude. Wait, George, I have a good rapport with Angelina, Fred declared, wearing George's coat, his expression appearing rather cheeky to George. Huh. George reclaimed his coat, tossing Fred's back. He had no intention of walking alongside someone in a relationship. Are you upset, George? Surely not. Fred began his teasing. What are you doing? George retorted. George, you still have those tongue toffee sweets. Fred exclaimed, revealing an enormous, unwieldy tongue, reaching out to grab George's clothing. Hey, one fell on the ground, and I happened to pick it up. Lucky you. George quickly darted a few steps away, creating distance between himself and Fred. "What are you two up to?" DeAndre inquired, having appeared behind them unbeknownst to either. "DeAndre, sister." Fred hastily shielded his swollen tongue. But it was too late. DeAndre had already caught sight of it. "Uff, are you all right?" "I'm not laughing on purpose." DeAndre couldn't help but chuckle at Fred's tongue. "No worries, laugh away," Fred replied, embracing the situation, making faces rather than concealing his tongue. "Uff, I'm not laughing at you." DeAndre covered her mouth, casting a restoration charm, returning Fred to his original appearance. "George, you're in trouble." Fred rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront George. "Amos." Fred's raised hand was interrupted by Mr. Weasley's voice. The young wizards turned toward the sound, spotting a brown-bearded man shaking hands with Mr. Weasley. "Allow me to introduce Amos Diggory, and this is his son Cedric. You should be familiar with him, Mr. Weasley introduced the two. "Oh, we certainly know him." Fred and George chimed in, each throwing an arm over Cedric's shoulders, their playful antics leaving smudges on his pristine clothes. "Long time no see, George." Fred, Cedric greeted amiably. "Oh, you must be Professor Black and Professor Evans." Along with Harry Potter, Mr. Diggory seemed quite thrilled. "Oh, our Cedric is quite the exemplary student, always so modest and exceedingly gentlemanly." Mr. Diggory couldn't stop gushing about Cedric's merits. Indeed, it was essential to sing praises of one's accomplished offspring. "Certainly, Cedric excels at school." As Mr. Diggory spoke, DeAndre occasionally interjected with compliments for Cedric, for the admirable Hufflepuff truly deserved recognition. Mr. Diggory appeared to have found a kindred spirit, passionately extolling Cedric's virtues, while DeAndre chimed in with her own praises. "Dad, we should be on our way." Cedric, blushing from head to neck under the dual praise, could no longer endure the accolades showered upon him. "Oh yes, look at my mind wandering," Mr. Diggory chuckled, holding up a tattered boot. "You merely need to touch the portkey, extending just a finger like this." 11 individuals crowded around the worn boot, Mr. Weasley quietly counting numbers as he glanced at his watch. Upon reaching 1, DeAndre felt herself lift off the ground, even sensing Sirius's arm encircling her waist. When they landed, aside from Cedric, the young wizards had become a tangled mess. In the children's group, Ginny had toppled on a Harry. Hermione was cradled in Ron's arms, and the twins had rolled into a heap. As for the adults, DeAndre was shielded by Sirius, covering her face in his embrace. Among them, only the twins pushed each other away in mutual disdain. Chapter 88, The Tent. At 5:07, a sudden voice shattered the silence, causing the embraced individuals to separate. With the exception of Sirius and DeAndre, Sirius Black raised an eyebrow as he observed the various couples parting ways. He was a man of significance, unlike them, who could not embrace openly. The desolate location they found themselves in was marked by the presence of 2 weary men standing ahead, clad in attire reminiscent of Muggles. One wizard held a shimmering golden watch, while the other grasped parchment and a quill, appearing more like a Muggle in mismatched clothing. "Good morning, Mr. Weasley," he greeted, picking up an old boot from the ground and handing it to the wizard, who tossed it into a box behind him. Mr. Weasley engaged in conversation with Sirius and the 2 exhausted wizards for a while Diana listened intently to Mr. Diggory discussing Cedric, faintly catching mentions of the Forbidden Forest, quarter, and venue. "All right, let us be off," Mr. Weasley declared after their discussion, leading them to a stone cottage. Sirius and Mr. Weasley exchanged a few words with a man inside who appeared very much like a Muggle, before casting a forgetfulness charm and retrieving 2 tents. A good deal of galleons for this, but thankfully there's the charm. Sirius and Mr. Weasley each carried a tent back towards the camp entrance. "Ron, do you think every wizard must cast a forgetfulness charm on a tent whenever they purchase one?" Harry glanced around at the oddly dressed wizards, covering his face in exasperation. "Why not? As a pure-blood wizard who has never encountered Muggles, I find it quite normal," Ron responded. "Never mind," Harry remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Ron before silently praying to Merlin for the Muggle's sake, hoping he wouldn't fall victim to a dozen forgetfulness charms in a single day. Upon entering the venue, they immediately spotted the Malfoy family's tent. After all, no one would tether a peacock to a tent entrance. "Good morning, Draco Malfoy." Having just exited the lavish tent, initially approached to greet them, but upon seeing the crowd, he merely uttered a single word before retreating back inside. "Oh, I must practice dueling with Draco next time," Ron muttered through clenched teeth, watching as Draco cast a fleeting glance their way before disappearing. As Ron vented about Draco to Harry, they had reached their designated area, which was marked by 2 signs, one reading Weasley and the other Black. Mr. Weasley appeared quite excited, as the Quidditch pitch was adjacent to the woods. "How on earth are we supposed to set up this tent?" Mr. Weasley lamented, eyeing the tent with worry. Aside from his own uncertainties, there were 2 troublesome twins nearby, making him feel that success was unlikely today. "Well, if we can't manage the tent. Let us see how Sirius and the others are faring with theirs. Mr. Weasley turned to find a magnificent, newly erected tent, along with Sirius, who was busy catering to Diana. Diana, could you lend us a hand? Mr. Weasley waved to her, opting not to call upon Sirius, as he presumed the young master of the Black family had never interacted with Muggle items. Coming, Diana responded, having overheard Mr. Weasley. Upon turning, she beheld the perilously constructed tent. All done. In no time, the tent was set up, and Diana brushed off the dust from her hands, admiring her handiwork. Oh, Diana, you are truly marvelous, Mr. Weasley said, affectionately patting her on the head, having known her for many years and considering her like a daughter. Now that the tent is ready, we can begin preparing the meal. Mr. Weasley rubbed his hands together, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Oh, Dad, we want to eat what Sister Diana makes. The twins protested, unwilling to let their father take the reins in the kitchen. You'll only have fried eggs and sausages. Then, Mr. Weasley replied, casting a disapproving glance at his sons, opting instead to give each a playful punch. I brought plenty of food. Perhaps we could have hot pot, Diana suggested, observing the twins, who, despite their daily beatings, still managed to persist with their schemes. Oh, really? The twins, who had just been playfully struck, did not cradle their heads in dismay, but instead dashed into the black tent in search of a hot pot. Mr. Weasley, witnessing his sons rush into another tent without so much as a greeting, felt emboldened by their enthusiasm. We need some water. I recall there was a tap indicated on the Muggle map, Mr. Weasley said, pulling out a map and handing a bucket he had rummaged from the tent to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. All right, Dad. Ron accepted the map and bucket, passing the map on to Hermione, as he didn't believe he and Harry could decipher it properly. After they departed, Mr. Weasley rummaged through his belongings and found a matchbox, pondering how to start a fire, while Sirius joined him, both men appearing rather childish among the children. Eventually, after exhausting half the box of matches, Diana could no longer watch and demonstrated how to ignite the fire, effortlessly lighting it. Following her demonstration, Sirius and Mr. Weasley quickly learned to use matches, though regrettably, they were startled enough to throw the match straight to the ground. As they awaited the pot to heat the oil for the hot pot, Bill, Charlie, and Percy emerged from the woods and approached them. Oh, nothing is more delightful than arriving just in time for hot pot, Percy exclaimed upon seeing the bubbling pot surrounded by everyone. May we join you? Cedric, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, was accompanied by Mr. Diggory. Perhaps we can prepare 2 pots, Diana suggested, retrieving a second pot from the tent, washing it, and starting to heat oil. Halfway through the meal, Draco and Mr. Weasley's friend, Mr. Bagman, also joined their gathering. Oh, Arthur, this is absolutely delicious. If only there were wine, Mr. Bagman remarked, slapping Mr. Weasley on the shoulder while shoving a slice of lamb into his mouth. Don't even think about it. We must avoid any mishaps at this juncture, Mr. Weasley replied, enjoying the meal himself. Oh, by the way, these are my children, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, or George, Ron, Ginny, and Diana. These are their friends, Harry, Hermione, Cedric, and Draco. As for Mr. Black and Mr. Diggory, they don't require an introduction, Mr. Weasley elaborated, expending considerable effort to introduce the large group. Chapter 89, The Bet. This hot pot is delightful. Oh, not that. I mean, they are all splendid. Mr. Bagman mumbled with a mouthful of meat. He even paused for a moment upon hearing Harry's name, initially intending to glance over, but was instantly distracted by a twin brandishing a piece of lamb, losing interest in Harry altogether. He was already inept with chopsticks, resorting to a fork instead, and naturally, he was slower than others at eating. Now, with his back turned to Harry, he feared that by the time he looked back, the food would have vanished. After weighing the pros and cons for a second, Mr. Bagman opted to continue indulging in the hot pot. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Ludo Bagman, and it is thanks to him that we were able to secure such excellent tickets, Mr. Weasley said, expertly using his chopsticks to enjoy a piece of vegetable, which was a stark contrast to Mr. Bagman's struggles with his utensils. Everyone relished the hot pot. And after the meal, Mr. Bagman pulled Mr. Weasley aside. Arthur, would you care to place a bet? After finishing the hot pot, Mr. Bagman began recounting the details of the wager. At last, Mr. Weasley placed a bet of 1 galleon, while the twins wagered their entire savings, even putting up a fake wand. The little vault, upon witnessing Mr. Weasley, was utterly astonished. He had to concede that in his lifetime, he might not have had as much secret money as his 2 sons combined. Oh, this is truly magnificent. It is indeed something special. The fake wand in Mr. Bagman's hand transformed into a rubber chicken. I'll offer 5 galleons to purchase it. Oh, children, you really shouldn't be gambling. I mean, you're still quite young. Mr. Weasley was at a loss for how to advise his 2 sons. No, Arthur, they are grown up. They know what they are doing. Mr. Bagman interjected, interrupting Mr. Weasley's attempt to speak. Shaking the coins in his pocket, Mr. Bagman felt an overwhelming sense of possession over the contents within. He further assessed the twins' betting odds, declaring them quite favorable, and then took out a quill and parchment to inscribe the twins' names, fearful they might have a change of heart. As he spoke, Mr. Bagman engaged in conversation about Barty Crouch, and Percy visibly became animated at the mention of the name. Deandra was toasting by the fire, while Sirius, wrapped in his coat, listened drowsily until a sudden scream startled him awake. It was Barty Crouch who had roused her. Were you frightened? Sirius gazed at Deandra, who opened her eyes, looking utterly bewildered, and gently rubbed her ears. No. Deandra rubbed her face to awaken herself a little more, asking, what happened? Barty Crouch just came and has already left. Sirius wrapped the coat around Deandra a bit tighter. She couldn't catch a chill right after waking. Barty Crouch? Deandra turned her still groggy mind, recalling Barty Crouch, one of Voldemort's most trusted aides, the father of young Barty. Well, there is still plenty of time before the Quidditch match begins. Shall we rest a bit longer? Sirius whispered to Deandra, holding her close. All right. Deandra nestled into Sirius's embrace, wrapping herself in the coat and drifting back to sleep. Though she had not gone to bed late the previous night, the week of travel had left her utterly fatigued. Sirius watched Deandra as she fell asleep again, gently brushing aside the hair that covered her face. Carefully, he lifted Deandra and headed toward the Black family tent. He initially intended to watch her sleep outside. However, the noise outside was far too disruptive, and he did not wish for Deandra to wake again, so he opted for the tent's quieter interior. As he lifted Deandra, his hands trembled slightly, yet he managed to step steadily into the tent. The contrast between the inside and outside was striking. From the outside, it appeared to be a modest tent, but once inside, one would discover it resembled the Black ancestral home almost perfectly. Sirius skillfully opened the door to the master bedroom, cradling Deandra as he entered, placing her gently on the bed, removing her coat, and then settling down beside her. All these actions executed seamlessly. Having spent 10 years in Azkaban, Sirius had lost all sense of day and night, only occasionally hearing the sound of crashing waves. Consequently, when he tried to rest, he could hardly tell how long he had been at it. The food there was hardly fit for human consumption. He had felt little pain until just days ago, when it seemed as though his sensitivity had suddenly returned, causing him discomfort sporadically. Azkaban had nearly ruined his body. Now, he found himself in a state where eating led to stomach pain, and whether he ate or not, sleep eluded him. The only time he could relax was when he was beside Deandra. Holding her, he grimaced against the pain from the spicy hot pot he had just consumed. It had been quite some time since he had felt pain, and it was oddly novel. Sirius trembled as he embraced Deandra, seeking a comfortable position to drift into slumber. Sirius? Deandra awoke to find him drenched in cold sweat, clearly enduring some unbearable agony. I'm fine. A few trembling words escaped Sirius's lips, and Deandra finally understood the meaning of being tough on the outside, yet fragile on the inside. Auntie, the Quidditch match is about to start. Let us go. Harry's voice called from outside, and Deandra glanced at Sirius, realizing that in his current state, he was in no condition to attend the match. I'm fine, no. Don't worry about me, Sirius insisted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. How could I not worry about you? Deandra sighed, gently tapping Sirius on the forehead with her knuckles. I'll just have a word with Harry. Stepping outside, Deandra addressed Harry. I'm sorry, Harry, but your godfather isn't feeling well right now, so we may not be able to go. What is wrong with him? Does he need anything? Even though Harry was not particularly fond of Sirius's constant attachment to his aunt, he still regarded him as family. It's nothing. I'll take good care of him. And please, avoid placing any bets, as many will renege on their debts. After giving Harry a couple of reminders, she let him join the Weasley family. Returning to the room, Deandra observed Sirius's current condition and sighed heavily. Little girl, I want tea die, will I? Sirius, hearing her sigh, began to contemplate where he might be laid to rest. It's nothing, just not feeling well. I'll brew you a potion. Deandra kissed Sirius's forehead and prepared to turn to another room to concoct the potion. No, don't go. Chapter 90, The Goblins of the Little Imp. I want to see you. In his weakened state, Sirius's plea was impossible for Deandra to refuse. Patients always had special rights. All right, I want tea leave. I'll make the potion right here. Let me just gather the ingredients. Deandra affectionately ruffled Sirius's hair before retrieving her potion-making tools. Fortunately, the luxurious tent was well-stocked, even containing ingredients specifically for potion-making. Deandra quickly gathered what she needed and returned, concerned about being delayed and finding Sirius searching for her on the floor. Here, drink this. She held out a potion freshly brewed from the cauldron, still exuding a bitter aroma, to Sirius. No, I don't want anything that tastes bad. Perhaps due to his illness, the bedridden Sirius appeared especially vulnerable. How could it be good if it doesn't taste bad? Deandra propped him up slightly, presenting the potion before him, almost ready to pour it into his mouth. Fine. Sirius raised his hand to accept the potion, wishing Deandra would feed it to him, but he lacked the courage to ask. Good, now get some rest. Deandra helped him lie back down, tucking him in snugly with the blankets. I need you to stay with me. Sirius extended his hand from beneath the covers, grasping Deandra's sleeve. He felt as though he were on the brink of death, thus reluctant to let her leave. All right. Deandra patted Sirius on the head and settled down beside him. Sirius tugged at Deandra's sleeve, and before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, for there were soothing agents within the potion. Deandra watched over the sleeping Sirius, gently prying his fingers from her sleeve before heading to the kitchen. She planned to make him some porridge and decided that she would administer a potion to him daily. Upon returning to find Sirius still asleep, she took hold of his wrist, inspecting the bracelet adorning it. Was this what was causing the issue? Deandra had initially intended to nurture Sirius back to health gradually, yet she had not anticipated the extent of his physical deterioration. Diane busied herself for a while, carefully removing the items from Sirius's hands, pondering that it would be prudent to avoid carrying any unexpected objects. What are you doing? She inquired. As Sirius regained consciousness, he felt significantly better, and upon glancing to the side, he noticed the cherished bracelet he had always valued had been taken off by the young girl. This is broken, Diane remarked, holding the mangled remains of the bracelet in her hand. But it shouldn't be dismantled in such a manner, Sirius replied, reclaiming the fragmented pieces from Diane. For this was the very first gift she had ever given him. Observing the preciousness of Sirius's expression, Diane contemplated for a moment and suggested, it encountered a slight mishap. How about I give you a new one? As she spoke, Diane removed a pendant from around her neck and handed it to Sirius, deftly taking back the broken bracelet. What is this? Sirius asked, curiously examining the item in his hand. The pendant was simply crafted, containing a small white sphere interspersed with a hint of black, encased in protective metal. How should I put it? It might represent my half-life, Diane mused, contemplating that her half-soul could indeed symbolize her very essence. Wow, your half-life? Then I must wear it with care, Sirius said, adorning the pendant around his neck, believing Diane was merely jesting to amuse him in his weakened state. Just be sure not to shatter the little sphere inside. Of course, if I were to perish, and you crushed it before me, I might just resurrect, provided it isn't in a shattered state. Diane recognized that Sirius perceived this as a jest, yet she chose not to clarify, as she did not wish to burden him with worry. If asked whether she feared for Sirius's accidental damage, she would assert that she believed he would never willingly harm something she had bestowed upon him. Does this mean I can kiss the owner of my half-life at any moment? Sirius inquired, unabashedly leaning toward Diane after just awakening from illness. Well then, a kiss. Diane chuckled, granting him a playful peck. With this, I can have countless kisses? Sirius grinned, lifting the necklace around his neck. Indeed. Would you like to rest a bit longer? Diane asked, observing Sirius's still pale complexion. No, I feel much better now. By the way, where's my bracelet? Sirius, who had been smiling foolishly while fiddling with the pendant, suddenly remembered the mangled bracelet. I'm temporarily keeping it safe. I will return it once it has been repaired, Diane replied, placing the bracelet in a small box, assuring him she would take good care of it. Having just received a new gift, Sirius was particularly easy to please. He believed everything Diane said without question. I'm back. Harry's voice echoed from the hall, and Diane realized that quite some time had passed unnoticed. She had seemingly forgotten about the porridge. Oh, I apologize, she said, having repeated this sentiment numerous times during Sirius's recovery. It's quite all right, truly. You know I have little interest in Quidditch, Diane reassured him. I also made some porridge, intending for you to have it when you woke. But I forgot to switch it to warming mode. It should still be warm. Let me check, she said, skillfully ruffling Sirius's hair like a mother would a child before exiting to tend to the porridge and to see Harry's return. How did it go today, Harry? Diane inquired, observing the exuberant boy. Absolutely splendid, Harry exclaimed, excitedly recounting the details of the match. However, as Diane had only a vague understanding of Quidditch, she could only respond occasionally, her primary focus being the porridge, which had unfortunately cooled and required reheating. Oh, Fred and George won their bet, but Ludo Bagman attempted to deceive them with leprechaun gold. Thankfully, they caught on in time. Upon hearing that the twins had won their wager, Harry recalled his aunt's warning and glanced at his pouch, suddenly reminded of Professor Anthony's lessons about leprechauns. His instincts had always been remarkably accurate, so he insisted that Ludo Bagman exchange the galleons for silver sickles, though Bagman's expression soured upon realizing this. Ultimately, under Harry's insistence, Bagman begrudgingly exchanged the gold coins for silver sickles. The twins received a substantial bag of silver sickles. Initially perplexed, but soon realized that the galleons won by others had vanished without a trace hours later, comprehending that they had almost fallen victim to Bagman's trickery. which Harry had uncovered just in time. In gratitude, the twins playfully smacked Harry on the back, their exuberance causing him to stumble slightly. Chapter 91, Chaos. As Diane listened to Harry recount his experiences while reheating the porridge, he concluded his tale. It seems you all had quite the eventful evening. Would you like a bowl of porridge? She offered, dishing out the freshly warmed meal. Oh, how is my godfather? Harry suddenly recalled his ailing godfather as he laid eyes on the porridge. He is much better now, Diane replied, handing Harry a bowl and then serving herself another. It is rather late. Make sure to rest well, Harry, she said, patting his head and bidding him good night. Alas, the child has grown so tall. In just 2 more years, he will be unable to reach my head. All right. Auntie, you should also rest early, Harry replied, carrying his bowl back to his room. Intending to reflect on the Quidditch match that evening, which he hoped would significantly enhance his own skills. Meanwhile, in another room, no, the porridge is too hot, Sirius protested, taking advantage of his current illness as he allowed the young girl to feed him. All right, Diane thought, having always been indulgent toward her boyfriend. Considering she had never had a boyfriend before nor raised a child, nurturing Sirius as she had once done for young Harry, Diane gently fed him spoonfuls of porridge. As he savored the warm meal, Sirius wondered if he should feign illness thrice daily in hopes of relishing such treatment every day. You'd best not entertain thoughts of falling ill every day, Diane said, lightly tapping his forehead. I'm not thinking of being sick every day. Merely contemplating being ill 3 times a day, he dared not voice the latter part. Sirius grasped Diane's finger as she withdrew it and inquired, It's quite late. Shall we rest? Oh, you, Diane playfully retracted her finger, poking his forehead. Just then, a sudden scream interrupted their exchange. Something has happened outside. Sirius and Diane exchanged concerned glances and spoke in unison. We must go. At that moment, Sirius could no longer feign illness and hastily descended from the bed, declaring, Let us check on Harry. They swiftly knocked on Harry's door, and Sirius entered to rouse him. What are you doing, godfather? Harry, abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream by Sirius's slap, asked. Get up. We need to find the Weasley family, Sirius urged, pulling Harry to his feet. What is going on? Harry inquired, now alert to the commotion outside. There has been a bit of trouble. Let us step outside and see. Rubbing his eyes to gain clarity, Harry grabbed a jacket and followed Sirius outside. As they emerged, they spotted the Weasley family rushing out, all heading toward the woods where a group of masked wizards was present, along with individuals struggling in their grasp. You all head into the forest. Remember to keep safe. Sirius offered a few words of caution. Among the young wizards he addressed was Draco, who had been reluctantly brought along. Take care, godfather. Stay safe, Sirius. Sirius chose to assist Mr. Weasley in organizing order, while DeAndre led a group of young wizards into the woods to ensure their safety. Forward, DeAndre urged, allowing the young wizards to proceed ahead while the twins cleared the path, with her trailing behind to protect them. In the dimly lit forest, a throng of people stumbled along, accompanied by the sounds of children crying. DeAndre cast a flickering lumos to illuminate their surroundings. Fortunately, they had not lost many. Hold hands. At least one of you with another, and remember to protect our young ladies, DeAndre instructed. Upon hearing this, the twins, intent on safeguarding their little sister, turned to find Harry, the Weasley family's pet pig, had taken hold of a young girl's hand. Oh my! They exchanged an eye roll at this sight, clasping each other's hands, while Ron held Hermione's hand. As for Draco, DeAndre had to personally hold his hand, recognizing that a group of young Gryffindors might not be particularly welcoming to a small Slytherin. Why must a Malfoy follow you lot? Draco grumbled. They wouldn't dare touch me. This is too much exertion for a pampered Malfoy. DeAndre grasped Draco's hand, hoping to ease his burden. Because it's far too dangerous, she replied. Draco, now devoid of any thought beyond simply following, continued on in silence. They encountered many individuals along the way, finally pausing to rest in a small clearing. This is exhausting, Ron panted, swearing that he had not exerted this much effort throughout the entire holiday. So why am I even running with you? No one would dare harm a Malfoy, Draco said, finally able to think clearly. Consider it a workout, DeAndre suggested, ruffling Draco's hair. With me around, no one would dare to harm you. Draco pouted, but did not push her hand away from his head. Well then, I thank you, young Malfoy, she praised him graciously. Humph, no one would dare trouble a Malfoy, Draco stated, puffing out his chest with pride. Indeed, DeAndre had mastered the art of calming children. Perhaps one of those masked individuals is your father, Ron quipped, adding a sharp remark. Revealing of bones. Protective charms. DeAndre's voice coincided with the stranger's. Yet no one approached. Hurry, this is the dark mark, Voldemort's symbol, DeAndre urged, pulling the weary young wizards along. Realizing they needed to enhance their physical training upon returning. Before they could take many steps, they found themselves surrounded by a group of 20 individuals. The twins and DeAndre formed a protective circle around the small wizards. Down. Quickly hide. The twins shouted in unison. Protective charms. DeAndre attempted to shield the children. Stop. Stop. That is my child. Mr. Weasley's voice rang out as another attempted to cast a second spell. Arthur, stand aside, came a cold voice from Mr. Crouch. Who did this? Although Mr. Crouch addressed the group, his gaze was fixed on DeAndre, convinced that only she could have thwarted the spells aimed at them. It was clear that a single girl had successfully blocked the majority of the incantations. It wasn't us. You attacked us first. One might think you're Voldemort's followers. The twins retorted, confronting the accusatory expressions of the opposing group. From this close, who else could it be? Mr. Crouch directed his wand at the twins, prompting DeAndre to quickly shield them. Barty, they are still children, a witch interjected. They are children, but there is an adult present, Mr. Crouch countered, lowering his wand towards DeAndre's forehead. You'd do better to investigate the forest than to direct that wand at me. DeAndre pointed towards the nearby thicket. You best not have done anything, Mr. Crouch warned, signaling to his men, who advanced into the woods. However, his wand remained trained on DeAndre, as if any movement from her might lead to her demise. Put down your wand. Sirius appeared, his own wand pressed firmly against someone's head. Aren't you the Azkaban fugitive? Do you wish to return? Mr. Crouch shot a glance at Sirius. Calm down. We're not here to apprehend anyone. Let us all take a breath. Mr. Weasley hoped to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Whether or not there is a culprit, that is for Miss Evans to determine, Mr. Crouch insisted, his wand still pointed at DeAndre. Oh, there is truly someone. A voice emerged from the woods, disrupting the standoff. Wizards emerged from the trees. One carrying a house elf. You captured a house elf? Mr. Crouch reluctantly lowered his wand, persuaded by the other wizard's insistence. Are you all right? Sirius rushed to DeAndre once Mr. Crouch's wand was lowered. Are the children unharmed? DeAndre grasped Sirius's arm, urging him to check on the young ones. Rest assured they are well. Sirius glanced at the lively children behind them. At that moment, the wizards emerged fully from the woods. The one holding the house elf, placing it down as the majority recognized it as Winky. Members of the ministry fixated their gaze on Mr. Crouch, who felt stiff under their scrutiny. So that is why you were pointing your wand at my wife. It seems you know a thing or two, Sirius taunted, casting a sidelong glance at Mr. Crouch. Intending to deliver another jibe, Sirius was cut short as DeAndre tugged at his sleeve. His retort swallowed as he looked at her with a wounded expression. Don't make a scene. That wand belongs to Harry, DeAndre whispered, urging Sirius to lower his head. It shouldn't be a problem. He is Harry Potter, Sirius murmured in her ear. That is my wand. I lost it. Suddenly, Harry's voice interrupted their quiet conversation. You mean you conjured the mark and then discarded it? Mr. Diggory exclaimed loudly. Are you suggesting that Harry Potter conjured Voldemort's mark? Sirius shielded Harry from Mr. Diggory's gaze. Oh, of course not. My apologies, I was a bit out of sorts. Mr. Diggory smiled apologetically at Harry. If possible, I'd like to take them home. They've been quite frightened by all of you tonight. Sirius Black had no desire to involve himself in these matters. Had he known that his assistance would lead to his wife being suspected, he would have refrained from offering help altogether. You all may return first. I shall bring Harry's wand back, Mr. Weasley quietly stated as he patted Deander's head, and kindly check on Bill and the others for me. Very well. Deander and Mr. Weasley waved goodbye and made their way toward the tents. The path was eerily quiet, were it not for a few tents still smoldering. One might have assumed the masked wizards were mere figments of imagination. Thankfully, you all have returned. Charlie sighed in relief upon seeing Deander and the others enter. Are you all right? Oh, Bill. The moment Deander stepped inside, she spotted Bill covering his wound with a bedsheet, while Charlie and Percy appeared relatively unscathed. I'm fine. Bill replied in a weak voice, his pallid face betraying his condition. You should refrain from speaking. Let me dress your wound, Deander insisted, observing the relentless flow of blood and feeling an urge to punch Bill for his stubbornness. Bill was the first of the Weasleys to enroll, a junior to Deander, and also the very first Weasley she had cared for, her inaugural charge. Do not worry, Sister Deander. I am all right, Bill reassured her, attempting to calm the anxious girl. You are bleeding profusely, and you dare say you are fine? Had it not been for Bill's injury, Deander would have certainly delivered at least one punch. Well, perhaps I am a little unwell. Bill, though long graduated and having not seen Deander in ages, instinctively felt the urge to retreat upon witnessing her expression. Then do not move, Deander commanded as she poured a potion over his wound, causing him to inhale sharply. Sister Deander, I am now a patient, Bill chuckled wryly, too intimidated to meet Sirius's gaze. If you understand pain, I hope you will remember to exercise caution next time, Deander remarked as she finished bandaging him, tying it off with a delicate bow. Sister Deander, I am no longer the fledgling which I once was, Bill said, glancing at the bow on his arm. Suddenly recalling the time he and Charlie had clashed with a group of Slytherin wizards, prompting the heads of both houses to intervene. That day, they had been dragged by Deender to the hospital wing and emerged adorned with a few unsightly bows, which had amused the other Gryffindors for quite some time. Indeed, we have all graduated now. Deender smiled at the bow, recalling how in their day, Snape would summon her to reprimand her for their mischief. While now it was Harry and the others facing his ire. I'm back, and I bring Harry's wand, Mr. Weasley said as he entered the tent, still holding Harry's wand. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Harry replied, relieved to have his wand back, which at least indicated he was no longer under suspicion. Father, did you capture the one who cast the mark? Bill eagerly inquired upon seeing Mr. Weasley return, momentarily forgetting his injury, as the freshly bandaged white wrap became stained with blood. No, Bill, please refrain from getting too excited. I will explain everything slowly, Mr. Weasley said as he recounted the events that transpired after Deender and the others had departed. Chapter 93, The Triwizard Tournament. After listening to Mr. Weasley's account, the expressions of the group varied, with Percy's countenance displaying the most indignation. Such a house elf ought to have been expelled. Mr. Crouch should have sent it away. Percy declared angrily. Oh, your dear Mr. Crouch, but the one pointing the wand is Sister Deender. The twins, observing Percy's fierce defense of Crouch, exchanged glances, recalling the scene, and chose to tease their brother. Oh, Percy, who had initially defended Crouch, found his hand, which had been poised to slam on the table, slowly lowering, his furious expression becoming somewhat rigid. And what of that Malfoy boy? I have no desire to see Lucius's foul face again. Mr. Weasley suddenly recalled the scowling child. He has already been sent back, Sirius thought, unable to suppress an urge to deliver a well-deserved thrashing to the arrogant youth. That is a relief, Mr. Weasley truly did not wish to encounter that old Malfoy again. After exchanging a few more words, they all retired for the night, as the late hour and the tumult of events had left them weary. The following morning, the group lined up to collect their portkeys back to Grimmauld Place. Oh, thank heavens you are unharmed, Mrs. Weasley said, clutching the Daily Prophet anxiously as she scanned the returning individuals for any signs of injury. It is such a relief that you are all safe, Mrs. Weasley repeated, her concern evident, having voiced the sentiment countless times, clearly distressed during their absence. Holidays always pass swiftly, and soon it was time for Hogwarts to reopen. Harry, are you ready? It's time to leave. Deender knocked on Harry's door. Coming, Harry replied, dragging his luggage as he followed her to the train, just as they had done countless times before. Boarding the train and heading to the Hogwarts Great Hall for the sorting ceremony of the new young witches and wizards. It was not until the arrival of Professor Moody, the defense against the dark arts instructor, that the young witches and wizards were truly alarmed. The students buzzed with chatter about Professor Moody's appearance. Though only Deender recognized that the man before them was none other than Barty Crouch Jr. this year. Quidditch will not be held, Dumbledore paused, seemingly gauging the students' reactions. Oh, goodness, why not? As expected, the students erupted in protest at this announcement. Because in the coming months, we will host a most exhilarating event, the Triwizard Tournament. And it will take place at Hogwarts. Surely this is a jest, Fred exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the proclamation. Oh, Mr. Weasley, this is no joke, Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard. He then briefly outlined the basic details of the Triwizard Tournament, including the number of participants, the fatalities, and the grand prize of 1,000 galleons, assuring them that this time there would be no fatalities. Oh my goodness, George. Oh, Fred, 1,000 galleons. The twins felt as if their souls were about to ascend at the mere mention of such a sum, though their dreams were swiftly dashed by Professor Dumbledore's next revelation. After unanimous agreement, only students aged 17 and above may enter. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept over the twins, observing their expressions of dismay as a flicker of amusement danced in his gaze. Once Dumbledore concluded his speech, the young witches and wizards departed, and only then did the twins emerge from their stupor. We will soon turn 17. They cannot stop us. And it is 1,000 galleons. At the mention of the prize, the twins exchanged determined glances, each seeing resolve reflected in the other's eyes. While Ron seemed dazed by the prospect of such wealth. Alas, why was there no such event when I was younger? Sirius lamented, leaning against Deender as if devoid of bones. I did not have such an opportunity either, Deender sighed, wishing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament herself. 17 must indicate 7th-year students, Sirius mused aloud. Indeed, perhaps you will be teaching them, Deender quipped back, then pondered the potential for unforeseen circumstances to arise during the tournament. Little girl, why are you ignoring me? Sirius muttered to himself, hearing only a few dismissive responses. I am contemplating, Deender replied, pushing his face away as he leaned closer. With me beside you, how can you think of anything else? Sirius sulked, leaning in once more. I no longer wish to think. Diane could not shake the feeling that ever since Sirius had fallen ill, he had become increasingly clingy. Oh dear, she had yet to provide him with today's potion. Come to my office for a moment, she urged as she tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Little lady, what are you planning to do to me? Sirius feigned the demeanor of a beleaguered gentleman on the verge of being taken advantage of. Come and drink your potion for today. Diane ruthlessly shattered Sirius's fanciful illusions. Oh, heavens. Let us negotiate this. Can I skip it today? Since his bout of illness, Sirius had been forced to endure a daily dosage of an indescribable potion, and he was truly weary of it. You said the same thing yesterday, Diane retorted without mercy, recalling his earlier refusal to drink the potion. But you didn't exactly refuse either. Sirius reflected on how he had been compelled to take the potion the previous day, silently invoking Merlin's name for his past self. Thus, I shall not agree to it today either. Back in her office, Diane retrieved a vial of potion and extended it towards Sirius. The familiar scent wafted up. How could it not be familiar? You drink it daily. Diane interrupted Sirius's nostalgic musings about the potion without a hint of sympathy. Let me prepare myself, Sirius said, eyeing the bubbling dark potion in his hands. As he swallowed, he felt as if he were gazing upon Merlin himself. Do not pour it out again, Diane kindly reminded him. Recalling the time she had grown curious and checked on whether he had taken his potion, only to catch him pouring it into a flower pot. No wonder you've been feeling unwell these past few days. You've been discarding your medicine. Fine, Sirius resigned himself, downing the potion with a grim expression. To be honest, this concoction was hardly the worst he had faced. Snape's potions were far more dreadful. He merely wished to put on a show of suffering, contorting his face as if the potion were a poison. Yet, his thoughts drifted away. I've finished. Sirius handed the now empty vial back to Diane, his expression pleading for praise. Very impressive. Diane offered a perfunctory compliment and patted his fluffy head. Hey, Sirius pouted, feeling as though he had been treated like a child. Why ever not? Diane ruffled his hair further, chuckling at her handiwork. Can I expect some form of compensation for this? Sirius leaned in closer, his disheveled hair framing his face. Is this sufficient? Diane, upon seeing his eager expression, pressed her lips briefly against his cheek. Is that all? The fleeting warmth of her touch sent shivers down Sirius's spine, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, time to head back. Diane gestured towards the open doorway. Oh, are you sending me away? Sirius ambled towards the exit, though he did not comply with Diane's expectations of him leaving and shutting the door behind him. Instead, he merely closed the door before returning to her side. Stay with me, to warm my bed, would you? After shutting the door, Sirius approached Diane as if nothing could deter him, pressing close to her. Get off! Diane, caught off guard, found herself pinned beneath him, using her hands to push his face away. No. Since their romance blossomed, Sirius had adopted a rather childish demeanor, seemingly wanting to be close to her at all times. Suit yourself. Diane had grown accustomed to Sirius's clinginess, treating him almost like a son. Yet, the current Sirius was far removed from the boy he once was. He had transformed into one who could charm and beg for affection at any moment. Consequently, Diane's office had become a veritable playground for their antics. Blast it, Weasley. Draco began his daily mockery. Oh dear, does he have a schedule for this? It feels like he mocks us at the same time every day. Ron covered his face, nearly accustomed to Draco's taunts. Perhaps, Harry deftly produced earplugs, while Hermione and Ginny followed suit. Ahem, oh, Weasley. Draco cleared his throat, embarking on his ritual of ridicule. Oh, Harry, when did you buy those earplugs? I could use a pair. Ron lacked Harry's earplugs and felt as if he were nearing his breaking point with Draco's incessant teasing. Muggle earplugs need to be used in pairs, and they still allow some sound to seep through. Harry covered his ears, knowing that without them, he would be quite overwhelmed. As Harry and Ron plotted to procure Ron a pair of Muggle earplugs, Draco prepared to teach them a lesson for ignoring him. However, just as he brandished his wand, he found himself transformed into a weasel. By the time Harry and Ron regained their senses, Professor Moody had appeared in the Great Hall, and Draco's former position was now occupied by a trembling weasel. Is that Draco? Ron gazed uncertainly at the creature on the floor. Perhaps. But we must not allow Professor Moody to continue this. Harry decided to retrieve the weasel. Don't touch it. Moody bellowed suddenly, startling Harry and causing his outstretched hand to tremble. Oh, how I loathe such despicable creatures. Moody magically lifted the weasel into the air. Professor Moody, please set him down. Harry watched nervously as the weasel ascended higher. Do not make excuses for him. Moody seemed convinced that Draco had attacked Harry, disregarding Harry's protests. Oh no. Harry squeezed his eyes shut as the weasel plummeted, already anticipating Draco's fate. Immobulus. Just as the weasel began its descent, Diane's voice echoed from outside the door, and Sirius caught the creature in his arms. Are you all right? Sirius looked down at the weasel in his grasp, recalling that it was, after all, Narcissus child, and offered a few words of comfort. Squeak, squeak. The weasel trembled in his arms, burying its head and appearing utterly pitiful. Professor Moody, what are you doing? Diane sheathed her wand and fixed her gaze on Moody. Teaching a lesson to an ill-mannered student, Moody replied nonchalantly. Hogwarts does not condone corporal punishment. I believe Professor Dumbledore has mentioned as much to you. Diane glanced at the quaking weasel in Sirius's embrace, addressing Moody. Perhaps, Moody shrugged, surveying the area. Oh dear. What has transpired here? Professor McGonagall observed the circle of young witches and wizards gathered around. Professor Moody has transformed a student as punishment. Diane pointed at the weasel in Sirius's arms. Oh dear, we never use transfiguration as punishment. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by the revelation. Seizing the opportunity while McGonagall was preoccupied with Moody, Diane and Sirius discreetly whisked Draco away. Let us return to my office. Diane surveyed the throng of students, intent on reversing Draco's transformation before he began to weep. All right, considering that he was his cousin's son, Sirius felt inclined to be a bit more lenient with him. Otherwise, he would not allow anyone else into Diane's quarters. As for why they did not head to Sirius's office, the answer was simple. He had forgotten the way, and it likely lay in disarray. Upon returning to Deandra's office, she brandished her wand towards the stoic ferret, and with a resounding boom, the creature transformed back into Draco. The boy, with his platinum blonde hair, sat on the rug, his gray eyes rimmed with red, evidently startled. Are you all right? Deandra inquired, gazing down at the boy who seemed to curl up in a ball of distress. I must tell my father, Draco uttered stubbornly, tears brimming in his eyes. You surely do not know, but Moody has long sought to capture your father, Sirius remarked from the sofa. Draco was momentarily taken aback by Sirius's statement. At a loss for words. Rest assured, he will not harm you again. I promise to keep an eye on him, at least during class, Deandra reassured Draco. Humph. Draco replied, still shaken, his voice barely a whisper. Is Draco all right? Came Harry's voice from the doorway, accompanied by a knock. Come in, Deandra said, observing as Draco quickly composed himself and arrogantly settled back onto the sofa, allowing Harry and the others to enter. Looking rather splendid, Ron remarked, crossing his arms as he gazed at Draco, a look of triumph on his face. Chapter 95, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Humph. As if that little incident could frighten me, Draco leaned back on the sofa, entirely dismissing the recent transformation. Annie, I believe Professor Moody is rather too aggressive. Harry whispered to Deandra, expressing his disdain for Moody. He will not pose any threat to you now, rest assured. Professor Dumbledore has assigned me as Moody's assistant for a few months. Deandra tousled Harry's hair, making his already wild locks even more unruly. Auntie, if you keep this up, I want to grow tall, Harry remarked, glancing enviously at the now tall twins, wishing for a growth spurt of his own. Very well, I shall refrain from ruffling your hair. Deandra lamented, casting a wistful glance at his disheveled hair. We shall discuss hair ruffling when I cease to grow, Harry conceded, understanding his aunt's disappointment. So, does that mean I can do so after I turn 17? Deandra mused, observing Harry's hair, realizing that opportunities for such affectionate gestures were dwindling. Miss, may I not stroke your hair? Sirius chimed in, lingering beside Deandra. Since he had ceased to grow, he figured he might as well indulge in some closeness with the girl. Once Draco had recovered, the young wizards returned to their dormitories, and for the next few days, Deandra shadowed Professor Moody. She followed him to class, after class, to his office, and nearly everywhere else, save for when he slept. I was unaware that Dumbledore arranged for Miss Evans to shadow me constantly. Is this a form of surveillance on a criminal? Moody grumbled, exasperated by the persistent presence at his side. Oh, Professor Moody, I merely wished to assist you. Was I truly a bother? Deandra replied with a sorrowful expression. Very well. Do as you please, Moody said, casting a terrifying glare at Deandra. Upon entering the classroom, Moody seemed intent on venting the frustration he had previously endured. Put away your textbooks. You do not require them now. If you wish to learn from a curriculum that is utterly futile, then by all means, he declared, shaking his twisted, scarred head as he began to take attendance. During this semester, I shall teach you how to defend against the dark arts. Naturally, to defend against them, one must first familiarize oneself with them. And what spells do you know? I refer to the unforgivable curses. Moody's gaze bore down on the young wizards as he rested his hands on the podium. Professor Moody, they should not be learning this now. Deandra interjected, interrupting him. Miss Evans, I would appreciate it if you refrained from interjecting during my lecture. Otherwise, I shall report this to Dumbledore, Moody retorted, displeased with her interruption. So, what spells do you know? After Moody's statement, Deandra turned her attention back to the young wizards. Under Moody's watchful gaze, several of them timidly raised their hands. Ron, you may speak, Moody directed, pointing to the raised hand of Ron. I know one called the soul-sucking curse, right? Ron replied uncertainly. Indeed, very good. Your father is surely familiar with it, for the soul-sucking curse caused them a great deal of trouble back in the day. Now look here, Moody said, retrieving a glass vial from the podium's drawer, containing one of Ron's most detested spiders. He pointed his wand at the spider. Soul depart. The spider in Moody's hand appeared to become a marionette, dancing across the podium at his command, eliciting laughter from the young wizards below. It even leaped on Adinder, startling the students. Oh, my apologies. I believe Miss Evans would not mind this small mishap, Moody said, chuckling wryly at the spider's antics on Dinder's shoulder, although the smile only added to his menacing appearance. I do not mind, Professor Moody, but if I may, I believe these matters should not be discussed with them. Dinder placed the spider back on the podium. One day, they will have to face such things, so why not prepare them in advance? Moody commanded the spider to dance once more. The young wizards, captivated by the spider's tap dance, quickly forgot the earlier incident, bursting into laughter once again. Do you find this amusing? Would you like to experience being controlled by such a spell? At Moody's words, the classroom fell silent. I could even make you jump from a window, drown in water, or willingly allow someone to kill you. His chilling words sent shivers down the spines of all the young wizards, who felt as if the classroom had suddenly grown colder. Ahem. Moody cleared his throat and began recounting a spine-chilling tale. Many years ago, numerous wizards fell under the thrall of the soul-sucking curse. At the time, it was nearly impossible to distinguish who was under its control. The curse can be resisted. I will teach you how to defend against it. But not everyone can master it, so it is best to avoid being struck. Now, does anyone else know of any spells? Moody tossed the spider back into the glass vial, achieving a perfect parabolic arc. Hermione and Neville raised their hands high. Very well, you shall go, Moody said, pointing at Neville, who had raised his hand. Cruciatus Curse, Neville declared, unable to forget the name. The Cruciatus? Moody glanced at the list. Yes, Neville nodded. Witnessing Moody cast the Cruciatus Curse on the hapless spider, even magnifying it for clarity. Enough, Dinder interjected, glancing at the contorted spider and then at the frightened young wizards below, unable to hold her tongue any longer. Miss Evans, I have asked you multiple times not to interrupt my lesson. Moody glared at her. This should not be demonstrated to them. Dinder insisted, observing Neville's pale face. Very well, Moody relented, flicking his wand at the spider, restoring it to its original size. This curse is quite effective for tormenting individuals. What other spells do you know? Professor Moody tossed the spider back into the glass jar and resumed his lesson. Hermione timidly raised her hand, for the last spell was indeed the most terrifying. All right then, what is the final spell? Professor Moody glanced at Harry before calling upon Hermione to answer. The Killing Curse. Chapter 96, The Brain Blockade. Well done, The Killing Curse, Moody remarked, his lips twitching involuntarily at the mention of the spell, resembling the antagonist of a horror film. Thus, it was time for our actor, the spider, to take the stage once more. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light flashed through the classroom as the incantation was uttered, the atmosphere freezing as if time itself had been suspended. A young wizard, eager to speak, suddenly found himself voiceless, managing only a faint gasp. There exists no counter curse for this spell, and only one individual has survived its wrath, standing right before me. Enough. Moody must now ponder how to explain to Professor Dumbledore the use of the Killing Curse during class. We ought to pay a visit to the headmaster's office. Well then, class dismissed. I look forward to our next lesson, Moody said as he gathered his belongings and followed Dienda out. You should be aware that they are still minors. Dienda led Professor Moody to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Oh, though they are minors, they must confront dark magic in their study of defense against the dark arts, mustn't they? Moody replied nonchalantly, surveying the walls around him. Is it not rather extreme to showcase dark magic before a group of minors, Professor Moody? Dienda remarked. Harboring little expectation for the small, moody-clad Barty before her, it would suffice if he could conduct a proper lesson. That is your pedagogical approach, not mine. The eerie visage of Barty retorted. You have arrived. Upon entering the headmaster's office, the two found Dumbledore tossing a lemon sherbet into his mouth. Would you care for some lemon sherbets? Or perhaps some chilled lemonade? Dumbledore inquired, pouring 2 glasses of iced lemonade while setting aside a few lemon sherbets, keeping the rest for himself. Thank you, Dienda said, popping a lemon sherbet into her mouth. It was no small feat to acquire a treat from Professor Dumbledore. What brings you two to seek me? Dumbledore asked, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he savored the candy. We merely wished for the students to gain a deeper understanding of dark magic, and I demonstrated a bit in class, which startled Miss Evans. Moody took a sip of his iced lemonade and set it down. I am uncertain as to when the Killing Curse became a suitable teaching tool for students. Dienda bit into her lemon sherbet with a crunch. Is that truly the case, Professor Moody? A glimmer flickered in Dumbledore's azure eyes as he regarded Moody with gentle scrutiny. At most, I shall refrain from demonstrating it in future lessons. Moody shivered under Dumbledore's gaze, hastily taking another sip of iced lemonade to mask his anxiety. I hope Professor Moody can cultivate exceptional students, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of his lemonade, a peculiar glint flashing in his half-moon spectacles. I shall do my utmost. Professor Dumbledore. Farewell, Moody declared, eager to leave. He felt as though he were being thoroughly scrutinized. By the way, I would appreciate it if Miss Dienda could stay a while to chat with this old man, Dumbledore said just as Dienda was about to step out of the headmaster's office. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. My goodness. Dienda was relieved that Moody had not glanced back at her. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly seen the pained expression upon her face. Regaining her composure, Dienda flashed a radiant smile at Dumbledore, aware that she could no longer conceal certain matters. Miss Dienda, do you have anything to discuss with me? Dumbledore inquired, filling Dienda's glass with more iced lemonade. Let me think. I suppose I haven't gone fishing in the Black Lake, she replied. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, I certainly haven't trespassed into the Forbidden Forest, she continued. Is that not the case? As she pondered, Dienda attempted to assert that she had not vandalized property recently. It seems Miss Dienda has forgotten. Allow me to remind you, Dumbledore said, his gaze still warm, though his words sent a shiver through Dienda. Do you have nothing to say regarding the matter of the Horcruxes, Miss Dienda? Initially, a flicker of hope remained in Dienda's heart, but Dumbledore's inquiry shattered that hope entirely. Can I say that I am unaware? Dienda wished to make one last stand. Yet Dumbledore's mere utterance quelled her resolve. Taking a sip of her iced lemonade, she inhaled deeply and divulged all she knew about the Horcruxes to Dumbledore, excluding the fact that Harry was originally one. So, there remained the Hufflepuff cup and the snake named Nagini by his side. Nagini, a name familiar to Dumbledore, who seemed to murmur in contemplation. Indeed, Dienda refilled her glass with iced lemonade, feeling the need to calm her nerves. Then, Miss Dienda, what do you intend to do about the remaining 2 Horcruxes? Dienda lifted her glass, glancing at Dumbledore, who was also watching her intently. I plan to get close to Voldemort. Dienda poured herself another glass of iced lemonade. And how do you propose to achieve that? As a captive, Dienda held her glass, sneaking another glance at Dumbledore, just in time to catch his disapproving gaze. That is hardly a prudent idea, especially given your close ties to the Chosen One. Dumbledore popped the lemon sherbet into his mouth, appearing somewhat troubled. Yet it seems quite fitting, does it not? Dienda had already devised her escape plan, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She should be able to return intact. Perhaps we can devise a better method, Dumbledore suggested symbolically, for he had to consider whether Snape could be trusted to intervene. I do not wish to ensnare Severus in a trap. Dienda understood Dumbledore's unspoken concerns, for he had few allies he could rely upon. It appears Miss Dienda is well informed. Dumbledore paused in his candy consumption before breaking into a smile. Then, Professor Dumbledore, might you assist me in keeping this matter concealed? I do not wish for others to know I am to be captured by Voldemort. I doubt they would consent. Dienda chuckled lightly, uncertain whether Dumbledore would aid her. After all, he was already aware, and against Dumbledore's prowess, she could only acquiesce. Then remember, Miss Dienda, to study the brain blockade. Dumbledore smiled amicably, indicating his intent to keep the matter confidential. The brain blockade? I have already mastered it. I spent 3 years under Snape's tutelage before he consented to teach me. Chapter 97, Bows Batons and Durmstrang. Today marks the arrival of Bows Batons and Durmstrang. Aunt, Harry called out from the hallway, standing among the crowd as he greeted Dienda. Harry, are you nervous? Dienda approached Harry, her hand momentarily raised as if to ruffle his hair before hesitating and lowering it. Aunt, did you want to ruffle my hair again? Harry inquired, noticing her gesture. No, Dienda denied, for if she did not confess, no one would know her true intentions. Well, I was hoping you would. Harry shook his head, his hair swaying gracefully with the motion, appearing exceptionally smooth. Well, since you've said that, I suppose it can be arranged. DeAndre coughed slightly, her gaze wavering. DeAndre, you should stand properly, and Harry, refrain from speaking. Professor McGonagall suddenly materialized beside them, interrupting DeAndre's hand that was about to ruffle her hair. Very well, Professor McGonagall. DeAndre cast a lingering glance at her unruffled hair before returning to stand beside Sirius. You may touch my hair. Sirius inclined his head, his forehead nearly brushing against DeAndre's shoulder. Professor Black, I would appreciate your silence as well, McGonagall admonished, addressing the whispering Sirius. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Sirius lifted his head, his nonchalant demeanor making it difficult for McGonagall to maintain her composure, while DeAndre shielded her eyes in response. Here they come. A small wizardess voice rang out, strikingly prominent in the tranquil surroundings. Let me see. Where are they? Instantly, the little wizards erupted in excitement. Oh my, what is that? Such a magnificent thestral. The arrival of Bows Batons astonished the young wizards, who imagined it must be thrilling to soar through the skies aboard such a grand creature. Shortly thereafter, numerous wizards disembarked from the carriage, among them a particularly tall witch, presumably Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. The remaining young wizards appeared to be adorned in exquisite silk robes, lacking cloaks. Amidst the bustling discussions of the wizards, a peculiar sound emerged, reminiscent of something stirring in the water. "Look, on the water's surface," a young wizard suddenly exclaimed. A grand ship ascended from beneath the waves, exuding an aura of magnificence. Many wizards disembarked, their imposing figures draped in fur cloaks. Harry observed that the only individual whose fur cloak differed was their leader, whose garment appeared remarkably soft, seemingly a favorite of his aunt. "Harry, look over there. It's Crumb." Ron excitedly shook Harry's arm, resembling a fervent fan at a concert. "Look, that's Crumb." Another voice chimed in, and the atmosphere at Hogwarts transformed into a veritable starstruck gathering. "He is not merely a Quidditch player. This is truly astonishing," Hermione remarked, observing the excitement with a bemused expression, distinctly less enthused than the others. She even noticed a few individuals squabbling over a lipstick suitable for autographs, finding it utterly absurd and puzzling why they were so animated. "Welcome to Hogwarts, ladies, gentlemen, ghosts, and especially esteemed guests." Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile. "I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament will commence after the feast. Now, please indulge in the culinary delights." As he spoke, a plethora of delectable dishes materialized upon the tables, including some unfamiliar delicacies that appeared to be of foreign origin. Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, seemed to engage in a brief conversation with Professor Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures instructor. DeAndre watched the young wizards feasting joyously while Sirius fed her morsels of food. Just then, she noticed a Beauxbatons student chatting with Harry and the others. Holding a plate of fish stew, the student, exhibiting Vila lineage, appeared exceptionally beautiful. Shortly thereafter, members of the Ministry of Magic arrived, heralding the imminent beginning of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore commenced explaining the tournament, and DeAndre couldn't help but feel as though she were listening to a leader's address at school, inducing a somewhat hypnotic effect that made her increasingly drowsy. "Are you feeling sleepy? But now is not the time for slumber." As DeAndre began to nod off, Sirius's voice broke through her reverie, startling her awake. "Feeling more alert now?" DeAndre pinched her arm, the slight sting rousing her further. 3 champions will participate in the tournament, and the selection will be made by this goblet of fire. Dumbledore produced a cup and elaborated on the registration timeline and important details before concluding the evening's festivities. "Why have you been so drowsy lately?" After the feast, Sirius took DeAndre's hand, inquiring gently. "I'm not sure, just feeling sleepy." DeAndre yawned, leaning against Sirius, her body yearning for rest. "Are you unwell?" Sirius raised his hand to touch her forehead. "No, just a bit tired," DeAndre replied, resting her forehead against his palm, as though his hand provided her with the only support she needed. "Get some good rest. Tomorrow, we shall see which young wizards will put their names forth." Sirius wrapped his other arm around DeAndre's waist, helping her walk with ease. The following day, DeAndre was revitalized. So much so that Sirius felt her previous fatigue was merely an illusion. "Oh, DeAndre, sister, watch our performance," the twins exclaimed, downing aging potions before winking at DeAndre and proceeding toward the age line set by Dumbledore. "George, you go first," Fred gestured grandly. "No, you go first. The younger defers to the elder. In China, we have a saying, 'Kong Rong yielding pairs,'" George replied, mimicking a gracious gesture. "You both can go together," Ron interjected. Having appeared behind the twins, and with a swift motion, he pushed them both across the age line. "Oh, our little brother. How brave he has become." Instead of contemplating their apparent success, the twins immediately began plotting how to torment their younger sibling. "Oh, George, we did it." George's words were cut off as they were ejected from the age line, both emerging as elderly men, their hair shockingly white. "Hey, George, look at your appearance." Fred, recovering from the pain, beheld his brother, now resembling a frail old man. "Fred, look at yourself," George gasped, observing his brother adorned with a shock of white hair and a full white beard. "It seems we must check on our little brother." The twins exchanged knowing glances before flashing an impish grin at Ron. "Can I just say I realize my mistake now?" Ron gulped, encircled by the twins. "Oh, Fred, did you hear what our little Ronnie just said? He requires our delightful company for a chat." As Ron made a hasty retreat behind DeAndre, sticking his tongue out at the twins, Fred remarked, "We must have a proper conversation with our little brother soon." Despite his words, Fred, unable to resist, tugged at George's white beard. "I believe tonight is the perfect occasion to engage in such a discussion." George swatted Fred's hand away, retaliating by yanking at Fred's beard. "Oh, George," Fred cried, caught off guard as his beard was yanked painfully, prompting a loud yelp. "Oh, Fred, I assure you it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" George's clenched fist paused momentarily, then loosened just enough for a few white hairs to drift from his grasp. He shifted his stance, deliberately stepping on the fallen strands, embodying a sense of obliteration. "Well done, George. How dare you pluck the very hairs from my freshly grown beard?" Despite George's deftness, Fred's keen eyes caught the act. "Oh, Fred, it's an accident. Quick, look at Ron." George retreated 2 steps, his foot rubbing against the floor to drag the white hairs along with him. For a moment, Fred was taken aback, turning to glance at Ron, puzzled as to why Ron appeared unchanged. Only when he turned back to inquire about George's peculiar behavior did he realize that George had already scampered a considerable distance away. "Well done, George. You've deceived me. You're finished." Fred was both amused and exasperated, determined to confront George before he played a prank on Ron that evening. "I didn't deceive you. I merely wanted you to look at Ron," George shouted back, still retreating. However, soon he found no time for further conversation. As Fred was swiftly approaching him, "Remember to seek out Madame Pomfrey. Do take a look there," Deandra called out to the white-haired twins, though she received no response. "By the time I was their age, I was already quite mature," Sirius remarked, observing the exchange between Deandra and the twins, as if to imply he should have been similarly composed at their age. Deandra was momentarily bewildered by Sirius's disjointed comment, struggling to comprehend what he was elucidating. Meanwhile, Ron had discreetly slipped away when the twins dashed out, uninterested in the drama unfolding. A multitude of young wizards soon arrived to submit their names, some resembling the twins. Yet they all ultimately sought Madame Pomfrey. On the eve of Halloween, the banquet buzzed with excitement as it was time to announce the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore received a parchment from the Goblet of Fire, illuminating the names inscribed upon it with a flicker of flames as he read aloud. "The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Crumb." The hall erupted in fervor. Who could possibly harbor disdain for Victor Crumb? As the cheers subsided, the goblet produced a second parchment. "The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." Dumbledore's voice rang out, and the crowd erupted once more, captivated by the girl's beauty. When silence returned, the goblet revealed a third parchment. "The champion from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table burst into exuberance, nearly ready to parade around Hogwarts with a loudspeaker in hand. It must be said, Cedric was indeed a kind-hearted student, radiating warmth and reliability, even amidst such exhilarating moments. Just as Cedric entered the chamber, Dumbledore prepared to deliver his concluding remarks when the goblet unexpectedly produced yet another parchment. This parchment took the audience by surprise, except for Deandra. Dumbledore quickly read the name inscribed, Harry Potter. The name on the parchment seemed outrageous to Harry, and the majority of wizards present appeared momentarily frozen. Only when Dumbledore uttered Harry's name again did he realize he had been pushed forward by Hermione. As Harry stumbled toward Dumbledore, a sudden round of applause erupted. Upon regaining his senses, he saw many friends applauding him. To his astonishment, the Slytherin table was the loudest in their applause, albeit reluctantly, showcasing Draco Malfoy's imposing presence. At the Gryffindor table, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and many others expressed their joy for him. The Ravenclaw side, with Cho Chang and her companions, smiled and congratulated him, though the Hufflepuff table appeared less enthusiastic. They offered token applause. Harry glanced up at his aunt and godfather, relieved to see no disappointment in their eyes, nor any suspicion of foul play in his selection. Scanning the room, he felt his usual vitality return. He would embrace whatever came his way. However, he had not submitted his name, and he would discuss how it had come to be later with his aunt, for many desired his demise. And perhaps this was not glory, but rather a perilous invitation to his end. With clarity in his thoughts, his steps became much lighter. "Harry, what brings you here?" Cedric greeted him from by the fire. How to explain this predicament to Cedric eluded Harry, even as he had adopted a calm demeanor. At that moment, Ludo Bagman entered, providing an explanation for the situation. Harry wasn't particularly fond of him, having nearly deceived the twins, but thanks to him, Harry now need not formulate his words. Upon hearing Bagman's account, aside from Cedric, the other 2 champions furrowed their brows. Cedric pondered whether Hogwarts had selected 2 champions, wondering if Deandra would host 2 feasts. Nearly chuckling at the thought, though his suppressed laughter appeared peculiar to others. Chapter 99, Doubt and Honor. "I truly do not comprehend how this has occurred. I did not submit my name to the goblet," Harry explained, facing the incredulous gazes around him. "Being a savior has significantly heightened my mortality rate. I need not participate in the Triwizard Tournament, akin to stacking buffs that only increase my peril." Harry expressed his desire for a simple and peaceful student life, devoid of encounters with monstrous creatures like basilisks. "Fear not, Harry. Professor Dumbledore has assured us that this Triwizard Tournament will bear no casualties," Cedric comforted, patting Harry's shoulder. He then leaned closer, whispering, "If any misfortune arises, I will protect you." "Well then, Cedric, my life is in your hands," Harry replied with a resigned smile. He held no illusions of triumphing among seasoned wizards who had studied for years longer than he had. Participation was what mattered. Just then, the doors swung open, admitting Professor Dumbledore along with the other school heads, members from the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts professors. "Madame Maxime, does this young boy intend to compete in the Triwizard Tournament alongside us?" Fleur expressed her incredulity, struggling to fathom that someone so young and yet to reach adulthood would compete alongside her. Harry had grown immune to the doubters, for the title of savior, while adorned with honor, also bore the weight of scrutiny and skepticism. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff appeared displeased, desperately seeking an explanation from Dumbledore. As the other school heads deliberated the unfairness of the situation, Harry quietly conversed with his aunt and godfather, all the while sneaking a few treats. "So, Miss Evans, what is your perspective on this matter?" As Deandra observed their discourse regarding Harry, she was unexpectedly summoned. Surely, this could not have been initiated by Harry himself, for he could not transcend the age barrier delineated by Professor Dumbledore. A fourth-year student could never surpass such limitations. But what if it was orchestrated by another? "Miss Evans." Karkaroff seemed to harbor suspicions that Deandra was behind the entire affair. "Oh, does it appear that Mr. Karkaroff is casting aspersions upon me? What motive would I possess to compel Harry to participate?" Deandra consumed the last morsel of her snack, adopting an expression of uncertainty. "For honor." Karkaroff proclaimed this with utmost confidence. "I surmise that no title could rival that of the Chosen One in prestige. I need not embellish it further." Deandra shrugged, as she had merely taken the fall for young Barty, and nothing more. "Who can say?" Karkaroff's countenance remained one of discontent. "Does Mr. Karkaroff believe that my abilities could have bewitched the Goblet of Fire? One cannot fathom the means by which you accomplished this." Karkaroff doubted that Deandra, having recently graduated, possessed such capabilities. Yet, due to the connection between Harry and Deandra, he was resolute that she must be involved. "I recall that confounding the Goblet of Fire necessitates formidable dark magic. Does Mr. Karkaroff suspect that I dabble in the dark arts? Or perchance that I am a minion of Voldemort?" "Do not utter that name." Karkaroff's voice escalated at the mere mention of it. "Very well. If you wish to prevent Harry from competing, I have no objections." Deandra refrained from revealing her awareness of Karkaroff's fear of Voldemort, which prompted her to make such a statement. "Now, we must adhere to the rules. Any name that emerges from the goblet must participate in the Triwizard Tournament." Mr. Crouch interjected amidst their quarrel. Ultimately, despite the clamor of all present, Harry was to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. The date of the first task was announced as November 24th. Everyone began preparations for the impending tournament, except for Harry, who upon returning to Gryffindor was besieged by a throng of eager young lions. Sitting by the fire, Harry found himself at a loss for how to explain to the young lions that he had been chosen by the goblet, for he was entirely unaware of the circumstances. "Hey Ron, I'm back." Harry finally extricated himself from the throng of young wizards and returned to his dormitory. "Oh, our savior has returned. How did the Triwizard Tournament go?" Ron, who had been reclining on his bed, shot upright at the sight of Harry, nearly leaning over to interrogate him. "Oh, Ron, please spare me the jests. I'm utterly exhausted." Harry collapsed onto his bed, unable to rise. "It seems our savior is truly fatigued. By the way, Hermione asked me to check on you. She is always worried you might withdraw due to what others say. She doesn't realize that it's simply impossible." Ron mused aloud, plopping down onto Harry's bed and inadvertently jostling him. "Ron, you really ought to lose some weight. You nearly bounced me off the bed." Harry swatted at Ron, nearly sending him tumbling to the floor. "Let us not discuss my perfectly normal weight. Your slap had enough force to send me soaring." Ron attempted to rub his back where Harry had struck him, but found it impossible and resigned himself to the futility. "Well, that is convenient. You won't even need a spell to ascend to the heavens." Harry chuckled at Ron's peculiar attempt to soothe his back. "Huh. Once the Triwizard Tournament concludes, I'll engage you in a duel. For now, considering your status as a champion, I shall refrain from pummeling you." "Oh, do you still possess the energy to fight me?" After Professor Dumbledore left, did the twins not give you a hard time? "Oh, Merlin's trousers. It's fortunate they were too preoccupied with how you managed to submit your name to plot mischief against me. May they take a couple of days to remember." Speaking of the twins, Ron shuddered. Other brothers showered their siblings with affection, but the twins were different. One brother mercilessly tormented, while the sister was spoiled. Regrettably, he was the one subjected to torment rather than the fortunate sister spared from suffering. "Oh, I shall pray to Merlin for you that the twins delay recalling your misdeeds." As Harry conversed, he succumbed to sleep, his eyes drifting shut. "Oh dear, I shouldn't have provoked them. Why did I even stir trouble with those two?" "Harry? Harry? Oh, he is asleep? Well, good night." Ron chattered on, turning to find Harry sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, a testament to how deeply Harry had slumbered that he hadn't stirred. Observing Harry's position, which could easily lead to catching a cold, Ron covered him with a blanket before returning to his own bed and slipping into slumber. Chapter 100, The Daily Prophet. In the ensuing days, Harry's life proceeded as per usual, with the solitary distinction being that the old bat seemed particularly irritable lately. He had been subjected to detention multiple times. Potter, did you not hear your poor old professor's instructions? Mr. Bagman requires you for a photo shoot. If you cannot pay attention in class, you shall serve detention tonight. In a moment of distraction, Harry had inadvertently earned himself a night of confinement. Upon his return, he was greeted by Snape's furious expression, alongside the trembling form of Colin. Oh, Professor, allow me to explain. Enough, Potter. I have no desire to hear your familiar excuses. Simply know that you are to serve detention tonight. Now, at once, take your bag and disappear from my sight. Snape pointed towards Colin, indicating that Harry should follow him outside. He was merely intent on administering detention, uninterested in hearing any explanations. Very well, Professor. Harry consoled himself inwardly. At least he was escaping a potions class. Oh, Harry Potter, may I take a few more photographs of you? Colin exclaimed as they exited Snape's presence, suddenly animated tenfold. Sure. Harry had encountered other young wizards who admired him, but none had been as fervent as the little lion before him. Within just a few days of the semester, Colin had captured numerous photographs. All right, this is the place. I must take my leave. Best of luck. Colin guided Harry to the door. I truly hope this term goes well. Harry muttered resignedly as he knocked on the door. Little did he know, the words he uttered would become the fodder for the outrageous tales spun by the witch in the magenta robe, Rita Skeeter. Upon entering a room, Harry pondered what on earth Rita Skeeter could have written, catching a glimpse of the words that suggested he had tears in his eyes. A shiver coursed through him, and as he regained his composure, he spotted Deandra smiling at him from a corner behind the judge's table. However, all attention quickly shifted to Fleur as the wand inspection commenced, revealing that the core of her wand was comprised of the hair of Avila. Oh, my dear aunt. The Triwizard Tournament is proving to be a dreadful affair for me. After the wand checks and a group photograph, Harry began to feel despondent. He yearned for the comfort of his aunt's cooking, wishing Sirius could join them. Hey, is this how you regard your godfather? Sirius snatched the last meatball from Harry's plate and playfully ruffled Harry's hair. Godfather, I've told you countless times, don't mess with my hair. Harry was not as gentle with Sirius as he was with his aunt, promptly swatting Sirius's hand away. Oh, Harry, you were addressing your aunt, not me. Sirius attempted to touzle Harry's hair again, but with Harry's slight strength, he posed no threat. Do not bully Harry any longer, despite being significantly older. How could one still resort to fighting? Deandra's voice extinguished the flames of war. Very well then, Sirius ceased to tease Harry and continued his meal. After all, Harry bore an uncanny resemblance to James, even in temperament, foolish and seemingly easy to intimidate. Harry, what are your thoughts on Rita Skeeter, the reporter interviewing you today? Deandra felt it prudent to prepare Harry psychologically, as the upcoming edition of the Daily Prophet might induce a spike in his blood sugar. That witch in the magenta robes? I hardly paid attention. I merely caught a glimpse of her noting something about me crying. What is the matter, aunt? You should brace yourself, Deandra gently hinted, observing the foolish innocence in Harry's clear eyes. What sort of preparation? Harry inquired, bewildered, sensing a disconnect between him and his aunt. To put it simply, she has a penchant for exaggeration. You'll understand once you see the next Daily Prophet. Deandra resolved to let Harry enjoy the days ahead. Harry had been quite curious about the next edition of the Daily Prophet ever since his aunt's previous remarks. However, upon finally seeing it, he realized what a sharp knife it wielded. Exploiting the tragedy of his deceased parents, and claiming he had found his first love at Hogwarts, Hermione, no less. Ron would surely kill him. Even more revolting was the insinuation that his aunt had deceived the Goblet of Fire to secure his glory. Harry, are you all right? Hermione asked anxiously, glancing at the nearly torn Daily Prophet. Truth be told, she too was eager to discover what had so enraged him. Harry, relax. Have a cup of pumpkin juice, Ron offered, handing Harry a drink while he snatched the Daily Prophet to examine it alongside Hermione. This is utterly outrageous. How could they write such things about Aunt Deandra? Hermione exclaimed, rising from her seat, causing the entire Gryffindor table to tremble, drawing curious gazes from the young witches and wizards who were dining. Let me see that, Ron. The twins chimed, snatching the Daily Prophet from Ron's hands, initially laughing. Yet their expressions turned solemn after reading, and they tossed it back to Ron. Hey, can I have a look? Another young wizard nearby expressed his curiosity. Oh, feel free, Ron replied, passing the Daily Prophet along. Thank you. The young wizard took the newspaper to share its contents with his friends. All the young witches and wizards were now captivated, some poring over the Daily Prophet diligently, while others sought copies to borrow. Soon, the entire hall fell silent, save for the first and second year students and those from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, who were oblivious to the unfolding drama. This is truly excessive. How could they speak of Professor Evans in such a manner? A young badger remarked, well aware that many badgers had enjoyed Deandra's hospitality. I must tell my father. A voice from Slytherin echoed, though it was unclear who had spoken. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos. What if it really is Professor Evans? Hey, what are you saying? Professor Evans is such a wonderful person. When she was the defense against the dark arts professor, she rewarded us with sweets. Yet Harry was Professor Evans's nephew. Does that mean it must be Professor Evans? What if someone is attempting to slander her? However, it was undoubtedly Professor Evans who stood to benefit from the situation. What is wrong with you? Who has the time to pit an underage wizard against an adult? What benefits could there possibly be? 1,000 galleons wouldn't even suffice. What about the title of Triwizard Champion? A fourth-year wizard would be lucky not to embarrass himself. While Harry appreciated their efforts to defend his aunt, he wished they wouldn't involve him in such matters. It made him feel quite withdrawn. During breakfast, the majority of the young witches and wizards gradually shifted their support towards Deandra, convinced that Professor Evans could not possibly act in such a manner. Even if she did, she would ensure that all of them were swept into the fray, not just Harry. Chapter 101, The Fire Dragon. I'm fine, Harry. Deandra was startled by Harry's sudden intrusion into her office, but upon seeing the Daily Prophet in his hands, she sought to soothe her angry nephew. Oh, Aunt, are you just going to let them say these things about you? Harry sank into the sofa, perusing the Daily Prophet once more, his anger swelling with each reading. No matter how we explain it, they won't believe us, will they? Deandra handed Harry a sweet treat to help him calm down. Oh, Aunt, you just know how to placate me without considering how to address this with others, don't you? Harry sighed, accepting the treat, his hand covering his face, wondering why his aunt was so oblivious. But regarding the issues about your parents in the newspaper, I will take care of that. Deandra had no intention of allowing her deceased sister and brother-in-law to become fodder for public discourse. Oh, Aunt, don't forget about yourself, Harry reminded her. Aware that he had classes soon, he bid her farewell and left the office. Understood, Deandra chuckled, bemused by Harry's concern for her image in his eyes. In the following days, Harry's resilience and evasion skills improved significantly under his godfather's rigorous training. According to Sirius, you may not be able to defeat others, but at the very least, you must know how to escape and endure. Aunt, look at your dashing nephew. Is my godfather taking revenge on me? He keeps hitting me in the face, forcing me to duel with a wizard who hasn't even learned a single spell yet. It's as if he's trying to break me apart. Why can Cedric practice spells with you while I have to endure my godfather as punishment? Harry, sporting a bruised visage, lay sprawled on the sofa in Deandra's office, feeling somewhat reassured that his godfather wouldn't dare strike him in front of her. I'm helping you build your endurance and evasion skills. Isn't this enhancing your chances of success? Sirius reclined in his chair, legs crossed, observing Harry's smirk. His own spirits evidently lifted. No worries, Harry, you still look quite handsome. Drinking this potion will help, and your facial injuries will fade. Deandra stifled her laughter as she handed Harry a vial of potion. Oh, Aunt, you needn't force yourself to comfort me. If your lips weren't quivering, I might actually believe you. Harry gulped down the potion in one go, regardless of its unpalatable taste, determined not to attend class looking like a pig's head. Why doesn't it smell like socks soaked for 3 days? Harry expected the potion to taste peculiar, but was pleasantly surprised to detect a creamy flavor. I adjusted the recipe just for you. You've been complaining about the taste of potions lately, so I modified it, Deandra remarked, shaking the empty vial and raising an eyebrow at Harry. Aunt, you are simply the best, Harry exclaimed, springing up from the sofa, eager to rush over and embrace Deandra. Stop, Sirius interjected, raising a hand to halt Harry's advance. You see, do you comprehend why you are able to savor delectable flavors? Have you any idea how many peculiar potions your godfather has imbibed? Sirius positioned himself in front of Deandra, unwilling to permit Harry to embrace the young girl. She was someone he believed only he should hold. Thank you ever so much, godfather, Harry said, rubbing his forehead, which had reddened from the impact. No need for pleasantries. Let us be on our way. By the way, Hagrid has summoned you to his place this evening, and do remember to bring your invisibility cloak. Sirius urged Harry to depart, as he wished to preserve their precious time together. Were it not for the girl's concern over Harry's safety, he would have relished the opportunity to spend time alone with her, rather than engage in trivial matters like confronting Harry. He had no desire to strike him. That would hardly be an act of vengeance. What does Hagrid want with me? And why must I bring the invisibility cloak? Harry queried, puzzled. You'll find out upon your arrival. However, do keep in mind that Professor Moody can see through your cloak, so exercise caution, Deandra gently reminded. Fully aware that beneath Moody's exterior lay Barty Crouch Jr., how do you know this, Aunt? It's a secret. Don't forget to visit Hagrid tonight, Harry. DeAndre replied, unable to divulge the truth about Barty, opting instead for the ambiguous excuse of a secret. Very well, I shall take my leave then. And I won't intrude further upon your time, Harry said, sensing his godfather's gaze, which suggested that should he linger, he would face an even more severe reprimand the following day. Do remember to rest well, eat properly, and after your tussle with your godfather, come back for your potion. DeAndre advised. All right, Aunt, farewell. If anything amusing occurs this evening, I shall return to tell you all about it. Harry was convinced that Hagrid's request for the invisibility cloak implied an adventure filled with peril and excitement. Enjoy yourself, but be wary of Filch catching you tonight. DeAndre cautioned Harry. Fear not, Aunt. Filch cannot see through the invisibility cloak. Harry's imagination was already alight with visions of thrilling escapades in the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid, and he could hardly contain his excitement. It was not until the following evening that Harry returned to DeAndre's office, bearing the marks of Sirius's reprimands upon his face. To his surprise, Cedric was also present, engrossed in his studies. Ah, Cedric is here as well. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out, Harry remarked, accepting the potion he was required to drink daily and downing it in one gulp. He had reached a point where he could consume the potion without flinching, largely due to its improved taste. Good evening, Professor Sirius. What troubles Harry? Cedric inquired, shaking his weary arms after a long session of spell practice. Did you know? The first task is a dragon, Harry said, lowering his voice at the mention of the fearsome creature. What? Are you certain, Harry? How do you know this? Cedric questioned, having anticipated the Triwizard Tournament would be challenging but never imagined facing dragons in the first task. Well, that is a secret. But I can assure you that Fleur and Crumb must be aware as well, given that their headmaster witnessed it too. Harry struggled to concoct a plausible excuse for how he knew, resorting to DeAndre's tactic of declaring it a secret. Thank you, Harry. It seems we must prepare ourselves more thoroughly, Cedric sighed, rubbing his temples, unsure how to combat a dragon. Fear not, children. The Triwizard Tournament won't require you to slay a dragon. They would never send their finest students to their doom, DeAndre consoled. Now, let us discuss strategies for confronting a dragon. Sirius observed the two young men's grim expressions and contemplated how he could further enhance their physical training, perhaps with a sparring match. Chapter 102, The Swedish Short Snout. Godfather. If you chase me any further, I shall perish. It was a new day, and Harry and Cedric found themselves once again being pursued by Sirius. Harry bore the bruises of Sirius's playful yet vigorous reprimands, while Cedric fared a bit better, suffering only a few minor injuries. The two had petitioned Dumbledore for a reprieve from attending classes, provided they maintained their grades through occasional assessments. Tomorrow marks the commencement of your competition, Harry. Be cautious. Don't let me catch you. Cedric has already sprinted ahead, Sirius declared, flashing a menacing grin at Harry. Gazing at that smile, Harry could already envision Sirius pinning him to the ground. Why is it that you can use magic while we must rely solely on our legs to run? Harry inquired. It's primarily to prevent you from panicking and forgetting how to wield your wands when the time comes, since you're still able to converse. I suppose I should increase my pace, Sirius replied, beaming at Harry before casting a spell to hasten his own speed. Good heavens, Harry thought, glancing back to see Sirius gaining on him, compelling him to quicken his own pace. However, having already been running for some time, Harry found himself unable to accelerate and stumbled, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Ah, since I've caught you, let us rendezvous with your aunt, Sirius remarked before resuming his pursuit of Cedric, who was surprisingly swift on his feet. Harry, watching their retreating figures, begrudgingly picked himself up, dusted off his clothes, and limped back. The fall had nearly taken a toll on his poor back. Back already? Here, drink this, an elixir specially concocted by Severus, and it works wonders, DeAndre offered, handing Harry a potion that bore an uncanny resemblance to poison. Aunt, if a professor were to harm a student at Hogwarts, would they be sent to Azkaban? Harry questioned, shaking the deep green potion that bubbled ominously. Rest assured, Severus would never harm you. He adores you too much, even if it's just your eyes he admires. The likelihood of Professor Snape harboring affection for me is even slimmer than my being a muggle, Harry replied, shaking the potion once more before uncapping it. A foul odor reminiscent of decade-old, unwashed socks assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. Aunt, do you detect the scent of death? Harry inched the potion closer to DeAndre, allowing its noxious aroma to waft into her nostrils. Don't worry, Severus is unlikely to murder you, though DeAndre trusted that Snape would never harm Harry. The potency of the potion still left her feeling somewhat uncertain. Very well, Harry resolved to drink it, firmly believing that the bat-like professor would not resort to murder within the confines of Hogwarts. It had been ages since he had tasted such a dreadful potion. The last time had been a distant memory. Here, Have some sugar to temper the flavor, DeAndre said, offering Harry 2 toffees. Oh, how delightful it is to have sugar, Harry exclaimed, tearing into the wrappers and devouring the candies. We're back, Sirius cheerfully announced as he entered, followed closely by a bruised Cedric, whose handsome face had been nearly ruined by Sirius's antics. Oh, Cedric, your face, DeAndre exclaimed, gazing at Cedric, who had been transformed from a striking young man into a pitiful sight. I'm fine, really, DeAndre, Cedric replied, gingerly touching his handsome features. I was gentle with his face. The injuries on his body are far more numerous, Sirius feigned innocence, sporting a look of mock sympathy. At the very least, show some mercy towards their faces. Diane delivered a light slap to Sirius, which, though not painful, served as a measure of retribution for the 2 young wizards. This potion, crafted by Professor Severus, will greatly alleviate your discomfort, she assured, presenting Cedric with a vial identical to the one Harry had consumed, accompanied by 2 pieces of candy. A heartfelt thanks to Professor Snape. As Cedric opened the potion, a flicker of involuntary expression crossed his face. Having already sampled it, Harry confirmed its safety. Observing Cedric's reaction mirroring Harry's, Diane discerned his thoughts. Well then, she remarked. After Cedric downed the potion in one go, he revealed a visage of anguish akin to Harry's. How has your spell practice been progressing? Diane inquired, noting they appeared sufficiently recovered. You've both improved remarkably, she noted, considering the trials they had faced in recent days. Now feeling ready to grapple with the dragon. That will be all for today. Ensure you rest well and perform admirably tomorrow. Understood. See you tomorrow, they replied. The weary Masters Potter and Diggory retired to rest, while Master Black opted to stay and recuperate at Master Evans's abode. What dragon do you think Harry will draw? Sirius inquired, his excitement palpable. Given Harry's luck, it might very well be the most ferocious one. Diane sipped her chilled pumpkin juice, procured from the kitchen. I want some too, Sirius remarked, eyeing Diane's drink. Very well, she replied, producing another cup of the refreshing beverage. No, I want that one, he insisted, seizing the half-drained cup from Diane and gulping it down without hesitation. Oblivious to Snape's lurking presence behind him, eager to chastise him, Sirius narrowly avoided a confrontation. Thanks to Anthony's timely intervention. Oh, Cedric has emerged, Sirius exclaimed, his attention abruptly shifting to the arena. It's a Swedish short snout. At that moment, Cedric stood before the dragon, appearing almost childlike in stature. As Bagman narrated the unfolding drama, Cedric commenced his battle. The dragon unleashed a torrent of blue flames, directing its fiery breath towards Cedric. Initially startled by the dragon's ferocity, Cedric quickly regained composure and took refuge behind a nearby rock. Fortunately, his recent encounters with Sirius had prepared him, or he would have been scorched. Enraged by its failure to injure Cedric, the dragon exhaled another burst of fire, and upon realizing its efforts were in vain, it took flight, soaring towards Cedric's hiding spot. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their breath caught in a moment of tense anticipation. As the dragon's claw struck down, the stone shelter shattered into fragments, prompting many spectators to shut their eyes, fearful of witnessing a gruesome scene. Chapter 103, the first match concludes. Oh, our brave warrior appears to have evaded capture. Where has he gone? Bagman mused, finding no sign of the anticipated carnage, only a scattering of debris. Oh, there he is. He has reached the golden egg. My goodness, how did he manage that? As Bagman's commentary continued, the audience turned their gaze toward the golden egg, discovering that Cedric had indeed secured it. Oh, this is truly remarkable. Diggory has obtained the golden egg. How did he accomplish this? It seems his disillusionment charm was executed flawlessly, Sirius praised, observing Cedric's vanishing act on the field. Cedric possesses quite the talent for spells, doesn't he? Diane concurred with Sirius, acknowledging Cedric's remarkable aptitude. Just as Cedric embraced the golden egg, the dragon finally caught sight of him. Incensed by the perceived mockery, it retaliated with 2 fiery projectiles aimed at Cedric. Though quick on his feet, Cedric was unfortunately grazed on the arm and stumbled, adjusting his position to roll behind the stone for cover. As he sought refuge, a flurry of dragon handlers rushed to his aid. It seems he has sustained a significant injury, Diane fretted, watching as Cedric was escorted toward the hospital wing. Do not worry. Those who are needed are already at his side, Sirius reassured, grasping Diane's hand and diverting her attention to where Cho Chang of Ravenclaw was hurriedly descending from the stands, evidently in search of Cedric. Let us not intrude upon them, Sirius suggested, gently toying with Diane's delicate fingers. By the way, when did those 2 become an item? Gossip, an inherent trait of humanity, was inescapable, even for Diane. It must have been quite some time. The way they looked at each other could have spun threads of longing, such a connection that seemed impossible to sever. Just like us back then, and still now, Sirius whispered close to Diane's ear, his voice low, meant solely for her ears. choosing to forego further play with Diane's hand. He instead leaned in to bestow a soft kiss upon it, remaining in that position, savoring the moment. Fragrant and soft. How delightful, Sirius mused, resting his face against Diane's hand. As for Snape, he had long been driven away by their antics. Could you not be so? Diane's cheeks flushed as she found herself unable to meet Sirius's gaze. So what? Clingy? Or perhaps you dislike my touch? Sirius teased, his lips brushing against Diane's hand. His deep voice causing her to feel shy and attempt to withdraw her hand. Very well, no need to be bashful. I shall cease, he said, enjoying the playful banter but aware of the fine line between fun and overstepping boundaries. Let us not linger on this. Harry is about to take the stage. Diane's voice grew stiff as she sought to shift the topic, feeling on the verge of bursting from embarrassment. She tried to pull her hand away. Yet Sirius's grip remained firm but gentle, not causing her discomfort. I apologize. Please do not take my hand away, he implored. All right, he acquiesced, his clinginess evident. In their private space, Diane indulged Sirius's affectionate nature, but in public, she found it challenging to maintain. Harry's on stage, Sirius exclaimed, sensing it was time to redirect the conversation. Is it his turn? Naturally, it's the most fearsome Hungarian horntail. Diane's focus shifted to the arena, her attention captivated. It was clear that Harry was anxious. He struggled to maintain a steady grip on his broomstick, which trembled violently in the wind. He seems rather nervous. Will he manage to stay aloft? Though Diane was confident in Harry's ability to acquire the golden egg, witnessing him truly face the dragon heightened her anxiety. Rest assured, he will be just fine, Sirius reassured, observing Diane's rapt attention while continuing to play with her hand. He is a bit on edge, considering it is a dragon. Diane noted, watching as Harry, dwarfed by the dragon, mounted his broomstick and began to evade its fiery assaults. Have faith. He can handle this, Sirius remarked, his gaze flickering to the action on the field, while most of his focus remained on the softness of Diane's hand. Oh dear. Diane observed as Harry narrowly evaded a fireball, then deftly dodged a tail swipe, continuing his taunts. With Harry's mockery, the Hungarian horntail unfurled its wings and pursued him. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was distracted, Harry lunged forward and grasped the golden egg, the abrupt conclusion of the competition leaving the audience in stunned silence. Oh my goodness, here we have our youngest competitor, and the one to retrieve the golden egg the fastest, Bagman exclaimed, snapping back to reality, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Let us proceed to Madame Pomfrey, as Harry will likely be there for a checkup. As the competition concluded, spectators began to disperse gradually. Sirius, holding the now slightly flushed hand of Diane, led her toward Madame Pomfrey. Oh, Auntie, I initially intended to share this with you first. I have no injuries, but let us have a look just to be safe. Harry beamed, clutching the golden egg and grinning at Diane. I witnessed your performance in the arena. It was truly spectacular, simply dazzling. I'm relieved to see you unscathed. Throughout their lives, Diane had never hesitated to shower Harry with praise, and it was this unwavering encouragement that had gradually coaxed an otherwise reserved Harry into a more open demeanor. Harry, cradling the golden egg, smiled shyly, still not quite accustomed to such unreserved compliments from his aunt. What about Cedric? With relief at Harry's safety, Diane began to inquire about Cedric. He's fine. He's doing well now, Harry replied, rolling his eyes, having had his fill of romantic drama. Leading Sirius and Diane to Cedric, they found, as expected, that Cho was still there, even peeling an apple for him. It seems we have interrupted something, Sirius remarked, leaning casually against the doorframe, had there been one, with a blade of grass in his mouth. Good day, Professor, Cedric greeted, his already flushed face turning an even deeper shade of crimson as he stood, appearing as if he might bow to the two visitors. All right, let us not tease them. We're here to check on injuries, and you appear to be in good shape. We shall take our leave now. Diane gently tugged at Sirius, leading Harry away. Chapter 104, Scoring. Auntie, how did the competition go? Harry, trailing behind, had not witnessed Cedric, Fleur, or Crumb's performances. Perhaps your friends are eager to share their experiences. They've been waiting for you for quite some time. Diane gestured for Harry to look over, where Ron, Hermione, and Ginny awaited him. Oh, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Auntie, I'm going to join them, Harry exclaimed, eager to recount his valiant exploits. Calm down, take it slow, and remember to check the scores, Diane cautioned, concerned they might become too engrossed in conversation and forget the final results. Understood, Harry replied, continuing to share his feelings while facing the dragon with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. I believe Harry will come in first. He performed exceptionally well, Sirius remarked, holding Diane's hand as they approached the arena. I concur, Harry is likely to be first. Diane obediently followed Sirius toward the scoring area. Upon their arrival, the scoring was just commencing, and they found a secluded corner to observe Harry's scores. Madame Maxime awarded 9 points. Mr. Crouch gave 10, Dumbledore scored 9, Bagman also awarded 10, while Karkaroff, with evident reluctance, assigned 7 points. Oh my goodness. Harry, you're in first. Ron's astonished voice rang out from behind, laced with excitement. Dayan noticed that they were positioned where Harry and the others could not see them. This is simply marvelous. Hermione's voice echoed with enthusiasm, followed by her recounting of the other competitors' scores. Cedric and Krum had identical scores, placing them second, while Fleur took third. So you're in first place now. You're absolutely incredible, Ginny exclaimed, her excitement surpassing even Harry's. Thank you. I suppose it's all right. Harry blushed at the flattery, feeling as if he could cook an egg on his flushed cheeks. Not just all right. You are truly magnificent. Ginny, in a moment of sheer exuberance, dashed forward to embrace Harry, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, causing her to practically hang off him. Look at you. Teaching your student well, Dayan elbowed Sirius, urging him to witness how his protege charmed the young girl. I had my moments back in my day, though he is not quite there yet. Sirius raised an eyebrow, observing the two blushing youths who resembled an adorable couple. You were the same? Was that how you flirted with girls back then? Dayan's inquiry caused Sirius to freeze momentarily before awkwardly turning to explain. No, I never got close to anyone during my school days. No girl would come within 3 meters of me. Remus can attest to that. With my looks, anyone who approached must have been enamored by my charm. And I turned them all away. Sirius clung to Dayan, nearly swearing an oath to avoid upsetting her, for he could not afford to lose the love he had captured. All right, I'm not angry. I trust you. But I did date during my school years. A glimmer of mischief danced in Dayan's eyes. What? Sirius appeared bewildered, then slightly wounded, before he began to express his disdain for Snape. That greasy git, always so protective of himself. Why didn't he prevent any young girls from getting involved before they were of age? Did he kiss you? Just like I did? Sirius pressed, trapping Dayan against a tree, leaning in for kiss after kiss, occasionally nipping at her lips in playful frustration. Are you a dog or something? Dayan had lost count of how many times he had playfully bitten her, finally pushing him away, though her efforts were in vain. I am, but don't move. Sirius replied. Even as they spoke, his lips continued to graze against hers. I'm just teasing you, Dayan reassured, sensing she had gone a bit too far. Really? Only after hearing this did Sirius rise, yet he still kept Dayan ensnared between himself and the tree. Absolutely true. I was dragged off by Severus daily to brew potions. Don't be upset, Dayan pouted, attempting to lighten the atmosphere by playfully tugging at Sirius's arm. Don't tease me like that. Sirius leaned down, gently bumping his forehead against hers, before releasing her. I acknowledge my mistake. Dayan swayed his arm playfully. You cannot deceive me like this again. You may fool my feelings, my finances, even my choices, but you cannot have anyone else. Sirius wore a woefully pitiful expression, close to tears. I was wrong. Is this better? Dayan chuckled, bestowing a gentle kiss on his cheek, knowing she had brought it on herself. Very well, I reluctantly forgive you, but there shall be no next time. Sirius raised an eyebrow, considering that Snape was somewhat acceptable, as he had at least prevented any romantic entanglements during their school days. You're the best. Dayan planted another kiss on Sirius's cheek. Indeed, Sirius nodded modestly, knowing that no one else could treat her with such kindness. He had offered her his heart, soul, and wealth. As for Harry sighed as soon as Ginny leapt onto Harry. She found herself completely flustered, utterly oblivious to her own actions. Oh dear, what on earth was she doing? Harry, too, was bewildered. The girl he had grown up with had never been this close to him before. It was their first encounter at such proximity. How long did their awkward position last? Ron and Hermione's jaws dropped for as long as it did. If it weren't for the leaves beside them still swaying in the wind, one might have thought time had come to a standstill. Ginny, perhaps you should get down. This is a bit, well, impolite. Ron, the protective older brother, was the first to recover and found an excuse to pry Ginny off Harry. He had always assumed Ginny harbored a kind of idolization for Harry as the chosen one. Now he had to reconsider the nature of the relationship between his sister and Harry. Oh dear. Ginny, now standing on the ground, didn't know where to direct her gaze. Such moments were indeed quite embarrassing. And no, it's fine, Harry stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that he might perhaps have some feelings for Ginny. To mask his embarrassment, he coughed twice, hoping to diminish the crimson hue on his cheeks. Despite the presence of 4 individuals, the atmosphere remained palpably awkward. By the way, Harry, they mentioned that Mr. Bagman would like to speak with the champions in the tent. Hermione finally recalled something, breaking the tension. I'll take my leave then. Harry coughed again and bid farewell to the group. Chapter 105, A Special Gift. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel that Professor Moody seems somewhat familiar. Sirius has a similar inkling about Professor Moody. Perhaps you've encountered him before, Deandra suggested, startled by Sirius's observation. She had been contemplating how to address these matters since meeting young Barty, and now she could respond to questions regarding Moody with an unflinching demeanor. That's not what I meant. I just feel. How should I put it? He seems somewhat off. Has my time in Azkaban truly dulled my senses? Sirius pondered seriously. He still found it a bit peculiar, but if Moody wasn't Moody, then who could he possibly be? Thus, Sirius dismissed the thought. Regarding the Daily Prophet, I intended to discuss it with them, only to discover they'd already withdrawn it. Was that your doing? Deandra suddenly remembered her attempt to negotiate about that issue, only to find the publication had been retracted. Oh, I was planning to have it withdrawn myself, but I was told it had already been taken down. Was it not you? Sirius was equally perplexed. He hadn't done anything to cause that issue to unfold. Unbeknownst to them, from the day the paper was released, young witches and wizards had banded together to write to the Daily Prophet. Initially resistant to withdrawal, the publication eventually capitulated upon seeing several pureblood families. Auntie. One need not look to know who it was. In all of Hogwarts, only Harry would call someone Auntie. Upon hearing this term, Sirius felt an urge to whisk Deandra away. Truly, his godson exhibited no sense of subtlety, constantly interrupting him. Harry, what is the matter? Deandra, who had been leisurely wandering around Hogwarts with Sirius, primarily because Sirius feared returning to his office only to be disturbed by Harry, was caught off guard. Yet, Harry seemed to have an uncanny ability to locate his aunt, making Sirius wish he could take Deandra and resign immediately. If it weren't for Dumbledore being present, allowing him to learn more about Voldemort, he would have whisked the young lady away for a private moment. Auntie, may I borrow my godfather for a moment? Harry dashed over, a throng of Gryffindor students trailing behind him, their expressions suggestive of something significant taking place. What is going on? Is he to continue your training? Deandra inquired, intrigued. No, Auntie, you'll find out when my godfather returns. To celebrate my victory in the first match, I bought you a gift. It's quite beautiful. Do come and see. Of course, I have a gift for my godfather, but he must come with me. Knowing his aunt's fondness for ancient Chinese artifacts, Harry had been collecting a few, albeit with limited resources. I shall eagerly anticipate it then. What is it that requires me to accompany you? Sirius raised an eyebrow, bemused that his godson, rather than pursuing the young lady, was now generously bestowing gifts upon him. You will love it, godfather. It's a special gift. It may even compel you to grant me additional training. Don't blame me. Blame that crowd behind me. During their celebration of Harry's first victory, they had engaged in a game of truth or dare, resulting in his current stand before his godfather, soon to revel in the profound love of a father figure. Then I shall return to see what Harry has prepared for me. Enjoy yourselves. Deandra waved at the two, choosing not to intrude upon their bonding moment. All right. Harry waved back at Deandra, urging Sirius along. Upon returning to her office, Deandra found a neatly wrapped pale yellow gift box on her tidy desk. The disarray of books she had left behind now organized. As she picked up the gift box, her gaze remained on the desk, pondering whether her own laziness had led her child to develop a complementary disposition. As she unwrapped the gift, she reflected on whether she had ever shortchanged Harry. It seemed he had always taken the initiative to tidy up whenever she was absent. Initially, she had asked Harry to wait for her, but eventually, they had developed a routine of cleaning together. Upon opening the gift box, she discovered a well-arranged copy of the records of the Grand Historian, only to find it was in Chinese. Deandra? She thought to herself that she was not the type to settle down and read such a work. What could have given Harry the impression that she enjoyed reading? Nevertheless, Deandra reluctantly began to peruse it, reasoning that it was a gift from Harry and thus deserved at least a glance. What should she prepare for Harry as a gift? Surely she ought to give him something after each match. As Deandra flipped through a few pages, Sirius returned, looking quite aggrieved, his expression directed at her in a daze. What happened? Deandra asked, perplexed as to why receiving a gift had left him looking so disheartened. Harry is bullying his godfather. Sirius approached Deandra, embracing her in a manner reminiscent of a child seeking solace. What is it? Deandra inquired with curiosity, increasingly eager to uncover what Harry had done. He won a golden egg in the match, and then he took me to the lawn, clutching that egg and opened it. The sound it emitted was enough to send anyone into a fit, and to make matters worse, he somehow managed to block his ears. At this point, Sirius was growing irate, reflecting on how he had previously held back. And then, Deandra couldn't help but chuckle. Harry joking with his godfather surely indicated a positive rapport between them. Oh, you only wish to hear my woes, Sirius lamented, pinching Deandra's cheek playfully before continuing. Afterwards, I had intended to further his training, but to my surprise, he was already prepared. He summoned the flying broom and fled. That rascal was merely seeking revenge for those days of being beaten, leaving my poor ears to suffer. Sirius, looking quite aggrieved, leaned into Deandra's ear, lamenting how excessively Harry had behaved, resembling a child complaining to a parent. Oh, I shouldn't have taught him the summoning charm. Sirius rubbed his pitiful ears against DeAndre's hair. In the following months, Harry would indeed need to continue his training, so remember to go easy on him. The poor lad had always believed he could avoid receiving his godfather's disciplinary measures, yet ultimately, he could not escape his fate. Chapter 106, Inviting Ginny. The Christmas ball was fast approaching, and ever since Professor McGonagall informed Harry that he needed a dance partner, he had been in a state of distress. Where could he possibly find a partner? After much contemplation, Harry stood at DeAndre's office door, took a deep breath, and knocked. He could still feel the lingering effects of Sirius's earlier scolding making him shiver at the door. "Come in," came DeAndre's gentle voice from within. Harry inhaled deeply and opened the door, and as expected, his godfather was seated next to his aunt. "Are you eager to train today, Harry?" Sirius clenched his fists. The sound of creaking bones resonating ominously, akin to a symphony from the depths of hell, in Harry's ears. No, not at all," Harry hastily denied, wishing to avoid further punishment. "Stop terrifying the child," DeAndre chided, poking Sirius's arm, which visibly deflated him, as if his ears were drooping. "I wasn't scaring him. I was merely testing him." Harry couldn't help but marvel at his godfather's talent for dramatic mood shifts, one moment ready to pummel him, the next appearing pitiful in front of DeAndre. "What's the matter, Harry?" DeAndre asked, observing Harry's troubled expression at the door. "Aunt, I don't know whom to invite to the ball as my partner," Harry lamented as he sank into the sofa, though he had someone in mind. He was at a loss for how to proceed. "I thought you had already planned how to invite Ginny," DeAndre teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. What are you talking about, Aunt?" As his secret feelings for Ginny were revealed, Harry's voice trembled slightly. "Oh, you haven't prepared to invite Ginny? It seems she may be dancing with another handsome lad," DeAndre continued to tease, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes that Harry failed to notice. "Oh, that can't happen. After all, she is my sister whom I've watched grow up," Harry exclaimed upon hearing that Ginny might dance with someone else. And only after reacting did he mutter a quieter explanation. "So, are you planning to invite Ginny then?" DeAndre watched Harry with a knowing smile, as if observing a pig attempting to root for cabbage. "Yes, I'm going to ask Ginny to be my partner right now." "I can't let another boy invite her first," Harry resolved, determined to act. "Perhaps you could bring her a flower," DeAndre suggested, plucking the most vibrant red rose from her potted collection and handing it to Harry. "Isn't it a bit odd to give a rose?" Harry said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he gazed at the flower he had just accepted. "I recall someone wanted to invite Ginny. I wonder if she has agreed yet?" Just as Harry was lost in thought regarding the rose, Sirius's unexpected remark caught him off guard, and without uttering another word, he dashed out, clutching the rose. "Look at how frightened the child is. He nearly used apparition to escape," DeAndre chuckled, poking Sirius's arm again. "That indecisive demeanor of his is even less impressive than James's attempts to court Lily back in the day," Sirius remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Are you sure? I recall several letters from your sister mentioning an annoying fellow who would bother her with a group of others," DeAndre shot back, making Sirius feel a touch embarrassed. He admitted that James had been inexperienced in pursuit, and it was their misguided advice that led to his eventual success, leaving him somewhat incredulous at how smoothly he later courted young ladies. Back then, as soon as James laid eyes on Lily, he would latch onto her, which made her suspect his intentions. Reflecting on those past memories, Sirius felt a pang of nostalgia, lamenting that those days could never be reclaimed. "Do you think Harry will successfully invite Ginny?" DeAndre, noticing the melancholy in Sirius's expression, recalled Lily but ultimately shook her head and shifted the conversation. If he cannot even muster the courage to invite his crush, he might as well move in with the Weasleys. If he can't manage that, he might as well remain single. Sirius's words conveyed a rather unsparing disdain for his godson. "Don't underestimate your protege. I believe he has long desired to bring Ginny to his den," DeAndre asserted confidently, fully aware of her cub's subtle maneuvers. "If he possesses even a fraction of your charm, I wouldn't worry about him," Sirius boasted about himself while discussing Harry. "Harry isn't as handsome as you, I must say," DeAndre replied, scrutinizing Sirius before earnestly declaring that her own cub would always be the most dashing. "Oh dear, is your eyesight all right, young lady?" Sirius exclaimed, seizing DeAndre's hand and placing it against his own face, as if to impress upon her just how handsome he was. All right, handsome, DeAndre teased, playfully pinching his cheek, satisfied that he had turned out well enough. "By the way, have you taken your potion today?" she inquired while still playfully teasing his face. "Oh, Merlin's beard, must I really take the potion?" Sirius lamented, visibly distressed upon hearing he had to drink it. "Just one more month, and you'll be done," DeAndre unyieldingly stated, providing a precise timeline for his potion regimen. "Then we must celebrate that day properly," Sirius declared as he gulped down the potion, lamenting why it couldn't be flavored more pleasantly. "Would you like a tastier potion?" DeAndre asked, only for Sirius to realize he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Well, not precisely. But I can manage to drink it, he stammered, his ears reddening. A grown man shouldn't be afraid of potions. All right, but I would like to retest the potion's flavor. Is that permissible? DeAndre chuckled softly at the sight of the blushing and obstinate Sirius. As you wish, he replied, feeling his ears grow even warmer and avoiding DeAndre's gaze. DeAndre couldn't help but laugh again. Sirius's blushing was a rare sight. Stop laughing. The already flushed Sirius felt his face redden even more from her laughter. Is it truly that amusing? He asked, watching the young lady nearly double over with laughter. Unable to contain himself, he pulled DeAndre into a hug, inadvertently causing her nose to bump against his, resulting in tears of pain. Are you all right? Sirius asked hurriedly, flustered as he attempted to comfort DeAndre, filling the air with a hint of sweetness. Meanwhile, Harry was still lost in his own struggles. Chapter 107, Dance Partner. Ginny. Upon catching sight of Ginny, Harry noticed Neville approaching her. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and clutching a crimson rose, he hurried to Ginny's side. Extending the rose forward and executing a flawless 90-degree bow. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Ginny was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, staring in astonishment for several seconds before accepting the rose. All right, I accept. Although Ginny felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks amidst the teasing of her fellow witches. She found the proposal far too shy. Inviting a dance partner felt akin to a marriage proposal. Really? Harry, still in his bow, was momentarily stunned, his hand raised high, though the rose had already been taken from him. Indeed, please rise. As Ginny observed the growing crowd, she quickly pulled Harry away, although the raucous cheers from her roommates echoed behind them. Ginny? Harry looked down at their clasped hands, her soft fingers resting on the back of his hand as she led him away. What's wrong? Ginny was uncertain of where to go. Her only thought was to escape the throng with Harry. And no, it's nothing. Harry felt a pang of frustration at himself, recalling how his godfather had instructed him. But now, having merely held her hand, he had forgotten everything. His focus was entirely on the warmth of Ginny's grasp, while she pondered their destination. Eventually, Ginny guided Harry to the covered bridge. I thought you wouldn't invite me. She released his hand and leaned against the railing, inhaling the fragrance of the rose. Huh? Why would you think that? Harry, still caught in the softness of the moment, barely registered her words. I thought you would invite the girl you fancy. Ginny gently tugged at a petal of the crimson rose, her touch delicate, unwilling to tear it away. Aye. Harry stumbled over his words, regretting not having learned more from his godfather. What had he said? To be straightforward? I actually like you. The words tumbled out, revealing his nervousness. He hadn't even realized when his feelings for Ginny had blossomed. Perhaps, over time, he had come to adore her, only failing to recognize it until now. Unaware that the person he wished to share his life with was right beside him. Really? Now it was Ginny's turn to be speechless. Truthfully, she had always believed her affections were unreciprocated, that Harry viewed her merely as a sister. I'm so sorry. I know that this may be troubling for you. But Harry's anxiety escalated as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. I truly like you. He lamented not having a second rose to offer her. He felt utterly unprepared. Oh. Ginny was still grappling with the sudden confession. It's all right if you don't agree, but please grant me the chance to pursue you. Harry assumed Ginny was declining him, yet he never anticipated that his confession would yield success. After all, he had presented no gifts to accompany his declaration, rendering his efforts woefully inadequate. Let me finish speaking. Ginny interrupted him, exasperated. I accept. Lowering her gaze to the vibrant rose in her hand, she chuckled softly. Never having imagined that the object of her affections might reciprocate, she had always considered their encounter as her greatest fortune. An awkward silence enveloped the air as neither had ever been in a romantic relationship before. Really? Their savior found it hard to believe his own ears, contemplating whether his godfather's teachings had led him to hallucinations. No way, Ginny replied, somewhat annoyed. Having finally summoned the courage to agree, she was now questioned about its authenticity. Harry genuinely thought Ginny was jesting, his green eyes dimming. However, upon witnessing the look of despair on his face, Ginny relented, surmising that Harry had perhaps been rendered foolish by Professor Black's teachings. I just said I agreed to be your girlfriend. Ginny rolled her eyes, reiterating her acceptance, only to hear the incredulous response. Really? Harry was overwhelmed with elation. After all, how could such a stroke of luck, falling for someone like Ginny, befall him? It seemed that fortune indeed favored him. If you disagree, then never mind. Ginny, observing Harry's obliviousness, felt an urge to punch him and walk away. No. I'm just too excited. As Harry saw Ginny preparing to leave, his heart raced, and he instinctively grasped her hand. So, you're officially my girlfriend now? Ginny was genuinely taken aback by Harry's innocence in matters of romance. Yes. Harry held Ginny's hand, sunlight pouring down upon their path home, illuminating the fervent affection of youth, a blossoming love. "Harry, how dare you?" That evening in the dormitory, upon discovering that his precious sister had been courted by his close friend, Ron had a remark that he hesitated to voice. "Ron, calm down." Harry deftly rolled off his bed to evade Ron's impending attack, leaving Ron to tumble empty-handed. "How can you expect me to calm down?" Ron fumed, pulling his face away from the cup, his expression radiating fury as though he wished to knock Harry senseless. "Think about it. Can I trust you? If your sister were to be taken away by another boy, would you be at ease? At least I know you." Harry narrowly dodged Ron's next assault. Upon hearing this, Ron found his anger somewhat justified. "Who did you invite as your dance partner?" Harry deftly shifted the topic. Hermione, who else could it be?" Ron retreated back to his bed, stating the obvious. "Wow." A teasing lilt colored Harry's voice. "Wow what? Hurry up and sleep. We have Professor Batty's class tomorrow. And I don't want to be late." Ron interrupted Harry's playful banter. And only after burrowing under the covers did he realize that he hadn't yet addressed Harry's transgression involving his sister, but it seemed that would have to wait until morning. Time always seemed to fly, yet Harry felt differently. He believed the training sessions must have been bewitched, as they dragged on interminably. "All right, let us call it a night. Tomorrow is the ball. You should select some attire. You ought to rest well, don't you think?" Just as Sirius was about to land a playful punch on Harry, Deandra interrupted the training session, having purchased a plethora of clothing earlier that day. Chapter 108, Clothing. "Are you truly going to allow Annie to be so, extravagant?" Harry gazed at the heap of garments on the table, realizing he could wear a different outfit for an entire month without repetition, even excluding women's apparel. With this little expenditure, the Black family can hardly be unable to afford it. Even if she were to purchase 100 of these outfits daily, the Black fortune would sustain her for a lifetime. Besides, once she spends it all, won't I be earning money for her? Sirius remained unfazed. The Black family coffers could easily support 3 lifetimes, and as long as his wife was happy, that was all that mattered. "However, I no longer wish to endure an entire day merely to select outfits." "However what?" Sirius interjected, halting Harry's protest. "In the future, won't your salary be turned over?" Harry pondered that notion, realizing that if he were to marry Ginny, he would undoubtedly contribute his earnings. "No, wait, what am I even thinking? Even if she is still just my girlfriend, my earnings would still be shared. That's not quite right. What on earth is he thinking? They have only just become a couple, and he is already contemplating the future." Harry shook his head, hoping to clear his flushed face. "Can I take a look at these?" DeAndre rummaged through the pile. "These are yours, and over there are Ron's, while these belong to Hermione and Ginny. Those are for the twins." She handed the sorted clothes to Harry. "Me? Am I supposed to deliver these?" Harry exclaimed, bewildered, as the garments obstructed his vision. "Indeed. Some of them are for Ginny," DeAndre added. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he prepared to deliver the clothes. But would he be mistaken for a weirdo carrying women's clothing? As Harry was grappling with his thoughts about the clothes, he suddenly remembered the bag he had enchanted with an extension charm. Once he neatly stowed away the garments, especially Ginny's meticulously arranged pile. He looked at the bag with satisfaction and made his way toward the Gryffindor common room. "Oh, I can hardly believe that foolish boy is my godson." From a certain perspective, James's genes are rather potent. Sirius covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Harry's foolish demeanor as he walked out. It was truly embarrassing. One could easily mistake him for a fool. He certainly appeared a bit daft. If Hogwarts held a contest for couples, they would undoubtedly win. The primary issue was Harry. His demeanor gave away the fact that he was smitten, a young lover in the throes of romance. "Have you prepared the formal wear, my dear?" Sirius leaned on DeAndre's shoulder, blowing softly into her ear. "Keep your distance. Don't act like a creep," DeAndre replied, playfully swatting Sirius on the head. "Oh, but you're my girlfriend," he whined. "Wifey won't let me be close." Sirius pouted, rubbing his head where she had smacked him. "Oh, I remember preparing our outfits. They are from the same collection. I quite like them, so see if there's anything you fancy." DeAndre skillfully shifted the topic. "Really? Then I must choose carefully," Sirius exclaimed, instantly forgetting the earlier incident with the swat. "Go have a look in the common room, and see if you like anything," DeAndre suggested as she opened the door to the common room, revealing a bed strewn with clothes. Sirius gazed at the garments, deep in thought. Truth be told, he liked them all. Could we change outfits for every dance? He wondered aloud. "You can only pick one outfit for the dance." DeAndre interrupted before he could finish his thought. "Is 2 really out of the question?" Sirius turned to her, trying to negotiate. "No, you can only choose one," DeAndre firmly stated, finding the idea of changing outfits too troublesome. "Fine." Sirius began sifting through the pile for something he liked. "How about this one?" He pulled out 2 outfits, a gentleman's attire that transitioned from white to pale yellow, and a lady's dress that mirrored the same gradient. Though Sirius was unsure how he would look in the formal wear, He was certain it would suit DeAndre beautifully, and he wanted them to match. Are you sure about this? DeAndre asked, taking the two outfits from him. Yes, I can hardly wait to go to the ball with you, Sirius said, pulling DeAndre into his arms, enjoying the closeness with her. Why are you so clingy? Like a dog, DeAndre teased, tapping his head in exasperation, questioning whether Sirius was influenced by his animagus form. Perhaps I simply enjoy it this way, he replied, nuzzling against her head, contemplating if his animagus form had indeed influenced his behavior, as he found himself drawn to her. Can you dance? DeAndre asked, patting his head. Of course. Sirius thought she was worried he might not know how to dance, and was offering to teach him in advance. That's good to know. I don't think I've taught Harry how to dance. You'll have to manage. DeAndre cheerfully passed the opportunity to teach Harry to Sirius. Oh, I believe someone else might be more suited for that role. Sirius nuzzled her head again. Like who? Ginny Weasley, he replied, taking the garments from DeAndre's hands. Lost in thought. What are you pondering? DeAndre inquired, noticing his distant gaze. I'm considering what our wedding attire will look like. It must be exquisite, Sirius mused, seemingly envisioning their wedding day. For now, perhaps you should focus on how to teach your godson to dance. DeAndre playfully poked his forehead with a finger. Oh, can't Ginny Weasley take over for a bit? Our training has been severely lacking lately. Sirius stretched his neck and playfully nipped at DeAndre's cheek. Another bite? Her finger, which had been pointed at his forehead, withdrew, replacing it with a playful slap. I was wrong, but may I nibble again next time? Sirius grinned, always drawn to pecking DeAndre's face. When did you become so shameless? DeAndre recalled how gentlemanly Sirius had initially been. Is that so? I meant, do I still have my dignity? Sirius chuckled, playfully biting her other cheek for symmetry. You're crossing the line. DeAndre decided to pinch his face, turning him aside and playfully biting him back. He was unaware and genuinely got nipped. Well, look who's learned to be naughty, Sirius chuckled, touching the bite mark on his cheek, leaning his forehead against DeAndre's. Learned from you. Now, don't linger in my common room. Remember to teach your godson how to dance. DeAndre gathered the formal wear and, gripping Sirius's clothing, playfully tossed him out while tossing out a blanket as well. Sirius, clutching the blanket, gazed back at the common room, realizing he would be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Chapter 109. The dance. Can't you tidy yourself up a bit? DeAndre fastened Sirius's tie, wishing she could tighten it enough to choke him. Isn't that what I hoped you'd do for me? Sirius bent slightly, smiling at DeAndre as she tied his tie. What are you staring at? DeAndre felt her ears flush under his intense gaze, but she stubbornly tugged at the freshly tied tie. Just admiring you. You look lovely. Sirius was pulled toward her by the tie, gently pinning her against the wall, his hand cradling the back of her head. He leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to her lips before pulling away. Of course, this action earned him a sharp twist to his waist. Are you trying to murder your husband? Sirius exclaimed, clutching his waist as he followed DeAndre toward the hall. You smudged my lipstick, she said without looking back. That's a false accusation. I only gave you a light peck, he protested, suspecting he may have bruised himself. Humph. As they neared the hall, DeAndre lifted her chin and linked her arm with Sirius's. Thank you for forgiving me, my little princess, he proclaimed, lifting her gloved hand and placing a gentle kiss on it. Don't be so cheesy. DeAndre felt her hands tremble from his sweetness, quickly withdrawing her hand, leaving the glove in his grasp. Is this for me? Sirius kissed the glove again. Dream on, DeAndre retorted. Had she not been adorned in a formal gown today, she would have genuinely desired to strike a blow to the dog's head. DeAndre yearned to reclaim the gloves from Sirius's grasp. However, with a mere lift of his hand, her attempt was thwarted. Allow me, Sirius said, taking DeAndre's hand and gently sliding the glove onto her fingers. Shall we enter? The pair had lingered at the entrance of the hall for a moment. Very well, DeAndre replied, linking her arm with Sirius's and adjusting the hem of her gown. Stay still. Your hair accessory is askew, he remarked, lifting his hand to make a few adjustments to her hairpiece. All set, Sirius declared, tapping her forehead lightly. Let us proceed. After straightening Sirius's tie, DeAndre accompanied him inside. As they entered, a voice imbued with a chilling aura reached their ears, prompting them to turn in unison. It was none other than Severus Snape. Ah, Severus, DeAndre greeted, taken aback by the sight of Snape in a suit. Though it remained black, he exuded a certain elegance. Oh, have you changed your attire? Sirius quipped, ever the provocateur, his jest echoing with youthful bravado. Maintaining a gentle smile, DeAndre discreetly wrapped her hand around Sirius's waist, her mind swirling with thoughts. Snape, however, would not engage with the foolish dog. Humph, let us go sample the desserts you have yet to eat today. With that, Sirius lifted his chin proudly, leading DeAndre to a nearby corner to indulge in refreshments. Is Harry not yet here? DeAndre scanned the room, noting Harry's absence. He is likely with Ginny, preparing to make an entrance with the champions, Sirius suggested, forking a piece of cake and offering it to Deandra before indulging himself. Indeed, she replied, taking a bite of the cake while continuing her search for the young wizards. Ron and Hermione appear to be quite well, and Fred and Angelina also look splendid. However, George, standing off to the side, seems to harbor a murderous glare directed at Fred. Soon enough, the champions will arrive. The dancing shall commence shortly. Sirius leaned closer to Deandra and whispered. Her gaze instinctively shifted to the entrance, and indeed, the grand doors swung open, revealing the champions entering alongside Professor McGonagall. Deandra couldn't help but admit that the one leading the way, holding a partner and smiling the most foolishly, was Harry. Harry looks so silly, Sirius remarked, voicing the very sentiment Deandra had been pondering. I wonder, did I overlook something that caused him to bump his head as a child? As the champions entered, the younger wizards erupted in cheers, the hall pulsating with a vibrant energy. He still looks rather dashing, Deandra mused, admiring the young man she had nurtured, noting how swiftly time had passed. The once tiny child had grown so tall, though he still pales in comparison to his godfather. Sirius pouted, inching closer to commence his self-aggrandizement. Ah, indeed, Sirius is the most handsome. Deandra playfully shielded his face with her hand, affirming his boast with a grin. Once the champions and their partners had taken their seats, the festivities began, and everyone indulged in their chosen delicacies. The time spent enjoying the feast flew by, and soon it was time for the ball to commence. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? Sirius took Deandra's hand, pressing a kiss to the back of it. Let us dance. Deandra accepted his hand, and together they glided onto the dance floor, the music enveloping them as they twirled amidst a gathering crowd. With his hands resting on her waist, Sirius lifted Deandra, gently lowering her back onto his shoes. What are you doing? Deandra gasped, feeling the unfamiliar sensation beneath her feet and momentarily losing her rhythm. I wish to dance with you, if you will allow it. He replied, guiding her steps as her feet rested atop his. You're not afraid of hurting me? Deandra worried about stepping on his toes. You are not heavy. You are quite light, Sirius assured her, drawing her closer with each movement. As the song concluded, they descended from the stage. Deandra intended to take a brief respite when, unexpectedly, a hand reached out toward her. Your old professor wishes to invite you for a dance. Snape, clad in his customary black suit, stood before her. Oh, very well, Deandra stammered, momentarily taken aback before placing her hand in his, astonished that Snape could indeed dance. Sirius could only watch as his partner was led onto the dance floor by the figure draped in black. Severus, did you wash your hair? Deandra remarked, momentarily shocked by the absence of his usual greasy hair. Miss Evans, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from your incessant chatter while we dance, Snape retorted, the familiar bite of his words bringing Deandra's focus back to the dance. Severus, have you been crying? She stammered, uncertain if her eyes had deceived her when she thought she saw a tear roll down his cheek. It seems this young lady's mind is indeed filled with wild thoughts. Snape shot her a glance, as if to convey that she was imagining things. The song swiftly ended, and Snape hurriedly exited the dance floor, leaving the festivities behind. Chapter 110, The Ball Continues. As Deandra stepped off the dance floor, she spotted Sirius lurking in the corner. Are you jealous? She teased, snatching a biscuit from his hand. How could I dare? To have Miss Evans even glance my way is a privilege, Sirius replied, observing the biscuit he had lost to her, before playfully pinching her cheek and pulling her closer. What are you doing? Deandra protested as her face was pinched, only to be drawn into Sirius's embrace. Jealous indeed. How sour it is that my dance partner was whisked away by another without my notice, he lamented, giving her cheek a playful squeeze before taking a bite of the biscuit. You've ruined your makeup. I dare say you'll have powder all over your mouth. Deandra chuckled, lightly tapping his pale lips with her finger, leaving a trace of white powder on her fingertip. Oh, you are so beautiful. You needn't wear makeup. Realizing the taste was off, Sirius quickly understood that he had inadvertently sampled Deandra's cosmetics. Such a momentous occasion deserves proper reverence, she remarked, striving to suppress her smile. It appears I cannot nibble on you until after tonight. Frustrated, Sirius tightened his embrace around Deandra, playfully toying with her fingers. Are you not going to dance anymore? She inquired, gripping his fingers to keep him in place. Not anymore. The crowd is too dense, and I wouldn't want anyone to bump into you, he replied, offering her a glass of juice. Thank you, Deandra said instinctively, taking the glass and sipping the juice. Thank you? Rather than that, you should comprehend that I yearn for a kiss from you. Sirius, upon hearing her gratitude, felt an overwhelming desire to pry open her mind to discern her thoughts. Then I shall continue to say thank you, she declared, comparing their hands, noting the stark contrast between their sizes. Sirius's hand was considerably larger than hers. his elongated fingers possessing an aesthetic appeal that made Diane feel as though she were on the verge of becoming enamored with hands. Do you like it? Sirius's head rested against the side of Diane's neck as he observed his hand being playfully manipulated by her. It looks splendid, she remarked, gently pinching the back of Sirius's hand with her fingernail, leaving a small crescent imprint. Is this your way of marking me? Sirius inquired, glancing at the small moon on his skin. Not quite. This is merely me teasing you, Sirius. Now, let us go dance, Diane declared, pulling him towards the dance floor. You mischievous girl. Sirius chuckled at the sight of her, having just playfully bullied him, yet now eager to dance with her victim. Just dance and don't look at me, Diane commanded, tilting her head to gaze at him with a feisty tone. Very well. Sirius found delight in her current expression, well aware that his little girl was feeling shy again. Despite not constantly watching Diane during the song, Sirius's hands were far from idle. They would occasionally tickle her palms or caress her waist, and he even dared to plant a kiss upon her. How shameless, Diane exclaimed, swatting away his encroaching hand and turning her back to him while retreating to a corner. I was wrong, Sirius said, a troubled smile crossing his face as he observed his rejected hand. It seemed that when she was angry, his hand lost its charm. In broad daylight. You dare to kiss me? Diane thought to herself, wishing she could peer into Sirius's mind to uncover his daily musings. That was an accident, Sirius replied, crouching down to meet her gaze, his expression betraying a hint of amusement at her irritated demeanor. Who was it that said Draco resembles a pufferfish when angry? Clearly, it is you who fits that description better. Unable to resist, Sirius poked her puffed cheek, albeit a tad too forcefully, causing it to deflate. Can I claim that this too was an accident? He asked, hiding his hand behind his back and clearing his throat. What do you think? Diane replied with a sinister smile, making Sirius feel as though his life were in jeopardy. Don't move, she commanded, her delicate fingers pinching his face. Although the action seemed painful, she exerted no real force. Are you planning to retaliate? Sirius feigned a look of resignation. For the next few days? Stay out of my office, she concluded, releasing his face and delivering a light smack to the back of his head, effectively determining his residence for the upcoming days. With that, she smoothed her skirt and departed from the ball, seeking a breath of fresh air. Wait, let us negotiate this, Sirius called after her. Declining a dance invitation from a girl from Beauxbatons along the way, Diane strolled through the rose bushes, occasionally teasing the freshly bloomed, vibrant roses beside her. Let us discuss. Considering you've been so well behaved while sleeping on your side, he pleaded, observing how Diane coaxed the droplets of water from the rose petals. Are you certain? Then why is it that every time I awaken, I find myself in your arms? Diane shot him a sidelong glance, questioning the validity of his claims of being well behaved during slumber. Sirius stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful expression before responding. I have always remained on my side. It is you who wanders over in your sleep. Diane truly wished to witness whether Sirius retained any semblance of shame. Initially, she had indeed slept soundly until he began encroaching upon her space, which led her to find herself on the opposite side of the bed each night. There was even a time when she believed it was her own restless sleeping that caused the shift until one night, just as she was drifting off, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist, leading her straight into Sirius's embrace. Shoo, don't say a word. As Diane pondered, Sirius suddenly covered her mouth with his hand and whispered softly in her ear. Each time he drew close to her, his lips would lightly brush against her ear, rendering it a shade of crimson. Look over there. Following his pointed finger, Diane noticed Snape and Karkaroff seemingly engaged in a heated discussion, which ended with them parting ways. Having penalized several students, including Harry, it appears I have uncovered a scandalous secret, Sirius whispered conspiratorially, covering her mouth once more. They've all left, and besides, you didn't hear anything. We are too far away. Diane pulled his hand from her mouth and continued walking forward. Hey, don't leave. We're still negotiating, Sirius exclaimed, chasing after her, determined to secure their accommodations for the night. Chapter 111, the second task. Where's Harry? Surely he hasn't yet managed to open his golden egg? Sirius mused, glancing at the other champions, who had all arrived except for Harry. Don't fret. There are still 10 minutes left. He has already opened his egg and will be here shortly, Diane reassured him, noticing how tense Sirius appeared, even more so than Harry. Who knows where that lad has wandered off to? Such a momentous occasion, and he dawdling, Sirius fumed, his frustration mounting as he longed to track Harry down and give him a piece of his mind. It's all right. Harry will show up, Diane said, gently massaging his taut arm, hoping to ease his anxiety. After all, as the godfather of the competitors, he had every reason to be concerned for Harry. Here he comes, Diane exclaimed, spotting Harry making his way through the crowd. Thank the heavens he hasn't missed the event, Sirius sighed in relief, visibly relaxing as Harry arrived. Harry knows what he is doing, Diane nudged Sirius, aware that he had just broken into a cold sweat. If he weren't a minor, I wouldn't bother with him, Sirius muttered. Seeing Harry now reminded him of James, as he finally understood how Mr. and Mrs. Potter must have felt when James caused them to lose their composure. 1, 2, 3, let the competition commence. In the midst of their conversation, Bagman announced the start of the contest. Is that gillyweed? Sirius observed as Harry consumed something, and if he hadn't witnessed it, he might have been shocked to see gills sprouting behind Harry's ears, and his feet transforming into webbed appendages. It seems your protege possesses far more wit than his godfather, Diane remarked, turning to Sirius as Harry plunged into the water. How is that possible? With James as his father, the child must be just as daft, Sirius replied, incredulous. Sirius is the cleverest of them all, Diane teased, adopting a tone reminiscent of soothing a young Harry. Hey, don't use the same tactics you employ with Harry on me, Sirius retorted, grasping her wrist in mild protest. I was wrong. I want to do it again, Diane laughed, her mirth perceived by Sirius as mischievous. You only take pleasure in teasing me. Knowing I'm powerless to resist, Sirius sighed, glancing at Diane, fully aware that he was utterly captivated by her. Someone else emerging. It's Cedric, a voice called out, setting off a wave of applause among the Hogwarts students, who were now brimming with excitement. Another one coming out. Amidst the excitement of some young wizards and the slight dismay of others, only Harry remained unaccounted for. I recalled that gillyweed had a mere 60-minute efficacy. Why had Harry yet to emerge? Sirius anxiously watched the seconds tick by, increasingly apprehensive that something might have befallen Harry, or worse, that he might have succumbed to the depths. Have faith, Harry will prevail, he attempted to reassure himself. Deandra, striving to soothe Sirius, noted that he seemed far more anxious than Harry about the competition. At last, they surfaced. Harry and Ginny emerged, accompanied by Fleur's sister. After the champions had taken a moment to recuperate, the judges' scores were revealed. The final tallies were as follows. Fleur received 25 points, Crumb 40, Cedric 47, and Harry 45. As Harry was about to return to the dormitory for some well-deserved rest, he heard his godfather's voice, laced with frustration. Knowing that Sirius's summons was unlikely to be for anything pleasant, Harry feigned ignorance and hastened toward Hogwarts. Stand still. If you dare run, there will be extra practice tomorrow. Sirius's declaration froze Harry in place. What a coincidence. Good morning. Good afternoon, godfather. Harry turned, ruffling his tousled hair, grinning foolishly. Why? You promised not to put yourself in perilous situations. Gillyweed only allows for an hour of breath beneath the surface, yet you exceeded that time. Sirius's expression was one of considerable distress. Harry glanced at Deandra, who was attempting to placate Sirius by gently patting his arm, hoping she might intercede on his behalf. However, all he received in return was a look of helplessness. She had already exerted her efforts to calm him. I believe I can succeed. And Professor Dumbledore would not allow us to drown, Harry murmured, his gaze lowered, his fingers nervously wrinkling the fabric of his sleeves. Please refrain from placing yourself in danger. At any time, Sirius implored, his eyes fixed on Harry's bowed head. He was relieved that Harry did not meet his gaze, for he could not bear to see the likeness to James, whose visage was etched in his mind. A mere glance at Harry invoked a flood of memories. I apologize, godfather, but Fleur has yet to return, and I worry something may have happened to her. Harry understood his godfather's concern but felt, truthfully, that Sirius was overly anxious. With Professor Dumbledore present, Harry felt assured that no harm would come to him. I'm sorry, I am the one who is overly anxious. However, we must intensify our training in the coming days. Perhaps Deandra's attempts at reassurance had borne fruit, for Sirius no longer appeared as tense as he had initially. Fearing that Harry might vanish at any moment, he had endured dreams of the same face in Azkaban for a decade. In the midst of Harry's lamentations and Ginny's laughter, Sirius took Deandra's hand and led her away. That evening, Deandra lay in bed, soothing Sirius, whose head rested against her neck. What is it? You seem unusually clingy today, she remarked. Shall I groom your animagus form? She teased, observing Sirius's silent demeanor. Though Sirius did not respond, he obediently transformed into a large black dog and sprawled on the bed. All right, but remember, Harry aspires to be an Auror. We cannot shelter him in a greenhouse for a lifetime. Deandra gently stroked his fur, and Sirius leaned into her touch, aware that his concern for Harry was excessive. Yet he could not help himself. In a few years, Harry will be of age. His eyes light up when he speaks of becoming an Auror. I cannot hinder him when he chooses his own path in life. Deandra continued to stroke Sirius's fur absent-mindedly, noting how relaxed he had become. Isn't that so? She whispered, leaning closer to his canine form. Yes, now let us sleep. I need to hold you to feel better, Sirius transformed back. Grasping Deandra's hand and drawing her into his embrace, nuzzling against her affectionately. When have I ever turned you down? Deandra gently ruffled his hair. I knew you would indulge me. Chapter 112, Shipping CP. Following the conclusion of the second task, the young wizards were particularly eager for the upcoming weekend in Hogsmeade. As the heart-pounding competition had concluded, and relaxation was in order. Serious, though the trip to Hogsmeade is permitted, it is a different matter for the young wizards. We are not bound by such restrictions, Deandra observed as Sirius excitedly prepared to venture to Hogsmeade early in the morning. Having spent the previous night organizing potion materials for Snape until late, she had planned to indulge in some extra sleep today. Consider it, dear girl. Today Harry may accompany Ginny, Ron with Hermione, and Cedric with Cho. Do you not wish to see it for yourself? Sirius had firmly grasped Deandra's interest. Even though he could not fathom why she was so fascinated with observing others in love, especially when she could be experiencing it with the living, breathing individual at her side. All right, let us hurry. But remember, we must remain discreet. We cannot be discovered. Deandra sprang to her feet. Her interest in Hogsmeade piqued by the prospect of witnessing romantic interactions. Who was it just a moment ago that expressed disinterest? Sirius muttered under his breath. Yet he followed suit. Do not move, Deandra admonished as she slapped Sirius's arm while they concealed themselves in a corner. You do not mind the sting? Sirius noted as he rubbed the spot where she had struck him. Though his arm was unharmed, her hand had turned red. Shoo, do not speak. Deandra placed her hand over Sirius's mouth, unwilling to disrupt her observation of the budding romance before her. In her line of sight, the newly enamored Harry and Ginny strolled along the path. Oh, they are simply adorable. Deandra beamed at the sight of the two blushing young wizards hand in hand. Sirius was at a loss for words regarding Deandra's current demeanor. To him, it seemed rather peculiar, and he couldn't help but wonder if Harry had somehow vexed her recently. It appears they have headed to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Let us go and observe the others. While Sirius pondered the odd expressions, Deandra had already tugged him toward Ron and Hermione, whom they had just spotted. Why must we be so clandestine? Sirius questioned, unable to suppress his curiosity. Could we not simply use a disillusionment charm? Shoo, there is a certain thrill in stealthily shipping couples, Deandra replied, peeking from behind a tree at Ron, who was awkwardly attempting to comfort Hermione. Though Sirius was unfamiliar with the concept of shipping, he could surmise its meaning and decided to lean against the tree, observing Deandra's delight as she indulged in this secretive pastime. Watching the pair reconcile, Deandra felt a pang of concern for them. Ah, young love, how little I comprehend it. I must be getting old. She then glanced at Cho and Cedric, who were undeniably sweet together. After some time spent observing various couples, Deandra decided it was time to return to Hogwarts, realizing that perhaps the true enjoyment of love lay in watching others rather than experiencing it herself. Having watched others for quite a while, should we not now attend to each other? Sirius, who had been trailing her the entire time, grasped Deandra's arm as she prepared to leave. Deandra looked at her captured arm and suddenly realized she had been so engrossed in watching others that she had neglected her own boyfriend for an extended period. Where would you like to go? I shall accompany you. Diane affectionately wrapped her arms around Sirius's, momentarily forgetting that this situation truly wasn't her fault. Witnessing others in love was simply too sweet. All right then, let's go, she said. As Sirius took her hand, they embarked on their date in Hogsmeade. Are you bringing me to the Three Broomsticks just to watch you drink? Diane inquired, lifting her butterbeer as they strolled through the village, ultimately finding themselves at the pub. She gazed at Sirius, who had indulged in high-proof liquor and was now slightly intoxicated. Ha ha ha. Well, this is splendid. He was never very bright. And now he's even more foolish. Hey, have you heard? Antonin Dolohov has resurfaced since escaping from prison. She overheard nearby patrons discussing. Diane, whose mind had been slightly befuddled by the butterbeer, immediately perked up, her ears attuned to their words. Indeed, he's quite terrifying, after all. He is a Death Eater. From their chatter, Diane gleaned the latest whereabouts of Dolohov. Observing the tipsy Sirius, she bit her lip in concern and, employing a levitation charm, guided him back to Hogwarts. Upon returning, she unceremoniously placed the inebriated Sirius onto the bed in her common room. As she beheld him in his stupor, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead before turning to leave, hoping to return in time to exchange greetings with him. Lying on the bed, Sirius was oblivious to the fact that this bout of drunkenness might lead him to abstain from alcohol in the future. May I inquire as to why you are requesting a leave of absence for several months? Dumbledore asked, glancing up from his desk where he was enjoying a lemon sherbet, as Diane unexpectedly entered his office. My sister needs me to visit. They moved to France some time ago and seem to be encountering some issues, Diane explained. Aware that her reasoning was rather flimsy, yet unable to conjure a more convincing excuse at the moment. I trust Professor Evans and Professor Black have been consulted? Dumbledore inquired. And as he savored another lemon sherbet, his gaze made Diane feel as though her thoughts were laid bare. He is intoxicated. The situation is urgent, she replied, omitting any mention of consultations, yet her words conveyed enough for Dumbledore to understand her silence. Professor Evans, I shall grant you this leave. But do remember to return for the next term, Dumbledore stated, recognizing Diane's determination and not wishing to impede her quest for knowledge. Aware that this Hufflepuff badger always harbored her own ideas. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Diane exhaled, her breath a mix of relief and apprehension. Fearing dismissal, since it was rare for a professor to take such an extended leave. Do remind Sirius of this, Dumbledore added, clearly not eager for his office to be rummaged through the next day. Of course, Diane replied, leaving a note for Sirius before making her exit. She encountered Anthony on the way. Miss Diane. What a coincidence, he remarked, appearing to be on the verge of leaving Hogwarts. What are your plans? She inquired with curiosity. Oh, there's internal news suggesting that something might happen in England soon. My family urged me to return home immediately and advised against wandering about, Anthony replied with a shrug, feigning nonchalance. However, from the letter, it seems something indeed is amiss. Apparently, the Dark Lord has returned. My father insists I return home, or he will personally intervene. He added with a reluctant smile. Although he cherished a nomadic lifestyle, the tone of his father's letter indicated he needed to return swiftly. Though I cannot ascertain the validity of these claims, it seems unlikely I can avoid it. Miss Diane, would you consider temporarily relocating to another country? You would be most welcome, he suggested, sending a flirtatious glance her way, albeit poorly executed, rendering his expression somewhat comical. Thank you, but I must decline. Diane was taken aback by his sudden flirtation, thinking to herself how unfortunate it was that a handsome young man couldn't properly wield his charm. Very well. I must take my leave now. I look forward to our next encounter. Anthony finally found his composure, adopting his usual charming demeanor. Until we meet again. Diane bid him farewell, only to redirect her steps elsewhere. Oh, Diane, is something amiss? Why are you waiting outside in the rain? Where is Sirius? Remus Lupin, returning home after work with an umbrella, noticed her standing at the door, relieved she had cast a spell to avoid becoming soaked. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Diane hesitated, struggling to find the right words after hours of contemplation. Let us not chat outside in this rain, Remus urged, unlocking the door and changing into dry shoes before retrieving Sirius's slippers from the rack. We seldom have guests here. These are Sirius's. Thank you, Diane said, removing her muddy boots and slipping into the oversized slippers. Remus handed her a cup of coffee. Having searched for something more substantial, but only managing to find instant coffee. What troubles you? Did you two have a quarrel? He asked, concerned. Sirius is a good person. He can be a bit over the top at times, but his intentions are pure. No, it's not like that. We haven't quarreled, Diane interjected quickly, sensing Remus was ready to mediate. May I ask a favor? If any news arises concerning Voldemort's return, could you assist in sending a few Slytherin students abroad? This gold key is worth 100,000 galleons at Gringotts. She placed a golden key on the table, her expression betraying her anxiety. Knowing Remus was the only person she could turn to, initially, she had considered asking Anthony for help, but they were not well acquainted. May I know what has transpired? Is Voldemort returning? Remus furrowed his brow, deeply unsettled at the prospect of the wizarding world facing a repeat of past horrors. Diane recounted Anthony's words, aware that her excuse sounded contrived, akin to a casual acquaintance's offhand remark, yet she had no better rationale. Why specifically the Slytherin students? Remus noted her reluctance to elaborate and pondered writing to Sirius for clarification. You know that many Death Eaters hail from pureblood families, and most pureblood families are Slytherins. If Voldemort returns, he will undoubtedly seek out his followers first. Those children should not be ensnared in such unavoidable circumstances, Diane explained, recognizing that panic would ensue among all young witches and wizards if Voldemort reappeared. Yet, outside of Slytherin, the others had the option to flee, and she wished to assist a few within her limited means. You are aware that those pureblood families would never allow you to take their children away. Remus frowned, knowing those families were steadfast in their convictions and would never trust a werewolf to escort their offspring. I am aware. Thus I intend to allow them to stay at my residence for a few days before I embark on my holiday, and thereafter, I would trouble you to accompany them abroad, treating it as a travel experience. I have already penned letters to them, all of which have been met with agreement. At this moment, DeAndre feels a sense of relief, recalling how her previous dealings with those prominent families in crafting defensive artifacts have familiarized her with them. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to bring these young wizards home. Would I return only to bear the accusation of trafficking the scions of pureblood families? Yet, should Voldemort indeed make an appearance, the children could take refuge overseas while I must return. A chuckle escapes. Lupin, burdened by his thoughts, manages a weary smile. For even setting aside everything else, merely the presence of the young Malfoy heir would be sufficient to drive Lucius to madness upon his return. However, where shall I send them? Lupin finds himself in a quandary, as they are all merely adolescents. What if they were to be abducted? Perhaps to China. For that land possesses a unique cultivation system, allowing them to hone their skills. That could work, yet we have little knowledge of that region. It would be prudent to consult Dumbledore to ascertain whether the young wizards might be permitted to experience and exchange knowledge there. With this thought, DeAndre exhales a sigh of relief, for if framed as an opportunity for educational exchange, it could serve as a convenient pretext to appease those pure-blood families. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave. By the way, have you noticed a change in the taste of the Wolfsbane potion over the past few months? It has become quite bitter, and I realized it was Harry who concocted it during this period. I was puzzled by its newfound bitterness. Lupin reflects on the Wolfsbane potion from recent months, indeed noting its altered flavor, though he had remained oblivious until now. It would be wise to return home. Sirius must be concerned. Lupin feels as though he is attempting to console a petulant young girl who has run away from home, as he suspects that DeAndre has quarreled with Sirius. Otherwise, why would she entrust him with such matters? Very well. DeAndre pauses briefly before acquiescing and strides into the rainy night. Hey, Lupin, where do you think she has gone? Sirius, having awakened early to find his wife gone and only a letter remaining, had scoured the castle and questioned Harry, who was equally in the dark, only to learn from Dumbledore that DeAndre had taken a leave of absence for several months. Subsequently, he received Lupin's letter, prompting him to hastily request leave from Dumbledore and rush over. How unreliable must I be, allowing the young lady to keep such matters from me, departing without a word of her whereabouts? Sirius now languishes on Lupin's sofa, appearing utterly defeated. You ought to reflect on your own actions. However, what transpired yesterday? I sense DeAndre was not in good spirits. After Lupin recounts the events of the previous day, Sirius feels even more despondent, realizing that despite being by DeAndre's side daily, he had been entirely oblivious. Chapter 114, Capture. Does Professor Dumbledore not know either? It has been ages since Lupin has witnessed Sirius in such a state of despair. Dumbledore is only aware that DeAndre has taken a leave of absence this semester, but he is uninformed of her whereabouts. However, she did take Dobby with her. The matters she spoke of were merely echoes of what that Antonin Dolohov had said, and she believed it, venturing out as a result. Given her temperament, it would have been improbable for her to leave without cause. She might even seek out Voldemort. Sirius feels himself nearing a state of utter defeat. How could he possibly locate the young lady in such a vast expanse? Had he only refrained from drinking, he would have retained the memories of that day. Oh, the Hogshead Inn. Lupin, I must take my leave. Should DeAndre contact you, do not hesitate to inform me. In an instant, Sirius appears to regain his focus. His eyes alight with determination, and he bolts from the room. As Lupin processes the rapid turn of events, he finds himself alone on the sofa, shaking his head as he retrieves his keys to deliberate on the matter of sending the young wizards abroad. Though uncertain of Voldemort's return, preparations must be made. My friend, do enlighten me as to what transpired that day and who came to visit. Sirius has grown weary of Aberforth's evasiveness. He deeply regrets having indulged in drink. For had he remained sober, he might have remembered the events of that day. I have already stated that I do not know. With so many patrons, how could I possibly keep a watchful eye on you all? Aberforth is on the brink of exasperation, for he genuinely knows nothing. He is already overwhelmed with daily responsibilities without needing to play detective among his guests. I apologize for the intrusion. Sirius realizes he is unlikely to extract any further information, but is nonetheless anxious about DeAndre, harboring hopes for answers that may be unattainable. After a day filled with fruitless wandering, Sirius finds himself lying in DeAndre's lounge, lost in thought, feeling as though the absence of the young lady renders his resting place akin to that of Azkaban. Days later, in DeAndre's vicinity, cloaked in black, DeAndre becomes nearly invisible against the night, though her robe appears oddly voluminous. I believe it should be right around here. DeAndre discomfortingly lifts her foot, the mud mingled with fallen leaves clinging to her long boots, creating an unsettling sensation. Following the clues, she recalls seeing in the Muggle news that strange occurrences had been reported in this very forest, prompting her to follow the lead. Upon entering the woods, she observes spells meant to bewilder Muggles, leading her to surmise that Antonin Dolohov had indeed lingered here. Shaking off the mud from her robe, she picks up a medium-sized stone and continues along the trail of evidence. However, from the moment she steps into the forest, a pair of eyes begins to follow her. How could a Death Eater lack a sense of vigilance? Upon glimpsing merely a young girl cloaked in black and wielding a wand, the observer notices her somewhat plump appearance. Scanning the surroundings and detecting no horrors, he breathes a sigh of relief, pondering how best to capture her and compel her to reveal how she discovered this place. DeAndre follows the deliberately left trail to a cave, where she discovers the remains of several animals. as she gazes upon the bones strewn across the ground. Though most appear charred, a few still glisten with fresh blood. A piercing ache envelopes her. Just as DeAndre scrutinizes the bones, a voice suddenly emerges from behind her. A flash of green light tears through DeAndre's robe, striking the cave wall. She does not hear the scream she anticipated, leaving Dolohov momentarily bewildered. Disarm your weapon. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, DeAndre swiftly seizes Dolohov's wand. Quickly bind him. Only once Dolohov is restrained does he begin to struggle violently. The effort spent crafting this cloak was certainly not in vain. Upon removing her cloak, Dolohov finally comprehends the peculiarity of the situation. The robe is oversized, partially supported by wooden structures. Initially, he had considered striking her heart, believing a young girl could not withstand such a blow, thus hoping to extract information. However, he inadvertently struck the arm that held the wand, calculating incorrectly due to the cloak's cover, resulting in a miscalculation. It seems Plan B is now unnecessary. DeAndre dons a mask before turning her gaze, for it is prudent to maintain an air of mystery while abroad. You are quite the cunning young lady. What is your intention? Dolohov concedes that part of the reason he relaxed his guard upon seeing merely a young girl contributed to his current predicament. But he also acknowledges that prolonged confinement in Azkaban has left him somewhat dulled. You shall soon be enlightened. DeAndre initially intended to seize Dolokhov by the collar and hoist him up, but she overestimated her strength. Thus, she resorted to a levitation spell to transport him instead. Grasping Dolokhov's arm, DeAndre employed a teleportation incantation, and they were instantaneously whisked away to a desolate island. Dolokhov, upon arriving at the island, erupted into a scream. And DeAndre glanced down to discover, to her horror, that he had lost a leg. You, she exclaimed. Oh, my apologies, it is my first time teleporting such a distance. And it may not have gone as smoothly as anticipated. You can search for a remedy when you have the time. DeAndre offered a sheepish smile, then swiftly placed a stone over Dolokhov's mouth, restricting him to muffled sounds of distress. Uncertain of their exact location, DeAndre searched for a while before settling upon a massive rock. I would prefer not to get my clothes wet, yet it appears there are no alternatives. She cast several binding spells upon Dolokhov before feeling insecure and tying him up with a rope in a tight knot. All right, remember to hold your breath. DeAndre tugged at Dolokhov's collar, casting a spell to dislodge the stone, and then plunged both herself and Dolokhov into the water. Dolokhov was momentarily choked by the sudden rush of seawater, and the agonizing sting of salt water upon his already injured leg was unbearable. You better not let me discover your identity. Once I leave here, you're finished. Upon reaching the shore, Dolokhov began to threaten her. Yet he only recognized the figure before him as a witch, her masked face obscuring her features. Rather impressive, though you lack a heroic script, DeAndre remarked, casting him a sidelong glance before turning to the water's edge, conjuring some seawater with a levitation spell and wrapping it around Dolokhov's leg. The moment the seawater made contact, Dolokhov, already pale, now appeared on the verge of collapse. Chapter 115, The False Locket Box. Dolokhov could not comprehend what a heroic script entailed, but that did not deter him from glaring daggers at DeAndre. Oh dear, my hand slipped, she laughed apologetically, though her eyes betrayed no remorse as the seawater remained encased around Dolokhov's severed limb. Forgive my forgetfulness. With that, DeAndre lowered her wand, allowing the seawater to cascade down from Dolokhov's leg. Why the silence? DeAndre inquired, her gaze fixed upon the clenched jaw of Dolokhov, who dared not speak. DeAndre had no intention of further teasing him. She had yet to attend to the matter at hand. Dolokhov observed as DeAndre, akin to a monkey, groped the cavern wall. He felt as if he were bound by a lunatic. Finally, she exclaimed, I found it. Although DeAndre had previously visited this spot, its clandestine nature had rendered her memory hazy. Dolokhov watched with trepidation as the madwoman approached him with a sinister smile, dragging him toward the cavern wall. Your cooperation is appreciated. DeAndre beamed with a radiant smile before unceremoniously slicing Dolokhov's arm. The feeble and pitiful Dolokhov cried as old wounds were reopened with new ones. Before he could finish his scream, a segment of rock vanished, revealing an entrance. It appears we've succeeded. Thank you, DeAndre said, patting Dolokhov on the shoulder as relief washed over her. She had not erred in her search. Had Dolokhov not been concerned about returning to the seawater, he would have remarked that the slap nearly felled him. DeAndre guided Dolokhov to the edge of a pitch-black lake, resuming her search along the stone wall. Dolokhov truly believed that he had been ensnared by someone lacking intelligence. How had he allowed himself to be captured by such a fool? As Dolokhov pondered his existence, he suddenly noticed the woman tugging on a copper chain before waving her wand to summon a boat. Regrettably, it can only accommodate one. You may have to endure, she said, offering Dolokhov a seemingly amiable smile, which he found far from friendly. DeAndre took her place in the boat and levitated Dolokhov to float upon the water's surface. I recall there are corpses beneath, she cheerfully threatened Dolokhov, observing a hand that emerged from the water only to retreat. Dolokhov, witnessing his precarious elevation above the water, was rendered speechless by terror. Well, now that we've arrived, would you care to take a dip? DeAndre inquired as they reached a small island. But Dolokhov had no desire to respond to her. The water appears rather green. I trust you will manage. DeAndre was well aware that Dolokhov would not answer her. She merely required him to drink. With a flick of her wand, she transformed it into a ladle, scooping a portion of the green water and forcing it into Dolokhov's mouth. What is this? Voldemort is on the verge of resurrection. If you dare to harm me, do not expect to survive. You are opposing Voldemort. Dolokhov trembled. Do not make me ingest this, I beseech you. His face contorted in agony. He believed that drinking this concoction would surely lead him to meet Merlin. Come now, be a good sport and drink. DeAndre unceremoniously shoved another mouthful of green liquid into him. Spare me. I implore you, I do not wish to drink this. Dolokhov felt as if he had been transformed into a grotesque worm, writhing in hopes of escape. All right, be obedient and drink up. DeAndre believed she had exhibited considerable patience. She had even adopted the tone she once used to coax Harry into taking his medicine. It was his refusal that placed the blame upon her. By the time she had forced the green liquid upon Dolokhov, he had already begun to roll his eyes back, feeling as though he were on the brink of death with just a drop more. Ah, here it comes. DeAndre retrieved a false Slytherin locket box from the stone basin, and upon glancing back, she observed a horde of corpses crawling forth, their appearance truly terrifying. In light of your suffering, allow me to grant you a final farewell. Without a hint of hesitation, DeAndre tossed Dolokhov into the lake, epitomizing the principle of using and discarding. A portion of the corpses were lured away by Dolokhov. Flames blazed forth as DeAndre conjured a path with a spell, then boarded her boat, returning to the shore where the corpses no longer pursued her. She marked a line upon herself and reopened the stone wall. Dobby! DeAndre exclaimed, teleporting back to the forest where she had sought Dolokhov, calling his name. Oh, Miss DeAndre. You have finally returned. Dobby has been greatly concerned for you. At the moment DeAndre uttered Dobby's name, a house elf appeared before her. Do not worry, Dobby. Take this and present it to Sirius when you see him. DeAndre handed the necklace to Dobby and inquired, has the Triwizard Tournament commenced? The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, Miss DeAndre, Dobby replied. Dobby shall take you to the Little Hangleton graveyard. DeAndre sprinkled some white essence upon her arm and cast a restoration spell. Very well, Dobby replied, with a snap of his fingers. DeAndre found herself in the Little Hangleton graveyard. Oh, how eerie it is here, Dobby shuddered as he surveyed the surrounding tombstones. Now, keep your voice down. We must not be discovered. Can you lead them away without drawing attention? DeAndre gently patted Dobby's head. Miss DeAndre, whom does Dobby take away? If Dobby takes them, what about you? Dobby appeared somewhat bewildered. Wait, take whoever comes over. Do not disclose to anyone what we have done during this time. Let it remain our secret. Pay no heed to my words. This is unacceptable. Miss Dienda, Dobby cannot possibly abandon you. All right, Dobby, I have my own plans. Someone is approaching. Dienda and Dobby concealed themselves, observing as Harry and Cedric materialized out of thin air, bewilderedly rising to survey their surroundings. A rather portly figure ambled over, clutching a bundle of cloth. To be candid, Dienda was also curious to see who might replace Wormtail after she had dealt with him. However, the individual was cloaked so thoroughly that she could not discern their identity. Crabbe, eliminate the nuisance. This command, though cold and cruel, was delivered with an air of inevitability. Avada Kedavra. In the next instant, the rotund figure unleashed a blast of green light from their wand. The beam struck Cedric with such swiftness that he barely had time to react. Cedric. Harry's heart raced at the sight of Cedric being hit. Chapter 116, Captured. I'm fine, Harry. Everyone witnessed the green light collide with Cedric, and a palpable silence enveloped the air as Cedric collapsed. Yet, the silence was abruptly shattered, startling everyone present. What transpired during my absence? Isn't this curse supposed to be fatal? Voldemort stared in disbelief at Cedric, who was rising again. What had occurred in his absence? When had the killing curse ceased to be lethal? My lord, I am uncertain. Crabbe looked bewildered at his wand, puzzled by the sudden ineffectiveness of a spell he had always considered reliable. He recalled a transaction made years ago involving someone named Evans and a few families that had allegedly bestowed a considerable sum of gold upon her. His family had not participated due to her Muggle heritage, leaving him in the dark about her influence. Dismissing his thoughts, he pondered how a mudblood could possess such power. Cedric, are you all right? During their moment of distraction, Harry had retrieved Cedric's wand and extended it towards him. I'm fine, Harry. We need to find a way to escape. Cedric rose from the ground, maintaining a certain rugged charm even in his disheveled state. Enough, kill him. Voldemort was indifferent to how Cedric had returned. He believed he could simply kill him again, or perhaps resort to more extreme measures. Avada Kedavra. Crabbe aimed his wand once more, casting the killing curse. With a resounding crack, a stone shattered, slicing through Harry's arm and drawing blood. Dobby, take them away from here. Dienda suddenly appeared before Harry and Cedric. Aunt, where have you been? I was so worried about you, and so was my godfather. Upon seeing Dienda, Harry rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His godfather had searched tirelessly for her. Dobby, take them away first. Dienda did not respond to Harry, urging Dobby to hasten their departure. For there were more dangers than just Crabbe. Very well, Miss Dienda, please exercise caution. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby whisked Harry and Cedric away. Just as Harry was about to speak, he found himself gone. Seize her alive. Collect the blood from the ground. Voldemort's voice turned frigid upon realizing his target had escaped. Had that individual not been of great utility, he would have already dealt with her using the killing curse. Suddenly, a plump adult wizard emerged, appearing to have been there for quite some time. Dienda offered no resistance and was swiftly struck down, a feat so effortless that even Goyle could scarcely believe it. Don't let her escape. Retrieve her blood and wand. Voldemort regarded the blood on the ground with disdain, but since Harry had fled, it would have to suffice. Yes. Goyle bound Dienda with a spell, confiscated her wand, and proceeded to collect the spilled blood. While they were preoccupied, Dienda cautiously opened her eyes, observing them place a small infant into a vast cauldron. They chanted a spell, and the grave split open, releasing ashes, while one of them made a cut on their own hand, ultimately adding Harry's blood to the mixture. The cauldron suddenly emitted a white mist, and from within emerged a grotesque entity that Dienda could scarcely bear to behold. Failed. How could this be? A long-limbed, gaunt creature emerged, its frail form appearing as if it could be snapped in two. Dienda felt a revulsion at the sight, wishing only to avert her gaze. She considered that even though Voldemort seemed fragile enough to be blown away by the wind, his power was undeniable. As he seized the arm of the wizard who had not been severed, "Master, please," the man trembled, as if pleading for mercy, but it seemed futile. In that moment, Voldemort pressed his skeletal fingers against the wizard's arm, eliciting a piercing scream. Dienda continued to squint, observing wizard's approach and kneel before Voldemort, kissing his robes. Wasn't it said that such behavior would bring them to ruin? From a distance, Dienda spotted Severus Snape among them, someone who should not have existed in this moment. She watched as Voldemort employed a torturous curse against one of the wizards, the ensuing scream echoing her own ominous future. Once Voldemort had addressed each wizard in turn, he seemingly remembered Dienda and pointed his wand in her direction. Snape stepped forward from the assembly, hoisting Dienda over his shoulder, jostling her stomach painfully against his shoulder, nearly causing her to retch. He merely glanced at Dienda's wide eyes without uttering a word, fearing that speaking might lead to an outburst. Heaven knows how desperately Snape wished to uncover the secrets within Dienda's mind. Everyone wanted to steer clear of Voldemort, yet she was the one who had been captured. Dienda managed a feigned smile before closing her eyes again, wishing to remain undetected in her conscious state. Snape, observing her again with eyes shut, levitated her with a spell, carrying her while expressing his distaste for the dirt that clung to her. Ultimately, Dienda was deposited in the Malfoy family dungeon. Miss Evans, has your disappearance merely been an effort to reside in a dungeon? Snape unceremoniously placed her in the comparatively clean corner of the cell. Severus, it has been ages. Dienda decided to drop her act of pretense, sitting up and presenting an innocuous smile. I would prefer we did not meet. Your presence tends to lower my IQ. Were he not lacking an appropriate weapon, Snape would have surely given Dienda a sound thrashing. What would become of a rebellious child who did not heed their parent's guidance? A good beating might suffice. He will come to see you shortly. Snape felt as though remaining any longer would surely drive him to madness. After Snape departed, Dienda glanced around, noting that even the Malfoy estate bore signs of decay. In this very room, she would believe anyone who claimed it belonged to a rodent. It seems you have awakened. Voldemort materialized before her in the dungeon. Dienda, taken aback for a moment, soon averted her gaze back to counting the droplets in a puddle, although the method was unclear to her. It was far more preferable than fixating on Voldemort. Chapter 117, The Bargain. Serve me, and you shall acquire everything you desire, wealth, power, or anything else I can provide. Dienda lifted her head and regarded the somewhat dim-witted Voldemort. It seemed that a fragmented soul truly did diminish one's intellect. What are your thoughts? He inquired again, noticing her silence. I am disinterested, Dienda replied, wary that aligning with such a mind might diminish her own. Ah, it appears you have no desire to join my ranks. A pity, for I had anticipated welcoming the first Mudblood Death Eater. However, it seems Mudbloods will forever remain as such. They shall never comprehend my grand ideals. Dend observed Voldemort with a feigned expression of regret, as though she had squandered a monumental opportunity in her life. It seems I must treat you as a prisoner. Voldemort mused, a sinister grin creeping across his face, reminiscent of a horror film. With a flick of his robe, he departed, presumably to attend a meeting to instruct others. Dend watched his retreating figure, a shiver coursing through her at the memory of his smile. She mused that the horror films Harry had previously watched paled in comparison. Had she possessed a camera, she would have captured a photograph to show him what true terror resembled. Dend lingered in the dungeon for an extended period until evening brought another visitation. Welcome, Miss Evans, to my humble abode beneath the earth. Dend, on the verge of slumber, finally heard the voice she had longed for. Mr. Malfoy, it has been a while. Leaning against the wall, nearly asleep, she instantly felt invigorated upon hearing his voice. Indeed, it has been some time. I had presumed that with Miss Evans' capabilities, she would not fall into Voldemort's grasp. Lucius stood outside her cell, observing her in the company of a rodent. Mr. Malfoy, shall we engage in a transaction this time? What do you possess that is worthy of a trade? Lucius raised an eyebrow, feeling that Dend held little value for him in her current state. What if Voldemort were to falter? Could the Malfoy family seek refuge as we did last time? Last time we escaped. What of this time? Dend was uncertain whether Lucius would agree to a deal, but she felt compelled to try. Speak your terms. Lucius had always ensured he left himself an escape route. I require the key to Bellatrix's vault. Dend stated with a smile. What is the benefit? Lucius regarded the grim dungeon with distaste. Truth be told, he had no desire to be there. In the event of Voldemort's failure, the Malfoy family must remain beyond Azkaban's reach. Voldemort may not fail. On the contrary, his chances are considerable. You know that what you propose is merely a hollow promise. Draco can be situated in absolute safety before Voldemort's potential failure or success. How can I trust you? Perhaps Lucius was indifferent to his own fate, but he still hoped to shield his child from the chaos of the wizarding world. After all, as long as he was present, Draco need not confront Voldemort directly. Draco can secure a position as an exchange student at Hogwarts in another country. If he remains here, can you guarantee that your allegiance to Voldemort will be without flaw? Can you assure that no unforeseen events will transpire? If misfortune befalls you, what then becomes of Draco? He is a student at Hogwarts, and within Hogwarts resides Dumbledore. Dend was gambling, wagering the extent to which family mattered to Lucius. Once again, I assert that Voldemort's chances are substantial. I shall not encounter misfortune, and Draco may yet follow him. Lucius furrowed his brow. He did not wish for Draco to be exposed to Voldemort. Yet should he grow old, Draco would need to uphold the Malfoy legacy. He required experience. What if Voldemort commanded Draco to assassinate Dumbledore? You know his greatest fear is Dumbledore. Compared to Draco, is not Snape more suited for such a task? Are you suggesting that Dumbledore would be wary of a Hogwarts student rather than a former Death Eater? Lucius fell silent. Previously, he might have dismissed the notion. For the Voldemort of old would never permit his loyal pure-blood families to waver in allegiance, especially the Malfoys. Yet now, uncertainty clouded his judgment. Since Voldemort's soul had fragmented, Lucius found it increasingly difficult to understand the motivations of his master. He could not be certain of Voldemort's potential actions. Seeing Lucius in contemplation, Dend pressed on. Should Voldemort instruct Draco to kill Dumbledore, your son will bear the dark mark upon his arm, and he shall kiss the dirt-stained hem of his wizarding robe. Just as you did. Narcissa must also accompany him. Lucius took a moment before responding. If your wife is taken, the Malfoy family's standing with Voldemort will plummet. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed furrow in Lucius's brow deepened. Very well, I shall procure what you desire, but ensure Draco's protection. Remember, the Malfoy family must emerge from this without a single blemish. With that, Lucius departed, and Dend understood that he had acquiesced. However, his assistance stemmed from the notion that should Voldemort fail, the Malfoys would be seen as traitors within his ranks, pivotal in his defeat. Conversely, if Voldemort succeeded, the Malfoys would remain his loyal followers. Regardless, they would secure their place in the future. Dend continued to lean against the clean patch of ground, yawning from weariness. Rubbing her aching head, dealing with the old fox was indeed a challenge. She rubbed her eyes, realizing it was not the hour for slumber. All her possessions had been confiscated, and few were of any use. The challenge of slaying Nagini was daunting. Turning her gaze to the lively rodent beside her, she revealed a radiant smile, her fingers brushing over a decorative piece on her clothing. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Hey, wake up, he wishes to see you. The following day, after a night spent capturing rodents, Lucius roused Dend. Yes, I understand. Dend stretched, recalling her fruitless efforts from the previous night. How is it that rodents had become so elusive? Don't perish, or our deal will vanish. Lucius warned, observing Dend, who displayed no hint of fear. Rest assured, I will not succumb so easily. Let us proceed. Dend exited the cell, addressing Lucius without reservation. You have visited here so many times. I presumed you were already familiar with Malfoy Manor. Lucius regarded Dend, noting that should she exhibit such an attitude before Voldemort, she would surely earn a lethal curse. Surely. The Malfoy family's regulations do not require guests to admire the dungeons. Previously, as a guest, I was unaware of the norms. Now, as a prisoner, I ought to familiarize myself with my surroundings. Dend had initially imagined the Malfoy dungeons to be gilded. She had contemplated filching a brick of gold without detection. But upon entering, she discovered it was much like any other dungeon. Chapter 118, Heart and Flesh. Have you arrived? Voldemort sat upon a chair, tapping his wand rhythmically against his hand. Master, I have brought the individual you requested. Very well, you may take your leave. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at Lucius, dismissing him, and then turned his curious gaze towards DeAndre. Your dessert, he stated abruptly, leaving DeAndre momentarily bewildered. You are aware that your dessert possesses the ability to enhance the soul. Noticing her silence, Voldemort decided to be forthright. After all, once something was in his grasp, it was unlikely to escape. I don't know, DeAndre replied, her memory stirring. Indeed, prior to her soul's fragmentation, her creations had indeed provided a soothing effect on the soul. However, that was no longer the case. Your denial matters little. Prepare a dessert, for you have no other choice. Voldemort's wand pointed at DeAndre, intentionally or not. Very well. DeAndre understood that the dessert she was about to make would hold no power for Voldemort. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, for he knew no one could defy his commands. What are you still standing there for? He awaited DeAndre's action, yet she seemed reluctant to move. I don't know the way. DeAndre shrugged. How could she possibly know where the Malfoy kitchen was? Voldemort, who had been tapping his fingers against his own, paused, seemingly taken aback by her response. Nevertheless, in order to assert his grand image and ensure DeAndre's subjugation, he cleared his throat. Ahem, yes, Malfoy. He summoned Lucius with a wave of his hand. Master. Lucius entered, bowing to Voldemort, a scene that struck DeAndre as reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. Take her to the kitchen. Voldemort's fingers drummed lightly on the table, gesturing towards DeAndre with the other hand. Yes, master. Lucius bowed once more before escorting DeAndre away. By the way, do you all find it difficult to eat after a meeting with Voldemort? DeAndre mused, recalling Voldemort's current visage. She thought that if a photograph were taken, it could be used to tell stories to children, who would undoubtedly behave well thereafter. Best not to be so loud with your complaints if you wish to avoid being reported by other Death Eaters. Lucius rolled his eyes, exasperated. He was in a hurry to save his own skin. DeAndre, indifferent, kicked at the floor, lamenting the absence of even a small pebble to kick. Voldemort did not keep her waiting long for the dessert. Soon, he was seated with knife and fork, ready to savor her creation. DeAndre stood quietly by, observing his elegant movements. It was her first time witnessing someone eat dessert with such grandeur. Had she returned to her former self, she could have been a spokesperson. Not this. As Voldemort took the first bite, he immediately sensed something amiss. It lacked the previous sensation. Instinctively, he considered discarding the dessert. Yet, the creamy texture lingered in his mouth, tempting him to continue. This fleeting thought vanished in an instant, and the dessert was soon hurled to the ground. How ludicrous. I am Voldemort. I can have whatever I desire, and you dare to deceive me? DeAndre watched the dessert roll on the floor, silently berating Voldemort for his wastefulness. You are mocking me. Voldemort's face contorted in rage, resembling a skeletal grin that sent chills down one's spine. The dessert you requested, I have made, DeAndre replied nonchalantly, aware that, despite Voldemort's wand pointed at her neck, she could not recreate the previous dessert. It seems I have allowed my temper to soften lately, leading others to forget my true nature. Voldemort, amused by her boldness, had not encountered someone so audacious in quite some time. The last person who spoke to him in such a manner had long since joined the earth. Crucio. Voldemort pointed his wand at DeAndre, casually uttering the incantation he had recited countless times. The pain coursed through DeAndre, silencing her voice. Never before had she endured such agony, and it was indeed excruciating. She collapsed onto the ground, curling up as the intense pain made her tremble, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. This torment persisted for 2 or 3 minutes. You must understand who I am. Do not attempt to deceive me. Do you comprehend? Voldemort squatted down before DeAndre, speaking softly. DeAndre lacked the strength to respond. Nor did she wish to engage with Voldemort. Even if he were to kill her now, she still could not produce the dessert he desired. Lucius, take her away. Voldemort observed DeAndre lying on the ground, her breath faint, and waved his hand for Lucius to assist her. Yes, Lucius had heard the commotion from outside, and upon entering, he was met with the sight of DeAndre barely clinging to life. Could you not just comply with him? Why engage in such confrontation? Lucius levitated DeAndre with a spell, speaking a few words along the way, but upon seeing her in such a precarious state, he fell silent. Perhaps he should write to Snape regarding a shortage of potions. Is she all right? Narcissa, concerned for their guest in the dungeon, inquired. Rest assured, she should not perish just yet, Lucius reassured his wife. The dungeon needs tidying. It has not been used in ages. Narcissa observed DeAndre's barely rising chest and feared she might be dead. Fear not, she will be fine. I will write to Snape. For now, you should remain in your room and avoid going out, all right? Lucius kissed Narcissa's forehead in comfort. Very well. Narcissa returned a soft kiss on Lucius's cheek before departing. Lucius placed DeAndre back in the dungeon, which was, at least, the cleanest chamber in the Malfoy estate. Shine. Clean it up, but do not make it overly pristine. Lucius could no longer bear the sight of the dungeon, fearing that DeAndre might perish in such a place. Understood. Master. A house elf appeared before Lucius and, with a snap of its fingers, transformed the dilapidated space into something resembling a pigsty, albeit with a semblance of a bed. Lucius laid DeAndre upon the shabby bed, sighing in hope that she could hold on until Snape arrived with the potion. So, Miss Who has sprouted weeds in her mind. Pretending to be captured just to endure a crucio? Snape was nearly beside himself with frustration. Had he not merely stepped away to Hogwarts for a brief moment? How had she found herself in such a predicament? And it was only because Lucius mentioned she was on the verge of death that Voldemort summoned him back. Chapter 119, Drinking the Potion. Ugh, it's fine. This is within the realm of endurance. DeAndre reflected on the sensation of the potion. Indeed, it was a bitter taste that lingered in her memory. She had prepared herself for the pain since her arrival here. The crucio was within her capacity to withstand. Had I arrived any later, I would have found nothing but a corpse. Snape was nearly driven to madness. He could hardly describe the terror that gripped him upon seeing DeAndre lying there, barely alive, as if a long-buried memory had resurfaced. Do not worry, Severus. I will not die. As long as Voldemort lives, I shall not perish before him. After drinking the potion, DeAndre felt significantly better. It was true what they said about Snape's potions. Are you wishing for a longer life by speaking such words? Snape wished he could seal DeAndre's lips. Did she not realize the gravity of her statements, daring to utter them in Voldemort's territory? Severus may have matters to discuss with you later. DeAndre stretched her arms, feeling quite well, and sat up. How can you be certain that I am not aligned with Voldemort? What if I were to return and divulge your secrets to him? Severus Snape attempted to instill a sense of fear in Diane, who, in her innocence, remained unsuspecting of the circumstances that had led her to this place. Would you do that? Diane smiled lightly, posing the question to Snape. Had you been alive at the time, I believe I might have acquiesced to your request. Snape retorted gruffly, vexed by the child's penchant for mischief. Fear not. How could I possibly perish? What would happen to Harry if I did? You had best keep your word. I must take my leave, and remember to avoid any dark magic. Do not provoke him unnecessarily. A single encounter with the Cruciatus Curse is sufficient to leave you in agony, and should it happen again before you have recovered, you might very well find yourself at Voldemort's mercy, Snape warned, casting a wary glance at Dan, whose nonchalant demeanor only heightened his frustration. How had such a well-behaved child grown into such a troublesome young lady? All her rebelliousness seemed to have been saved for this moment. I understand. I shall refrain from provoking him, Dan replied with a conciliatory smile, hoping to evade further punishment upon her return. I shall take my leave now. Keep in mind that the Cruciatus Curse inflicts severe harm, yet as long as you survive, Voldemort will undoubtedly employ it against you, regardless of your physical state. Do not incite his wrath, Snape reiterated, his concern evident as he prepared to depart. I understand, Dan replied with an obedient smile. Had she not been in the dungeon, Snape would have surely regarded her as a well-behaved child. Here is what you requested, Dan said, having spent several more days in confinement before Lucius Malfoy arrived. Tossing her a key. True to form, Malfoy, your efficiency is commendable, Dan remarked as she caught the key and examined it. You must honor our agreement. I have secured the key you desired, Lucius stated, regarding Dan. Understood, she replied, stowing the key away. He is calling for you again, Lucius said, raising his hands in resignation. Within Malfoy manner, no one could defy Voldemort's commands. I am aware, Dan said, stretching her limbs as her perilous journey was set to commence once more. Chapter 120, Death. Dumbledore, it is utterly reckless to leave a child in Voldemort's company. This was a matter that had sparked countless disputes between Snape and Dumbledore, though it had devolved into a one-sided argument on Snape's part. Calm yourself, Severus. The child is rather unique, Dumbledore replied, savoring a lemon drop. Harry is special, and so is Dan. Does their lineage truly set them apart? Snape seethed, on the verge of overturning the sugary confections on Dumbledore's desk. Must I continue to watch over both Dan and Harry? Oh, I may not have mentioned it. But Diane possesses the ability to apparate in and out of Hogwarts, Dumbledore remarked, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his blue eyes. She can apparate freely in and out of Hogwarts? Snape queried, perplexed, for apparition was strictly forbidden within the castle grounds. But how does her ability to apparate relate to her dangers while in Voldemort's presence? Snape realized he had been led astray by Dumbledore's diversion. I was equally astonished upon my first encounter. Her capacity for unrestricted access to Hogwarts suggests she possesses considerable skill. Thus, I refrain from interfering in her choices. For I hold no authority to dictate her actions, Dumbledore mused, stroking his well-groomed white beard. I comprehend. Snape paused thoughtfully, acknowledging that he had no legitimate grounds to interfere in her decisions. If a minimal sacrifice could yield victory, perhaps it was justifiable. Snape exited Dumbledore's office, still in a daze. I assume Miss Evans now understands what is expected of her, Voldemort remarked languidly. Even if you were to cast the killing curse upon me, I would remain unmoved, Diane shrugged, admitting her lack of desire to prepare desserts for Voldemort. Not that she possessed the means to do so. Voldemort regarded Diane's unwavering demeanor, questioning whether he had misjudged her resilience. It seems that Miss Evans has yet to experience sufficient hardship, he commented, stroking Nagini's head. Nagini appears particularly fond of Miss Evans. I trust you to care for her during these days, Voldemort hissed, and Nagini, sensing her master's command, slithered toward Diane. The serpent coiled atop Diane's shoulder, nearly toppling her to the ground. Struggling to support Nagini's weight, Diane feared she might be swallowed whole. Nagini, content, rested her head upon Diane's, dozing off. I hope that when I next encounter Miss Evans, she will be aware of her duties, Voldemort declared, gesturing for Diane to take Nagini away. He did not fear her escape, for within his domain, none could flee. Diane painstakingly made her way back to her cell, where she discovered a remarkable transformation in her surroundings. Her master, concerned that Nagini might find her living conditions unsatisfactory, had taken the liberty to tidy up. With Nagini in attendance, Lucius dared not utter Voldemort's name aloud. I truly appreciate this, Diane marveled at the opulent dungeon, scarcely able to believe it was the same place she had left. Nagini, surveying the lavish surroundings, descended from Diane's grasp and curled up on the bed for a nap. Stretching her numb arms, Diane absent-mindedly brushed her fingers over the ornate embellishments on her clothing. She could not catch a mouse, and given the dungeon's new decor, it seemed unlikely any remained. Moreover, Nagini hardly appeared to be a serpent prone to hunting rodents. Diane spent an additional month at Malfoy Manor, enduring threats from Voldemort while tending to Nagini, interspersed with occasional encounters with the Cruciatus Curse. It is time, Diane reflected. Her bond with Nagini had strengthened, allowing her to rest assured in the serpent's companionship. Miss Evans, Snape proficiently produced a potion, though its surface could only restore Diane's body superficially, while the torment inflicted by the Cruciatus Curse had left lasting scars. I understand. Diane accepted the potion and, out of Nagini's sight, discreetly handed Snape a key to the vault, accompanied by a note. Snape said nothing, seizing the opportunity to collect the key while Nagini remained inattentive before he departed. Once Snape left, Diane approached Nagini, who effortlessly climbed onto her. Gently stroking Nagini's head, she caressed the now-worn decorations, silently apologizing. As Snape and Voldemort discussed recent events at Hogwarts and Dumbledore's latest actions, Voldemort's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed that Diane had once again involved herself in reckless behavior. Instantly, he vanished from his original position, while Snape contemplated whether to investigate Diane's potential troubles, ultimately suppressing the impulse with reason. Severus Snape stood motionless for a brief moment before Voldemort returned, gripping Deandra, who appeared to have endured the torment of the Cruciatus Curse once again. A sudden sensation coursed through Snape's arm, the dark mark calling out to him. He sensed that Deandra had overstepped her bounds this time. However, the slight curve of her lips offered him a fleeting sense of reassurance. Voldemort had summoned everyone urgently today, as there were matters to discuss. Once the higher-ranking Death Eaters had gathered, Voldemort commenced his discourse. The atmosphere was thick with tension. It was evident to all present that Voldemort's disposition was particularly foul, perhaps at its worst. Upon entering, they beheld Deandra sprawled on the ground, resembling a marionette with its strings severed. Do you know what she has done? Voldemort's voice was laced with madness, and the Death Eaters dared not utter a sound. She has killed Nagini. This pronouncement sent a shiver through them, for they understood all too well the significance of Nagini to Voldemort. And I must show you the price of defiance. Cruciatus. Voldemort's fervor escalated, unleashing the Cruciatus Curse upon Deandra as if it were without cost. Snape's heart tightened, his fists clenched in response. The torment persisted for several agonizing minutes, each second stretching into eternity for both Deandra and the Death Eaters. Avada Kedavra. It seemed Voldemort had finally tired of his cruelty. With a flick of his wand, He cast the killing curse, and Deandra, like a lifeless doll, merely twitched before falling still. Lucius, discard her, preferably into a crowded area, Voldemort commanded, wiping the expression of displeasure from his face as he brandished his wand. Yes, my lord. Lucius seized Deandra and carried her away. Chapter 121, Tears. Have they arrived? Lucius inquired beneath a tree. Beside him floated Deandra, ensnared in a levitation charm. Snape had rushed over after Voldemort's meeting, and the moment he laid eyes on Deandra, his grip slackened, his hand having turned pale from tension. Avada Kedavra, she is beyond saving. He noted the strands of white in her hair, wondering if the killing curse could indeed alter one's appearance. Voldemort's demeanor suggested he intended for her to be featured in the Daily Prophet. Snape found it perplexing that such grandiosity could benefit him. Had he truly lost his senses? Lucius was plagued with a headache, having never envisioned that the one he followed could lead him to such folly. Snape remained silent, merely cradling the levitating Deandra and resting her against the tree. Regret washed over him. Why had he not intervened in her choices back then, even if it meant revealing himself before Voldemort? He could not bear to witness another familiar face meet a tragic end. He chastised himself for having entertained thoughts of sacrifice, realizing now that he truly, desperately did not wish to feel so powerless, yet he remained ensnared in that very helplessness. What do you intend to do? Voldemort likely aims to instill fear in everyone. To announce his return, he probably plans to discard her where there are many witnesses. Lucius's voice dwindled under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, fearing that any further words might provoke a confrontation. You take the Daily Prophet reporters to Diagon Alley. I will place Deandra there and then notify Potter. To Snape's eyes, Deandra now resembled a porcelain doll, and he feared that even the slightest touch might shatter her. Once Lucius departed, Snape finally moved, raising a hand to caress Deandra's face. Yet, just as his fingers neared, they trembled and halted, ultimately grazing the strands of her auburn hair intertwined with white. Gazing upon her visage, he knew time was not on their side. If Voldemort's temper were to dictate that Deandra's death went unreported in the Daily Prophet by morning, Lucius would surely face repercussions. Snape lifted her into his arms, bewildered as to why Merlin had wrought such misfortune upon him. The girl who had grown alongside him was slipping away, and he watched as another cherished figure departed from his life. What had he done wrong? When he had only Lily, she was taken from him. When he sought merely to protect in silence, her life was snatched away. Upon first sight, Deandra had reminded him of Lily. It was only upon hearing her name that he recalled Lily had a sister. She bore a striking resemblance to Lily in her youth, 6 or 7 similarities that transported Snape back to their first days at Hogwarts. It was only when Deandra was sorted into Hufflepuff, her golden eyes sparkling with joy, that he realized she was not Lily. Lily would never be anyone else. Despite knowing she was not Lily, he found solace in her face, often placing her in detention, perhaps out of a desire to nurture her. As Snape arrived at Diagon Alley, he intended to tidy the ground before laying Deandra down. Yet he feared that Voldemort might glean something suspicious from the Daily Prophet and grow paranoid. Reluctantly, he placed Deandra on the ground and disapparated to find Harry. Perhaps due to the early hour, when Dobby brought Harry, only a scant few had gathered around Deandra, but some were already capturing photographs. Step away. Harry, having been well cared for by Deandra, was usually gentle-natured. This was the first time he had ever erupted in such anger. He pushed through the crowd, spotting Deandra lying on the ground, clearly able to see the footprints marring her clothing. Auntie Harry's legs betrayed him, and he collapsed beside Deandra, bewildered by the unfolding tragedy. It's all right, Auntie, I'll take you to Sirius. In that moment, Harry could only think of his godfather. He awkwardly scooped Deandra into his arms, stumbling a few paces before losing his bearings. Dobby, take me back to the Black ancestral home. His voice trembled, fully aware that the woman he cradled no longer breathed, yet he refused to accept it. Understood, Mr. Potter. Dobby snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the two vanished from the scene. The reporters, having witnessed nothing more to capture, departed, their collections of photographs sufficient for the Daily Prophet. Godfather. Harry was grateful that Sirius had returned the previous day. For a stretch of time, Sirius had been absent, tirelessly searching for Deandra. What is it, Harry? Sirius, weary, rose from the sofa, having been pulled back by Remus for a much-needed rest before resuming his search for Deandra. It was evident that Sirius was exhausted. His unshaven face testified to the neglect of his appearance, for who would he groom for when Deandra was not by his side? Auntie, before Harry could finish, Sirius sprang from the sofa and seized the lifeless form from his arms. What has happened to her? In that moment, as he cradled her, Sirius felt the chilling reality of her condition. Harry was at a loss for words, unable to believe or accept the truth. Sirius, holding Deandra, found himself unsure of where to place his hands, fearful of inadvertently causing her any pain. He sank down onto the sofa, still cradling Deandra, gently brushing his fingers against her face. Once familiar with the warmth of her visage, it now felt as cold as ice. Sirius's hand seemed to tremble from the chill, then began to shake violently, eventually covering Deandra's face, as if that touch could restore her warmth. Time became an indiscernible blur. The only sound resonating within the Black family home was Harry's occasional sobs. The entire ancestral abode felt as though it contained only him. Sirius remained motionless, as though ensnared by a freezing charm, his hand resting on Deandra's face until his once warm touch turned slightly cool. It was then that his first tear fell, dropping onto the fabric separating him from Deandra, absorbed by the cloth, leaving only traces of sorrow. Little girl, Sirius managed to utter. The first words he had spoken since setting his eyes upon Deandra, as if that phrase had drained him of all his strength, his hand trembling in unison with his voice. Chapter 122, A Victory with a Cost. Godfather. Harry had knocked on Sirius's door countless times. His godfather had sequestered himself and his aunt in their room since the morning, and now the afternoon had arrived. Harry was grateful for the freezing charm, which would prevent his aunt's body from decomposing. He knocked several times, but silence reigned within. He feared his godfather might have chosen to join his aunt in death, a possibility he couldn't dismiss. "I'm coming in," Harry declared, glaring at the door. He could not allow his godfather to treat his aunt's body in such a manner. "Dobby, open this door." Although Harry could not use magic outside of school, he had the house elf at his command. Yes. The moment Harry called for Dobby, the elf appeared with a snap of his fingers, and the door obediently swung open. Upon entering, he beheld Deandra, encased in ice upon the bed, and Sirius, motionless on the floor beside it, leaning against the bed. "Godfather." Harry touched Sirius, who did not respond, until Harry's hand brushed against Deandra, prompting Sirius to grasp Harry's wrist, prepared to prevent him from touching her. "Godfather." Sirius's grip was fierce. Harry feared his wrist might be broken. "I'm sorry." Sirius suddenly seemed to regain his senses, abruptly releasing Harry's wrist, leaving behind a bruise where his fingers had clutched. "I'm sorry." As he uttered those words, the tears that had barely ceased in his reddened eyes began to flow once more. In that moment, it was unclear whether his apology was meant for the bruised wrist he had clutched or for Deandra, who lay breathless upon the bed, remorseful for not having protected her. Harry remained silent, observing his godfather, whose eyes, once merely tinged with red, now brimmed anew with sorrow. His aunt was gone. Was it true, as the children had said in his youth, that misfortune followed him, claiming all who drew near? Perhaps the joy of being raised by his aunt had dulled the memory of such words. Yet now, those phrases echoed like a curse in his ears, reinforcing his identity as the unfortunate. Harry was at a loss as to how to regard Deandra's still form. The inception of his misfortune lay in that fateful prophecy. The title of savior felt like a label of doom that could never be shed, a harbinger of death for all he held dear. In a panicked flight, Harry dashed from Sirius's room, initially intending to slam the door shut but hesitated, fearing it would disturb those within. Ultimately, he gently closed the door and collapsed against it. Weeping, he was now without parents and soon without an aunt. As evening descended, Harry's tears fell at the door while Sirius wept silently within. The Black family home was eerily tranquil. Sirius, unsteady, rose to his feet. His legs had grown numb from prolonged inactivity. He stumbled, falling toward the bed, his body colliding with the edge as hunger pangs from a day without food caused him to collapse to the ground, unable to straighten his back. After a moment, he opened his eyes, the intense pain in his abdomen rendering him disoriented. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a rope snapping, a sensation akin to the last thread of his composure unraveling. Broken, Sirius grasped the escaping sphere, his other hand clutching the severed rope, embodying the feeling of being abandoned by the last remnants of his longing. Then, as if a flicker of hope ignited within him, he remembered something, akin to seeing the final lifeline. Despite his efforts, he could not extract the sphere encased in iron, his fingers sustaining cuts from the sharp metal, blood trickling down to stain his white shirt. The wand, yes, the wand. With unsteady steps, he approached the table and seized his wand, prying open the iron encasement. However, the moment he retrieved the sphere, his heavy-handedness caused it to shatter in his palm. Stunned, he quickly returned to Deandra's side. Time slipped away, and Sirius internally mocked himself for having aged into a man who now believed in anything. Sitting against the bed, he noticed a few strands of white among his hair. "Sirius." Deandra's voice echoed in his ears. He thought he was hallucinating. "Sirius?" Only upon hearing her voice again did he realize it was real. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, even collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. Little girl." As he looked at Deandra, who had propped herself up, he saw her lifeless gray eyes, a face stricken with fear, and her hair, a striking mix of red and white. "Sirius, are you bleeding?" I might not be able to see. Deandra, startled by the sudden noise, regained her composure upon hearing Sirius's voice and reached out her hand, but did not touch him. It's all right. It's all right. Sirius grasped her hand, careful to avoid allowing his blood to stain her. Do you have the vault key? Deandra recalled Hufflepuff's cup. I've checked. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. But you need to stay with the Weasleys for a while. I want to go too. Before she could finish, Sirius covered her mouth. Please, don't make me worry anymore. I'll break if I do. Your eyes frighten me. Sirius was genuinely afraid. He did not want Deandra to suffer any further harm. All right, she acquiesced. In the months that followed, Sirius and Deandra spent little time together. Though Deandra could not see, she gleaned the current situation from their sporadic conversations. Little girl, we succeeded. Following Sirius's destruction of the cup, they had launched another assault on Voldemort. The Malfoy family successfully redeeming themselves as spies embedded within the enemy. Perhaps in 3 months, we can hold a wedding. Sirius clasped Deandra's hand. As long as you don't mind me. Even if my golden eyes have turned gray, you remain ever so gentle. How could I? The only one to find fault would be you. Sirius affectionately ruffled Deandra's hair. Chapter 123, The Wedding. 3 months later, on a weekend, Deandra and Sirius wed, with Vernon entrusting her to Sirius's care. Standing nearby, Petunia wrestled with whether to voice a thought, if her memory served her right. She recalled seeing this man at Lily's wedding. If my recollection serves me correctly, it seems that he is of the same cohort as her other brother-in-law, and may even be friends with him. The more Penny pondered this, the angrier she became. This man was a decade older than her little one. Consequently, when Penny entrusted Diana to Sirius, her gaze bore into him with such intensity that had looks been lethal. Snape would have likely dispatched him with a mere glance long before her. Well, young man, you better treat her well, or else. Vernon Dursley had been assigned the task of warning Sirius to treat his sister-in-law with utmost care, yet he truly had no idea how to deliver such a warning. Feeling as though this ordinary man stood no chance against a wizard. I understand, brother-in-law. I will treat her well, Sirius assured, even before Vernon had fully articulated his concern. Oh, splendid. At the mention of brother-in-law, Vernon was suddenly reminded of a wizard who had called him such several years prior. Sirius awkwardly took Diana's hand. His stiffness primarily due to the weight of Penny's penetrating stare, reminiscent of the way she had looked at James many years ago. You look absolutely stunning today, Sirius remarked. Having never seen Diana in her wedding gown, a moment he had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. You look quite handsome yourself, Diana replied. Even though she could not see him, her blindness did not hinder her ability to offer compliments. Your husband has always been the most dashing, she added, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Sirius as he clasped her hand. Though Diana could not see, she sensed the joy radiating from everyone around her, marking this as the first wedding in the wizarding world that signified the end of Voldemort's era. The wedding ceremony progressed swiftly, leading to the bouquet toss. Diana flung the flowers over her shoulder, unaware of where they landed. It's Angelina Johnson, Sirius noted as he saw who caught the bouquet and discreetly informed Diana. It seems we shall be toasting to Fred's wedding soon. Diana grasped Sirius's hand, relying on him to guide her as she could not see. Give it a try, he encouraged. What is it? Diana suddenly felt something gently pressed against her lips. Strawberry, from the cake, Sirius replied, holding a fork in one hand while brushing his nose with the other, thinking how adorably delightful she was, nearly causing his nosebleed. Auntie, congratulations on your marriage. Unfortunately, Ginny failed to rein in Harry, who had yet to keep a watchful eye on his godfather and aunt after all these years. Harry, Diana beamed, greeting him, her previous experience with blindness allowing her to easily discern the direction of his voice. Auntie, if your godfather treats you poorly, do let me know, Harry said. His words laced with a hint of bitterness. Though he knew his godfather was quite wonderful, he still felt as if a cabbage were being ravaged by a pig. Understood, Diana replied. Ever since losing her sight, Harry had been especially cautious around her, nearly bringing her along to classes. Severus? Suddenly, Diana heard familiar footsteps approaching. The footsteps paused momentarily before a recognizable voice reached her ears. It seems Miss Evans's hearing is particularly keen today, Snape muttered as he departed, wishing to avoid the sight of that bothersome figure beside Diana. Sister. Diana thought she might have imagined it when she heard Draco's voice. What did you say? I didn't catch that, she replied, knowing well that teasing Draco was always a source of joy. If you didn't hear it, then forget it. If only Diana could see, she would have certainly noticed a bright red flush on his face. I received the car you promised. I quite like it, Draco said, his cheeks reddening as he walked away. Sister, can you guess which one is George and which one is Fred? Diana pondered for a moment before responding. I guess the one on the left is George, and the one on the right is Fred. Oh, as expected of Sister Diana. You can recognize me no matter where I am. George struck a pose, feigning narcissism. Oh, George, Do refrain from being so self-absorbed. It's merely that Sister Diana has a knack for recognizing me, Fred chimed in. Seizing the opportunity while they bickered, Sirius led Diana to a secluded corner. Thinking his wife was far too popular and needed to hide, leaving the guests to Remus. Miss Diana, someone called out. It turned out that no matter where Sirius went, he would always be discovered. Professor Dumbledore, Diana greeted him with a smile. I searched for quite some time. Perhaps this will aid you, Dumbledore said, handing a book to Sirius. Just don't let Madame Pants know that I borrowed this from the library. Now, I must go sample those lemon sherbet sweets. Soon. More guests gathered, making Sirius realize just how beloved his wife truly was. As the day drew to a close, both Diana and Sirius were utterly exhausted. At last, the day has arrived. May I? Sirius asked, kissing Diana gently on the lips. First, a bath, Diana replied, blushing as she pushed him away. Do you need my assistance? No, it's fine, she replied, her cheeks flushed as she turned away. Sirius chuckled at how she bumped into the doorframe. Although she was quite familiar with the room's layout, his playful teasing had left her disoriented. Is it all right now? He asked as he bathed in the adjacent guest room while Diana took her turn. Diana merely turned her head, cheeks still flushed. Then don't be afraid. If you are, just bite me, Sirius said, wishing to soothe her nerves about her blindness. The next morning, Sirius adeptly rose from the floor, having not been kicked out of bed in quite some time. Look at the mess you've made, Diana exclaimed, extending her arms. She knew without looking that her body bore the scars of their previous night. My dear girl, I apologize. I'll fetch you breakfast, Sirius said, hastily dressing and rushing out of the room. A month had passed since Diana and Sirius's wedding. My dear girl, come and taste this. It's from Severus, Sirius said. Having perused the book Dumbledore had given him, initially indifferent, he suddenly discovered a method that could restore Diana's sight. After searching for some time without success, he was unexpectedly beaten to it by the potions master. For his wife, he had intended to humble himself, yet Snape had stolen that opportunity from him, leaving him with a debt of gratitude. Diana obediently took a bite, harboring no hopes of success, so she would not feel disappointed if it failed. Can you see me? Sirius asked, watching her intently. Let me check, Diana replied, cupping his face and tilting it first to the right, then to the left. I see my most handsome husband, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek. I can see. Then we, Sirius smiled, leading her toward the bed. Chapter 124, Side Story 1. Sister, wake up. Today is the day we go to Diagon Alley, Lily's voice called from outside the door. Sister, Diana said, clutching a rabbit as she opened the door. Oh my little Andy is simply adorable. Now go change out of those pajamas, Lily said, ruffling Diana's hair. Lily, stop it. Don't mess with my hair, Diana protested, her words muffled. All right, let us all listen to our little Andy. Hurry and change your clothes. I'll be waiting for you in the living room. Lily released her grip, patting Diana's head. Sister, I'm 11 now. I'm grown up and can't have my head patted anymore, Diana said, hugging her head. Fine, I want tea patted again, Lily thought to herself, deciding to save that for another time. As I went to change my clothes, I bestowed a good morning kiss upon Lily's cheek before closing the door. How delightful. Despite being twins, why is my sister so much cuter? Lily pondered silently as she descended the stairs, reflecting on her sister's undeniable charm. She resolved that when they attended classes, she must ensure that the boys in school kept their distance from her sister. Good morning, mother, father, and sisters. Having changed her attire, Deander rushed downstairs, diving straight into Penny's embrace. Good morning, little Deander. Penny skillfully enveloped the approaching girl in her arms. When will the Hogwarts professors arrive? Deander nestled closer to Penny. They should be here shortly, Penny replied, affectionately stroking Deander's hair. Bemused by her little sister's penchant for affection, simply adorable. Ah, our little Deander still loves clinging to Penny, Mrs. Evans chuckled, playfully tapping Deander's nose. Lily, observing from the side, felt an urge to bite her handkerchief in frustration. Why, despite being twins, did her sister not cling to her instead? Just then, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Deander exclaimed, excitedly wriggling free from Penny's embrace. Take your time, Penny sighed, watching her sister with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Deander, at that moment, found herself at a loss for words, primarily due to the strikingly handsome professor waiting at the door. Hello, Professor, she mumbled, a hint of shyness overtaking her as she gazed up at him. Greetings, I am Tom Riddle, but you may refer to me as Professor Riddle. Tom gently ruffled the little girl's hair, having expected all young witches and wizards to regard him with trepidation, though he couldn't fathom why, as his outward demeanor was that of a refined gentleman. Why, you're very handsome, Professor Riddle, Deander stammered, her ears flushing with warmth at his presence. The professor has arrived. Please come in, Mr. Evans announced, having observed the two without approaching, worried for his daughter's safety. No, let us head to Diagon Alley first. Tom responded with a warm smile, aware that he had other wizards to attend to, the demands of which were exhausting. Who could blame Dumbledore for suggesting that young people needed more practical experience? Taking a few children was hardly what he had in mind. He mused silently. Very well, Mr. Evans called out to everyone, and upon seeing them, Tom's lips twitched in discomfort. He wasn't accustomed to physical contact. Please grasp my arm, Tom instructed, visibly flinching as he extended one arm, contemplating discarding his robes upon returning home. The five of them synchronously grasped Tom's arm. Now, please bear with me, he stated, performing a disapparition spell that felt akin to a roller coaster ride. Tom observed the five individuals crouched like mushrooms in the corner. Recalling his proficiency with disapparition, was it truly that disorienting? Once everyone had regained their composure, Tom guided the Evans family to exchange for galleons, purchase an owl, and acquire their wizarding robes, followed by the selection of wands. Lily received a willow wand, while Deander was bestowed with a wand of cedar wood, featuring a unicorn tail hair core. After escorting the Evans family back, Tom hurried off to his next appointment, needing to find a few muggle-born wizards. The day of the term's commencement arrived swiftly, with Deander, Lily, and Severus being dropped off by the Evans couple. Please take good care of my two daughters, Mr. Evans implored, his reluctance evident as he reiterated his request to Severus. I will, the small Severus replied earnestly, an amusing sight. Under the watchful gaze of the three Evans, the two sisters and one Severus traversed through the wall. This is truly remarkable, Deander exclaimed, seated by the window, marveling at the wondrous sights outside. Never in her life had she imagined she would possess magic. Indeed, Lily remarked, smiling at her sister, proud of her cuteness, with their imminent boarding at the school. No one would contest Deander's beauty. Lily envisioned a future where she could exclusively enjoy her sister's delightful presence. I believe Slytherin is the finest house. I hope we both get sorted there, she mused, considering it would ensure Severus would look after them, though he refrained from voicing that last thought. Slytherin. Suddenly, a boy from the opposite compartment exclaimed, as though he had overheard an amusing jest. Who wants to go to Slytherin? Not me, what do you say? James nudged the handsome boy beside him. My entire family is in Slytherin. Sirius leaned against the window, gazing outside, though his focus was on Deander's reflection in the glass. He couldn't quite comprehend why he found it difficult to look away. Oh, Merlin, I think you're rather nice, James said exaggeratedly. Perhaps I shall defy tradition. Where do you wish to go? Sirius appeared to respond to James, while maintaining his attention on Deander. Gryffindor. I will be as brave as my father, James declared, pride flickering in his eyes. Humph, Severus scoffed. Do you have a problem? James bristled at the cold laughter, his already tousled hair standing on end. None. Merely observing a rather simple-minded individual. I suspect you shall encounter many like him in the future. Severus began his familiar sarcastic banter, able to deliver his quips to anyone who passed by, save for Lily and Deander. While Severus and James engaged in their quarrel, Lily attempted to mediate, unbeknownst to Sirius, who had somehow settled beside Deander. Chapter 125, Side Story 2. Hello, I am Sirius Black. Seizing the opportunity amidst the trio's argument, Sirius successfully positioned himself beside Deander. Hello, I am Deander Evans. Deander regarded Sirius with a perplexed expression as he approached, initially fearing he intended to abduct her as a hostage to cease the bickering. Instead, he merely came to introduce himself. Following their greeting, Sirius sat beside Deander, entirely unfazed by the chaos nearby, inadvertently isolating her from the fray. Let us find another compartment, Lily declared, grabbing Severus's sleeve and leading him outside, while James displayed a victorious expression. Once the compartment door closed, James noticed his best friend had inexplicably settled beside another girl. It seemed they had forgotten something. James observed his friend amusingly entertaining the little girl with a chocolate frog, completely ignoring him. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and an irate Lily stormed in, pushing Sirius aside to retrieve Deander. Lily was furious, after merely mediating a dispute. How had her sister been so easily amused by another boy? Mate, what's the matter? James inquired, leaning back in his seat, sensing his friend's odd behavior. Well, she is quite charming, isn't she? Sirius pondered, having no clearer insight into his feelings. James regarded his strangely behaving friend, but chose not to comment further. Though it was the first time he had seen him make a girl laugh, it felt peculiar, yet he couldn't pinpoint why. Meanwhile, in another compartment, Lily was fervently criticizing the two boys, particularly Sirius. He is clearly the type who enjoys teasing young girls, the very picture of a playboy. Little Deander. You mustn't let him deceive you. Lily laid the groundwork for Sirius's arduous journey towards winning over his beloved. The two of them were clearly of the simple-minded yet physically adept variety. It would be wise to maintain a distance from them in the future, Severus remarked. The way they gazed at Deandra was akin to a gardener fearing that their tender, vibrant cabbage might be pilfered. Ah, indeed. Deandra nodded at the window. the scenery outside captivating her attention so much that she scarcely registered her parents' words, yet she understood the need to keep her distance from those two. Soon, the time for sorting arrived. Lily Evans, Professor McGonagall called out, and Lily felt a surge of worry for her sister. Remember to be sorted into the same house as either Severus or me. She patted Deandra's hand reassuringly, anxious for her sister's first venture away from home. What would become of her sweet sibling in her absence? Yet, Lily forgot that this was her own first time away as well. I understand, sister, Deandra replied dutifully, nodding. Sirius, James, Remus, and Peter had all been sorted into Gryffindor. Severus Snape, remember not to be placed in the wrong house. Severus, seated beside Deandra, stood up, offering yet another admonition with concern. Got it, got it. Deandra waved him off, urging him to proceed. Severus suspected she hadn't absorbed his words at all. But time did not permit a repeat. Slytherin. Severus' wish was granted, although he cast a glance towards Gryffindor. Deandra Evans. It turned out Deandra was the last to be sorted, as those who wished to be in her house had already been placed. Oh, my dear child, let me see. Kindness, loyalty, a rather laid-back demeanor, with a hint of curiosity. Hufflepuff suits you splendidly. Can I go to Slytherin? Deandra had initially contemplated asking to join Gryffindor. But recalling her sister's advice to steer clear of those individuals, she decided to seek out Severus and Slytherin instead. Very well, Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat proclaimed. It would never allow a gentle, soft-hearted witch of non-pure blood lineage to be placed in Slytherin. She would surely be bullied. When Lily and Severus, now separated into Gryffindor and Slytherin, heard Deandra's placement in Hufflepuff, they realized she hadn't heeded their warnings at all. If Deandra had heard her sister and Severus's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have cried out in protest. She had tried her utmost, but had been unsuccessful. Severus felt a headache coming on, having promised Mr. Evans to look after both girls, only to see them sorted into different houses. If another person joined them, would they be placed in Ravenclaw? He cast another glance at the Gryffindor fool, encountering him after class to find Lily would be disastrous. Deandra, however, felt no such headache. She was content to let fate take its course, quietly enjoying the food on her plate, even accepting morsels offered by friendly upperclassmen. After the feast concluded, each young witch and wizard returned to their respective houses. Upon entering her dormitory, Deandra noticed it was already occupied, and the girls happily decided to attend class together the following morning. Their first lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Sister, Lily remarked, quite coincidentally. The Transfiguration class is with Gryffindor. Little Andy, Lily appraised Deandra closely, having intended to stay by her sister's side, but the sorting had thwarted her plans. Fortunately, the first class was shared between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Lily guided Deandra to a seat beside her, determined to care for her sister. Just as Deandra settled into her seat, someone took the spot next to her. Lily frowned at the individual who had seated themselves beside her sister, preparing to pull Deandra away, but before she could, that seat was blocked by another person. Lily had just been about to engage in a pleasant conversation with James when Professor McGonagall entered the room. Despite her desire to change seats, she was now compelled to remain where she was. Today, we will transform this matchstick into a needle, Professor McGonagall intoned. Reciting the incantation, and with a flick of her wand, the matchstick morphed into a needle. Deandra was spellbound. The ability to transform one object into another with a mere wave of a wand seemed truly magnificent. She fixated on the matchstick before her, reciting the incantation, No change, then tried again, Still no change. After several attempts, Deandra looked dejectedly at the matchstick before her, feeling utterly inept. Sirius could no longer contain his amusement. The expression of distress on Deandra's face was undeniably adorable. As he contemplated, he incanted the spell, and with a flick of his wand, produced a perfect needle. Deandra observed Sirius's every move, and with each laugh, she became increasingly certain he was mocking her. Chapter 127, Side Story 3. Oh, Mr. Black, your transfiguration spell was executed excellently. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Professor McGonagall acknowledged Sirius's needle with a nod, awarding Gryffindor the points. Deandra glared at the smirking Sirius beside her. Convinced that her sister was indeed correct, he was not a good person. She glanced over at her sister, who was now entangled with James. Shall I teach you? Sirius kindly inquired, observing Deandra's struggle with the matchstick. No need. After perceiving what she believed to be mockery from earlier, Deandra was now wholly skeptical of anything the person beside her said. Really? No need. Sirius waved his wand again, causing the needle to revert back to a matchstick. Deandra stared, momentarily dumbfounded. She glanced at her sister. She genuinely wished to try magic, so she felt a pang of guilt towards her sister. Could I trouble you to teach me? Deandra's cheeks flushed as she had just resolutely declined, yet now found herself leaning in. Of course, Sirius could never refuse Deandra. He merely closed the distance between them slightly before beginning to demonstrate. Raise your hand a little higher. Sirius guided Deandra's wrist upward slightly. All right, try again. He nodded, encouraging her to give it another shot. Deandra waved her wand and recited the incantation, both fixated on the matchstick on the table. Still no change. Should we try a few more times? Sirius scratched his head, observing that her technique seemed correct, yet she had not succeeded. Was it the matchstick's fault? Sirius glanced at the matchstick and concluded that it must be the matchstick's issue. He and Deandra were undoubtedly doing everything correctly. With this thought, he nodded confidently. Okay. Perhaps it was the frustration of not being able to wield the wondrous magic before her that caused Deandra's hair to frizz, a strand of red floating in the air. Sirius, eyeing the errant tuft, felt an urge to smooth it down. He had intended to do so, but just as his hand reached near Deandra's hair, it was intercepted by another hand, grabbing his wrist through the sleeve. What do you think you're doing? Lily, initially annoyed by James's persistent chatter, had momentarily considered striking him, her wand poised to jab him in the forehead. Finally managing to complete her spell amidst the distractions, she had added 5 points to Gryffindor. Turning around, she caught sight of Sirius with an unwholesome intent stretching his hand toward her sister. Oh. Sirius silently cursed himself for being foolish enough to want to smooth down that tuft of hair, and now he had been caught by her sister. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. How could he explain himself to prove he was not a creep? He felt a rising panic. Do not say that Sirius cannot explain himself at the moment. Even if he could, he has indelibly etched an impression in Lily's heart, leading her to steer clear of him in the future. Success. This proclamation interrupted the silent struggle between the two, or rather, the one-sided domination by Lily. Wow, how impressive. Lily's attention instantaneously returned to Deandra, her younger sister, who appeared irresistibly adorable in her eyes. Little Ander, your incantation was splendid, Lily remarked, lifting the wand to inspect it before executing the motion that Sirius had failed to complete, flattening the tuft of hair. Hee. Deandra, flattered by the compliment, felt a tinge of bashfulness. She was aware that her wand work paled in comparison to that of Sirius and Lily, yet her sister relished in praising her. So adorable. Lily beamed, ruffling Deandra's hair affectionately. Hufflepuff earns 5 points. That concludes today's lesson. Those who did not succeed should not despair. I look forward to your progress next time. Class dismissed. Sister, what is your next lesson? It's potions with Slytherin, Deandra replied after a moment's contemplation. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek out Snape. Lily advised with concern. I know. Don't worry, Deandra reassured her sister, promising repeatedly that she would refrain from engaging in anything as perilous as tasting potions, allowing Lily to finally let her go. As Deandra entered the potions classroom, she immediately heard Snape's voice. Over here, Snape called out to her, rising from his seat to allow Deandra to occupy the spot against the wall. Severus, Deandra greeted, settling into the seat Snape had long reserved for her. A little badger inadvertently caught among a throng of serpents. Today, we shall learn the potion for treating boils, announced Horace Slughorn, the potion's master, as he approached the podium. I will first demonstrate. Remember, not a single step can be mismanaged, for I cannot predict the outcome otherwise. One must admit that Professor Slughorn had a knack for intimidating his students. First, we shall simmer the slug slime. Every movement of Professor Slughorn was executed with precision, culminating in a plume of pink smoke rising from the cauldron. Now pair up. With a nod of approval at his flawless potion, Professor Slughorn addressed the young wizards. Severus. Deandra glanced at Snape, feeling somewhat bewildered. Here are the notes. You may grind the snake fangs, Snape remarked, shaking his head, fully aware of Deandra's tendency to let information slip through her ears. Thank you, Severus. You're the best, Deandra exclaimed, her smile radiant as she accepted the notes. Ugh. Snape shot a glance at Deandra before turning away, reminding himself not to look. Her presence gave him a headache. Deandra gazed at the notes, diligently grinding the fangs. All set, she declared, presenting a plate of the finely ground fangs with a sense of accomplishment. Pay attention, do not lose focus. Snape took the fangs from her, lightly tapping her head. First, simmer the slug slime. Then, add the dried nettle and the ground snake fangs into the cauldron to stew together. After extinguishing the flame, add the porcupine quills. Do you understand? After confirming that she comprehended the potion-making process, Snape turned to Deandra for assurance. Understood, she responded confidently, though she knew that grasping the theory was one thing, executing it was another matter entirely. And remember to add the porcupine quills only after extinguishing the flame, otherwise. Before Snape could finish, a demonstration from nearby interrupted him, prompting Snape to instinctively shield Deandra as he backed away. Deandra peeked out from behind Snape to witness the cauldron of the young wizard beside them erupting in a hiss, the potion splattering all over him and corroding his clothing, revealing a mass of inflamed boils beneath. Take him to the hospital wing, Slughorn sighed, accustomed to such chaos. It seemed that every class had a student who blew up a cauldron. And this is the price of mistakes, Snape indicated to Diander, urging her to observe closely and avoid repeating the same errors. That looks painful, Diander remarked, glancing at the hissing potion that was swiftly cleaned up by Professor Slughorn. Thus, it is best to avoid mistakes in potions. Snape, devoid of any shame, sought to instill fear in Diander. For it was only by understanding the risks that one would refrain from making careless blunders. Chapter 128, Side Story 4. Sister, what lessons do you have this afternoon? During lunch in the Great Hall, Lily managed to infiltrate a table full of little badgers. Whether it was her imagination or not, she believed the food at this table was particularly fragrant, prompting her to consider dining with her sister more often. I recall that we only have defense against the dark arts this afternoon, alongside Ravenclaw, Diander mused. Oh dear, you must be cautious. That class is incredibly dangerous. Do not injure yourself. I have heard that the professor is quite terrifying, with a penchant for watching little wizards with a sinister smile. It seems he could devour them whole. Upon entering the dormitory, Lily was immediately met with gossip regarding the defense against the dark arts professor. Rumored to be handsome yet sinister, with a reputation for consuming little wizards, though she had yet to see him herself. Understood, sister, Diander replied. Still unaware of the identity of the defense against the dark arts professor, though she had overheard her roommates discussing him, describing him as utterly terrifying. In the afternoon class, Diander noticed that the seats at the back of the defense against the dark arts classroom were already filled, confirming that this professor truly inspired fear among the new little wizards. Arriving late, she found herself with no choice but to occupy one of the two empty seats in the front row, directly facing the podium. I am your defense against the dark arts professor, Tom Riddle, the strikingly handsome professor announced as he approached the podium, meeting Diander's gaze. Contemplating the mild demeanor of Professor Riddle, she wondered if this was indeed the legendary professor rumored to be capable of devouring little wizards. You may call me Professor Riddle. He smiled, exuding an air of refinement, which belied the terrifying reputation that preceded him. Yet in the next moment, Diander comprehended the source of such tales. Today, we shall learn to disarm your opponent. Those who fail to achieve the desired result must submit at least 5 sheets of 12-inch parchment by our next class. While Riddle's smile remained gentle, it had morphed into something unsettling in the eyes of the little wizards. Diander heard a few groans of despair, truth be told. She felt like groaning as well, for she needed to practice diligently during this lesson, with such a daunting task ahead. She felt as though she would be unable to complete it. Now, pair up with your desk partner. I will conduct spot checks. Originally, the class size had been perfect, but due to one little wizard experiencing a bout of food poisoning at lunch, Diander found herself without a partner. It appears this student lacks a desk partner. Then I shall team up with you. Your task will be to disarm me. Riddle's smile mirrored the first time Diander had encountered him. Yet now her heart raced with dread. She felt utterly doomed and feared she might have to seek out Merlin. Oh, are you feeling pity for your professor? To the point of being reluctant to cast your spells? Riddle continued to challenge Diander throughout the lesson, and while he may have been somewhat nervous at first, he had resolved to assign her an additional 5 sheets of parchment. I apologize, Professor Riddle, Diander lamented, on the verge of tears. She genuinely believed that the professor would devour little wizards, one by one. Despite his good looks, the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Do not be anxious. Relax, Riddle advised, realizing he was about to frighten another little wizard to tears. Instinctively, he touched his face, wondering if he truly appeared so fearsome. Riddle cast a glance at the diminutive witch, whose height required him to bend slightly to meet her gaze. With a soft sigh, he silently reminded himself that the child before him was merely 11 years old and should not be met with severity. He crouched down to establish eye contact with Diander. I harbor no intention of being harsh. Let us try a few more times. With that, Riddle lifted his wand and demonstrated the incantation for her. Very well, Professor, Diander replied, though she was uncertain about the source of her tension. The aura surrounding Riddle indeed exuded an intimidating presence. After Riddle repeatedly assured her of his lack of anger, Diander finally managed to cast the disarming charm. Riddle duly noted that the young witch would need to submit 5 parchment sheets for the next lesson. In the ensuing years, Diander gradually grew more acquainted with Sirius, especially as Lily and Snape proved to be ever vigilant. Are you heading to Hogsmeade this weekend? The now 5th-year Sirius emerged from the library, extending an invitation to Diander. No. Professor Riddle mentioned that my defensive spells require further improvement, so I must study with him this weekend, Diander replied, her eyes skimming over a spell book as she declined Sirius's offer. Oh, Merlin's beard. You turned me down last time for the very same reason, Sirius exclaimed as he seized the book from her hands and placed it atop his own head. Well, it is nearly time for me to seek out Professor Riddle. So would you be so kind as to return that book to its rightful place? Deender stood up from her chair and made a hasty exit from the library. Why must Professor Riddle be present today as well? Sirius lamented as he removed the book from his head. Deender found herself perplexed, for some reason. Her heart raced whenever she encountered Sirius these past few days. She had visited the hospital wing, only to be assured that she was in perfect health. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she dismissed the notion of Sirius and proceeded to seek Riddle for tutoring. Shall we venture out for a nocturnal escapade? Deender had just concluded her session on the defensive charm when a voice suddenly pierced the air at the corner, a scream muffled by a hand. My lady, do not scream. We shall be discovered. Two hands emerged from the shadows, pulling Deender into the invisibility cloak and pressing her against the wall. You nearly scared me to death, Deender exclaimed, stamping her foot on Sirius's. My apologies, but please refrain from stepping on my toes. It is quite painful, Sirius replied, his expression one of mock distress, though he did not lower his hand from her mouth. Over the years, how many times have we explored the night? I dare say we have traversed every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. Deender twisted Sirius's arm gently, urging him to release her. Yet you have not ventured out with me alone in quite some time. It is always with Lily or Snape. They guard me as if I were a thief. I am tired and wish to return. It is time, Deender insisted, pushing Sirius away. She was unaccustomed to his proximity and felt an unsettling shift in their relationship. Please do not leave. Allow me to finish, Sirius pleaded, resting his head on her shoulder, his voice low and earnest. You, speak your mind, but do not lean so close. Deender protested, nudging him away. I like you, truly like you. What of you? Sirius declared, sitting up with newfound seriousness. Well, let us see how you conduct yourself. Deender replied, her cheeks flushing momentarily before she quickly regained composure, snatching the invisibility cloak from Sirius and departing, leaving him to flee from Filch in a frantic dash. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.